session, adjourned regular meeting of the city council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein absent. Councilmember Kelly Jedovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, do we have any blue folder items for
None for
closed
closed
session?
session.
Okay, none for closed session. Okay, would any members of the public like to address us on non-agenda items on closed session items? Anybody online?
I do have one attendee on Zoom, but I don't see a hand raised, and we do not have any e-comments for closed session.
Okay, with that, can you read off what we're going to be talking about in closed session?
Yes, is authorized by the government code and on the published agenda, the following items will be discussed in closed session. Items F1 through F5 are under the title Conference with Legal Counsel Existing Litigation. For item F1, the name of the case is Diana Trejo versus County of Los Angeles, City of Los Angeles, City of Redondo Beach, and those 1 through 25. Case number 23TRC V01219. For F2, the name of the case is Don B. Lofton versus City of Redondo Beach Unified School District, those 1 through 50. Case number 23TRC V00414. For F3, the name of the case is Deborah Barker versus City of Redondo Beach, VLMD, LLC, DBA, Abarachi Med Spa, Abarachi Aesthetics, PC et al. Case number 21STC V38177. For item F4, the name of the case is Cornelia Blakely versus City of Redondo Beach and does 1 through 25 inclusive. Case number 24TRC V02937. For F5, the name of the case is Rosa Rivas versus City of Redondo Beach, County of Los Angeles, State of California, and those 1 through 50 inclusive. Case number 23STC V01528. And for item F6, Conference with Real Property Negotiator. The property is 1922 Artesia Boulevard, APN 4156-003-022. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Wojciechowski, City Manager Wojciechowski, who will be speaking to these items.
Yes, Mayor. For all items from the City Attorney's Office, we'll have Alina Hashmi, one of our deputy city attorneys. For items F1 through F3, we will have Alexander Frank, outside legal counsel on the matters. For items F4 and F5, we will be joined by Diane Strickfadden, our Human Resources Director. And then for item F6, we will be joined by Elizabeth House, our Community Services Director, and Christine Shin, also a Deputy City Attorney.
Okay,
Real quick, I logged in my Granicus. I don't see, I'm gonna make sure it's streaming because I don't see our city council meeting under the agenda for Granicus.
We can't join the meeting.
I don't even see it.
well, we can handle that outside of that.
I mean, I was gonna make sure that we're streaming and all that stuff is going, because if I don't see it here, it might not be connected. I just want to throw that out there. Okay, we're good. All right.
Streaming.
Okay, with that, could I get a motion to recess to closed
Motion to
session?
recess, closed session.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, all for it?
All right.
Oh, you're right.
Okay, thank you. We'll I'd like to reconvene the city council from closed session back to the open session. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein absent. Councilmember Kalujetowicz. Here. Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. City Manager Wojciechowski, anything to announce from closed session?
Yes, Mayor, two items. In the case listed under item F4, the council unanimously authorized the city attorney's office to defend the city. And under the case listed under item F5, the city council unanimously authorized the city attorney's office to defend the city and cross-claim as appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to adjourn the regular meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Okay. I'm now going to call to order the regular city council meeting. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein absent.
Still here.
Councilmember Kalujetowicz. Here. Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, if we have any veterans or active duty military in our audience, please stand to be recognized for your service. Thank you. Okay, and now let us all stand for the salute to the flag and remain standing for a moment of silence afterwards. I'd like to call Kiera up, who will lead us in the pledge. So Kiera, the floor is all yours.
Good evening. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Kira. I'm an 8th grader at Adams Middle School. My favorite subject in school is science, and I love hanging out at the beach in Redondo Beach. Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Kira. Soy en el 8º grado en Adams Middle School. Mi clase favorita es ciencias, y yo me encanta ir a la playa en Redondo Beach. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now please remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, please be seated. Kira, thank you. Great job. Come on up again. Very well done. And our first bilingual intro.
Yeah, right? That was awesome.
Thanks for helping us film.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, a little bit different tonight. I'm going to make an announcement that if any of our youth out there are interested in leading us in the pledge, simply sign up on our website at redondo.org/youth pledge program. So redondo.org/youth pledge program. This is my favorite part of all our council meetings. So thank you for doing that, and looking forward to the next group of our youth that does this. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to go to item D, the presentations and proclamations. We do have a proclamation tonight, so I'll come down forward for that. Thank you. Okay, tonight I'm making a proclamation as United Against Hate Week. That's the date of September 21st to 27th. Could I have the members of the South Bay Community Coalition Against Hate come on up? Raymer Flynn, Jesselyn Waldron, and Tracy Miller-Zemecki. Or maybe just two of you.
Two of us from Nashville. One is stuck in traffic. Yes, she might run in.
So I'll tell you, some of these proclamations I have to look into before I agree to make them. This one was an easy one. How can you be against hate? Our community is so welcoming and so inclusive, and we need to reward that, recognize that, and continue it. So appreciate your activities in this area. And with that, I will hand you the proclamation and then give you a few moments to speak on this. speechifying?
I'll speechify first. My name is Tracy Miller-Zarnicki, and I am your neighbor in El Segundo, serving on the school board there. And I'm part of the South Bay Coalition, and you probably know this person next to me, but I'll let her introduce herself.
I'm Raymer Flynn, currently serving on the Redondo Beach Unified School District School Board.
And we are here tonight. Let me give you a little background on the coalition if you haven't heard of it. We'll make it quick. We formed under the leadership of Hildy Stern in the fall of 2022 in Manhattan Beach, bringing together efforts that the Manhattan Beach City Council thought were important due to some challenges they were facing in their city. And it started with about 15 members, including city leaders, leaders of faith-based organizations, county programs like LA versus Hate, and our supervisor, Holly Mitchell, as well. The group then quickly grew as neighbors, such as you guys and us in El Segundo, heard what was happening and saw the impact that they were making there in Manhattan Beach. And then El Segundo joined, Hermosa Beach joined, and we had, and you guys joined, obviously at the same time. We had Beach Cities Health District, PFLAG, South Bay Families Connected, and our state representatives, Almer Suchi and Ben Allen joined us. So now we're at about 60 members, and together we collaborate to work together in any way we can to reduce acts of hatred, working to counteract like bias, disrespect, discrimination, verbal and physical abuse, harassment, threats, defacing of property, violence, and the creation of environments of fear against any person, group, or community in our population. So it's a lot of work, and what we say to each of them is we unequivocally condemn the divisive forces of hate and inequity and injustice against all persons and communities. And together we say to those victims of such acts, we see you, we hear you, we stand with you. We believe that the fair treatment of all human beings is an important effort to foster a peaceful coexistence in our South Bay community. And at this time, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Raymer to talk about some of the events upcoming.
You're going to have to hold the proclamation. Thank you, Mayor Light and the City Council for making this proclamation and joining our efforts. We have ongoing all week, we're co-hosting a nutrition dance party at 7 locations in the South Bay with donations benefiting the Single Mom Project and the Richstone Family Center. Saturday, September 21st at 11:30 is the International Day of Peace Wave, commemorating the International Day of Peace. There'll be peace pole gatherings. The 22nd, we have a community interfaith gathering for LGBTQ plus solidarity. Rainbow doors are welcome. On the 24th, how schools safely support LGBTQ plus mental health. On the 26th, we have a peace pole dedication hosted in El Segundo, in the Unified School District and the Rotary Club. And on the 26th, we have the City of El Segundo Candlelight Vigil hosted by the City of El Segundo's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee in Library Park. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and with this proclamation, I want to thank you for what you're doing for the community. I feel we are inclusive, but we should always be striving to do better, and so appreciate what you guys are doing to move the ball forward on that. So thank you very much. I think we should all give a round of applause to you. So. Come on back. Get a picture. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next, I think a lot of you are here to be sworn in tonight, so if we could have our commissioners come on up to get sworn in, appreciate it.
Look at all you.
That includes the youth.
Come on up.
Includes the youth.
Why'd you sit down?
Yeah.
What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Alrighty. Like the hair, welcome back.
I want to hang out with you, North Redondo.
Yes. I should probably stand up for this.
It was a tough sell, but took about 20 seconds and I'm in.
Great attendance.
We can have a second row up here.
Mr. Sean is an extra.
So first off, I want to thank you all for volunteering to be on a commission and for being chosen to be on a commission. I think this is a very exciting time in our city. We've got so much momentum going forward, and the council and staff appreciates your efforts on helping us move the ball forward. So thank you for your service. I will say, though, we're going to be looking at attendance, and so I hope that you all have a stellar attendance record. But if you find that life happens and you can't fulfill your commitments, please come forward so we can appoint someone else, because we need everybody contributing. So, I'm very pleased that we're starting up the Youth Commission again, so thanks. So thanks again, and with that, we'll turn it over to our city clerk, who will swear you in.
Hello, I'm Eleanor Manzano. I'm the city clerk for Redondo Beach, and this is my favorite job. If everybody could please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Congratulations. So before you leave, I'd like to have you state your name and the commission you're on. And then afterwards, I'll need you to go to the lobby so you can sign your certificate and take one. Okay? So go ahead. Just pass the mic around.
Kaya Weiss, the Youth Commission.
Ziva Chabot, the Youth Commission.
Nick Sherbin, Budget and Finance Commission.
Orhan Taner, Public Arts Commission.
Ron Morocco, Public Amenities Commission.
Raymer Flynn, Youth Commission.
Kylie Cho, Youth Commission.
Victoria Pitsley, Public Arts Commission.
Michelle O'Brien Herrera, Public Arts Commission.
Go back to the right.
I'm hiding. Jacqueline Cheeves, Youth Commission.
Michelle Gold, Public Arts Commission.
Doug Boswell, Planning Commission.
Desiree Galassi, Public Amenities Commission.
Leslie Krazan, Harbor Commission.
Masood Khan Yusufzai, Public Amenities Commission.
Grant Sorgan, Youth Commission.
Austin Carmichael, Public Safety Commission.
I thought you were stating my name.
Daniela Woodnicki, Public Safety Commission.
Lee Caller, Harbor Commission.
Chris McCauley, Public Amenities Commission.
Vincent Huan, Youth Commission.
Bhuvan Bajaj, Public Works Commission.
Marshall Trone, Youth Commission.
Stephen Anderson, Public Works and Sustainability Commission.
EJ Caldwell, Public Amenities Commission.
Damian Marin, Budget and Finance Commission.
Marlena Van Pelt, Youth Commission.
Sophia Robles, Youth Commission.
Thank you. You'll start October 1st.
Catch you later.
Back to work. Thanks
Yeah,
for going.
that's gonna be a long one.
Yikes.
Okay,
Yeah, seventh inning stretch. More like the first. More like
What? I know, this is great.
Okay, folks. Like to get the meeting going, so if you wouldn't mind.
You don't want them to stampede out.
No, but
I think this is a bigger group than we've ever had.
okay, with that, we'll take announcements from the council. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Light. Yeah, I have my online community meeting next week, Wednesday at 6:30. It's tentatively scheduled for. I did cancel my in-person meeting this weekend. I was busy with work. And that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Keller-Jarovich.
Yes, I wanted to shout out that we will be having a community forum to discuss all the local bonds. It will be hosted at Redondo Union High School in the auditorium at 6 p.m. on Monday, September 23rd. So 6 p.m., Monday, September 23rd, that's next Monday, at Redondo Union High School auditorium. My community meeting is scheduled for the 28th in the morning. Location to be determined, but it may be Fulton Playfield. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
No announcement today, thank you.
Councilmember Barrett.
None tonight.
Okay, I have one. I got to speak a little at the start of the Kings 5K down in Riviera Village, and that was a great event. It was an honor to speak there. It was a good crowd, and it was a lot of fun. So if you were out there, I hope you had a good time. Looked like everybody was having fun out there. And I think we have Dine Artesia, is it?
Dine around Artesia this Thursday,
on
but it's sold
Thursday.
out.
It's sold
so
out,
If you didn't
so-
register next time, you got to put on your
Yeah.
calendar and register more quickly.
Okay. Let's see, with that, we have no agency. Can I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda, please?
Mayor, I have one removal request. The contract listed under item H5, number 3, the Revenue and Cost Specialist Agreement. We'd like to defer that until the October 1st meeting.
Okay,
Please. Thank you.
Could I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Can I make a substitute motion to move the Cal Cities designation to before
N1?
N1?
I'll second that. Do that real
To
quick.
what? To where?
Right before N1, cannabis.
Before N1.
Let's get it done out of the way.
So you're talking P1 before N1?
Yeah.
Okay, do we have a second? All four?
Aye.
Sorry, that's what
Are you guys for
Aye.
it? Okay, so we will move P1 to in front of N1. Any blue folder items?
Yes, Mayor. For H20, which is related to the ordinance for ranked choice voting, you received a red line and a clean version of the ordinance. For J1, non-agenda items, public communications, and N1 for the draft cannabis regulatory ordinance and application guidelines, the draft ordinance plus public communications. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to receive and file?
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
All four?
Aye.
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Okay, the ayes have it. Okay, consent calendar. Other than H5, number 3, which has been pulled, does anyone wish to pull anything on the consent calendar? Councilmember Narenheim.
I'd like to pull item H11 and H18, please.
Councilmember Keller-Jarovich.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
H9, please.
H9. Councilmember Barrett. Okay, let's see, other than H9, H11, and H18, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Before we vote, any member of the public wish to address any of the consent calendar items except H9, H11, H18, and H5, number 3.
Oh, we have a card.
We have one card, Wayne Craig, H13.
Wayne Craig, and I live in North Redondo Beach, District 1. I wanted to remind the public of what's being voted on tonight on H13. Despite what's been stated on street sweeping signs for decades, we will no longer be enforcing posted parking regulations. We will instead be making exceptions that will add additional costs to services we already are providing in the city. It's even more perplexing, this is being done after the council recently voted to raise parking meter fees as well as other costs to residents, including a reduction of free holiday parking at Riviera Village. All these increases were made, as stated by one council member, to rip off the Band-Aid to pay for other vital services the city desperately needs. One of these was to raise money to cover the cost of 2 additional parking enforcement officers, which I understand is around $80,000 in total per year. And according to staff, recently I heard that those positions have yet to be filled. Now, when you put all these facts together, this means that tonight you're voting to reduce the amount of work for parking enforcement, which actually negates the need to hire more parking enforcement personnel. Now, for those living in North and South District 1, this appears to be an effort to force this economic generating area of the city to unfairly bear the brunt of these fee increases that have been passed around the city for staff that apparently we may not even need. The question we're all asking is, if there's no need to hire this personnel, where's the money going to go? I therefore ask you to please reconsider this motion, leave the ordinance in effect as is, without passing on any further costs to residents who apparently can't bother to read no parking signs. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address consent calendar items except H9, H11, H18, and H5, number 3?
Good evening, Mayor, council people, Georgette Gantner, District 2. I wish to address item H19 regarding the proposal to change the Public Art Commission to a Cultural Arts Commission. When the Public Art Commission was formed in 2009, our intention was to place public art in Redondo Beach, not to dilute this goal with other tasks. Public art is bringing in 1% from developer fees, as you all know. We asked for 0 from the city. It's generated by developer fees, so we're costing nothing. So this proposal to change, it's not just a name change. They are saying that now they want public art to now start recommending related to performing art events, programs, including not limited to theater, music, fine arts, film, etc. I find that to be unnecessary. For one, performing arts cultural manager, Gary Marcolis, I think that's his job. I think he's already performing that job and he's performing it well. Our job as Public Art Commission, or their job, is to choose public art, which is going to be crucial coming up, especially with the Artesia project. So I don't think that the Public Art Commission needs to be diluted with any other tasks. In last month's commissioner interviews, Mayor Light made a point of asking applicants interested in preservation, historical, et cetera, if they minded having that be combined to the Public Amenities Commission, and no one did. However, I don't remember him asking if the people applying for the Public Art Commission job would mind if the tasks that they are expecting have changed. These people had every expectation for placing public art. And if this changes, will they resign? Will they not want to continue? I don't know. Hopefully not. When Mayor Light made this change in May, suggested the commissions take the issue with the commissioners and ask what they felt. So that vote was put to the Public Art Commission, and they all voted no. It was unanimous. They said they did not want the change. Hopefully majority still rules. In the past, the city council has complained that the public art commissioners aren't doing their jobs quickly enough. They don't need more tasks. And to what extent is this change? You know, how much time and effort is expected to meet these demands? So my main question is, how will this change, this title change, how will that save money for the city? How will this improve the Public Art Commission? How will it improve anything in the past or going forward? The proposed change of name improves nothing, appears whimsical, doesn't save the city money. It incorrectly shifts responsibility of job duties from the Performing Arts Center personnel to Public Art Commission, is being proposed against the will of the Public Art Commissioners, who voted no unanimously, could threaten public art funds, not sure if that's going to happen, and confuses newly appointed commissioners who applied in good faith to work only with public art.
Okay, your time's up. Thank you.
So,
anyone else wish to address the council on any item? Come on up.
Hi, Mayor, Council. Orhan Taner, District 5, former commissioner of the former Public Arts Commission, as well as of the new one. I wholeheartedly support the decision to change the Public Art Commission to Cultural Arts, or better yet, Arts and Culture Commission, because when we look at what's going on happening with the arts and culture in municipalities today, there is no way to eliminate just the public art portion of the arts and culture. It needs to have a wholesome approach. I actually congratulate the council for thinking about that. It was about time. It is not true that the former Public Arts Commission unanimously voted to keep the name. I did not vote, I wasn't there. A letter was written to the council on the commission's behalf without my signature. It's a long subject, but I'm very sure, I'm 100% sure that this is going to be very good for Redondo Beach. For the city the size of Redondo Beach, 75,000 people. There are a lot of cultural activities going on in our city, such as festivals. We have a beautiful performing arts center. Yes, there is a cultural arts or public art, cultural arts manager, but that's only one person. He or she in the future will need all the support from this newly formed commission. I am 100%, I served in the Cultural Arts Commission in other cities in the past, and I know firsthand how much a commission made of the public can help the staff in that regard. And I thank you for considering this move. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address the council on any of the items that we have not pulled?
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm part of the Public Arts Commission that's soon wanting to be changed, and I'd like to address that with the letter that we all did together. And when everybody was there, everybody did make a commitment to what was said. So what was said on July 25th, 2024, dear honorable council members, the Public Art Commission is writing to express its opposition to the proposed change of the Redondo Beach Public Art Commission, PAC, to the Redondo Beach Cultural Arts Commission, CAC, as proposed by Mayor Jim Light in the City Council meeting on May 7th, 2024. This matter was discussed at the PAC meeting on May 22nd, 2024, where it was unanimously voted against. As residents of City of Redondo Beach and avid supporters of the arts, we believe this change is unnecessary for the following reasons. Necessity and execution. The PAC is functioning effectively and does not require replacement. The formation of the CAC would demand additional time, effort, and potential increases cost, contradicting the mayor's justification for saving money. Budget and legal considerations. The PAC's budget, sourced from a 1% developer fee, is legally earmarked for the public arts projects. It is unclear this fund will be managed under the CAC. The legality and allocation of these funds needs to be clarified. Lack of justification for the CAC. When the PAC was formed in 2009, the decision was made to avoid creating a CAC due to the absence of robust arts entity in Redondo Beach. This situation remains unchanged. The city lacks a symphony, ballet, theater production company, choir, or literary function to justify the formation of the CAC. Impact on the current and future projects. The PAC has a significant budget dedicated to public art projects, including the recent approved $400,000, the budget for an art space on Artesia Boulevard. Changing to a CAC could jeopardize this project and the funding structure. Volunteerism and costs. The PAC operates with volunteers, saving the city considerable funds. Introducing a CAC could increase administration costs without providing clear benefits. Timing. The proposed implementation date of October 2024 is too soon, especially with 4 PAC commissioners terming out in September 2024. New commissioners will require this time to acclimate, complicating the transition to a CAC. In conclusion, we urge the City Council to reconsider the proposal and maintain the PAC as it is currently structured. The PAC has proven track record of success and operates efficiently without additional cost to the city. Introducing a CAC at this time would create
Okay, your
unnecessary
time's up.
complications
Thank you.
and financial burdens.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Anyone else wish to address any of the consent calendar items except H9, H11, and H18? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, council members. I'm Ashish Sharma, District 5 Public Arts Commissioner. In our previous meeting, we did discuss about this, and we had the present commissioners had voted no unanimously, and we wrote a letter as Commissioner Kelly had just said the whole thing. And each commission, I believe, here contributes, and each commissioner contributes to the governance for and helping the council out. The commissioners all are volunteers, and since we as Public Arts Commissioner had voted no for this consolidation, we would like the council to actually not veto this, and we hope the council has seen our meetings and understand our reasons, and we would like to not have this consolidation and increase the purview of Public Arts Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the consent calendar except H9, H11, and H18? Anyone online?
None, no e-comments or Zoom.
Okay. So I'm going to call the vote on the consent calendar with the exception of H9, H11, H18, and let's see, H5.3. So all 4?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Okay, Mayor, I need to read
Yep.
all the, and there's a lot.
You've got the floor.
There's a lot, so just. H12, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2409-081, a resolution of City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, declaring its intent to levy an assessment against businesses within the Riviera Village Business Improvement District in the calendar year 2025 and setting a time and date, place for hearing objections thereto. H13, adopt by title only, ordinance number 3277-24, an ordinance of the City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 3, Chapter 7, Section 3-7.1308 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code pertaining to parking restrictions during various hours for street sweeping for second reading and adoption. H16, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2409-082, a resolution of the City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the filing of a claim with the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority for fiscal year 2024-2025. H17, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2409-083, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, declaring the repair of the Wilderness Park Lower Pond as repair and exempting it from bidding requirements pursuant to sections 9 and 19.1A of the City Charter of Redondo Beach. H19, introduction by title only, ordinance number 3278-24, an ordinance of the City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 2, Chapter 9, Article 14, Section 2-9.1401, 2-9.1403, and 2-9.1404, and Title 10, Chapter 6, Sections 10-6.02, 10-6.03, and 10-6.08 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code regarding the Public Arts Commission for introduction and first reading. H20, adopt by title only, ordinance number 3275-24, an ordinance of the City of Redondo Beach, California, repeal Title 2, Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-2.202, notices of runoff elections, and adding Article 4 to Municipal Code Title 2, Chapter 2 to the provide for instant runoff voting related to ranked choice voting for second reading and adoption. H20.21, adopt by title only resolution CC-2409-086, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting the City of Redondo Beach Conflict of Interest Code and repealing all other conflict of interest codes. H22, adopt by 4/5 vote by title only resolution number CC-2409-084, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2024-2025 budget modification to appropriate $245,000 from the South Bay City Council of Governments, county allocated local solutions grant funds to the intergovernmental grant fund to lease motel and single room occupancy SRO beds. Adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only resolution number CC-2409-085, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing fiscal year 2024-2025 budget modification to appropriate $100,000 from the South Bay Cities Council of Government, county allocated local solutions grant funds to the intergovernmental grant fund to implement the city's homeless court expansion and interim bed project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, let's see. Now we're going to talk to the excluded consent calendar items, item I on the agenda. Who pulled H9?
I did.
Councilmember
I'm a
Abaji.
huge fan of H9, so I just wanted Public Works, if they wanted to share, if there's anybody from there. If not, I'm happy to chat about it. Let me pull up my handy dandy agenda over here. Mr. Wingy, tell us what we're getting in H9.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Andy Wingy from the Public Works Department. H9 is the adoption of ordinance to award a project for the Artesia Boulevard Intersection Improvements Project, which will address intersections at seven intersections along the Artesia corridor, motivated by interests of safety and improvement in operations at each of those intersections. We'll be upgrading the traffic signal equipment at all of the locations, and at Ringe in particular, we'll be modifying the left turn lanes in each direction to provide better line of sight.
Awesome. And additionally, they'll be replacing aging and unreliable video detection systems, rewiring traffic signal cabinets, putting in the new dog houses or the new lights with the flashing yellow arrow. And this is made possible by the fact that they move money from the aviation repavement plan over to this, because Manhattan Beach is going to be chipping in for that. So thank you for the creative problem solving to get this done. Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any member of the public which wish to address H9?
And if I may, I will add, knock on wood, but we haven't had any more accidents since you stopped the permissive left turn on Artesia and Ringe. So I don't know if it's been luck or if just it's worked, but this is good.
Don't push it.
Yeah, don't push it.
Okay, I'm going to call the vote. All four?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, thank you. H11, I
Okay,
believe
wait a
that was
minute,
yours.
Mayor, I need to read the resolutions on H9 first.
I was going to have you
Sorry.
read them at the end, but
Adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2409-078, a resolution of City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, awarding a public works contract to CalProMax Engineering, Inc., a California corporation, in the amount of $1,041,335 for the construction of Artesia Boulevard Safety Improvement Project, job number 41330. Adopt by 4/5 vote and title only, resolution number CC-2409-079, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing fiscal year 2024-2025 budget modification to transfer $500,000 to the Artesia Boulevard Safety Improvements Project, job number 41330, from the Aviation Resurfacing Project, job number 41440. Thank you.
thank you. Item H11, Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, I pulled this because I wanted to get some more background. This has never come to us in closed session. And I wanted to know, I mean, like, this staff report says it was never perfected, which is called perfection. BCHE never did anything. But did we have a purchase price on here?
I'll have Andy address it, but I think this is falling under the category of housekeeping. There was action taken by the city in 2011 to complete this. The resolution and the exhibit that was prepared at the time had an error in it, I believe. This will fix that error and actually clarify the property that was vacated. So it will help better define the boundary, I believe, for clarity for all parties.
So to catch everyone, H11, this item is for a property that was vacated by the city of Redondo Beach back in 2011. We gave this to BC's Health District, and they've done public improvements to this land. And they didn't do things, and errors happened, and now they tried to do things, and they can't finish it, and now we're here, it's called perfection.
Well, slight correction there. The error was ours.
Okay.
In improperly describing the area with the legal description. There was a scrivener's error essentially in the legal description that didn't allow the mathematical closure of the parcel in technical terms. So beach cities, when we vacated the property as an agency, they're obliged to accept the dedication or the vacation. And that's a process called perfecting. So they're accepting it and then recording that acceptance of the property, which apparently hadn't been done until recently. They pursued that. Their technical team noticed the error that was made in 2011 and brought that to our attention and asked us.
In 2011?
The error was made in 2011. They noticed it recently. I don't know how recently, or maybe you have more detail on that.
But it was after they did improvements on this portion of the property.
Why don't you come up and share what you know about it? I believe the improvements are fairly limited. It's just the fence line, is that right?
Right, so it's the slope of, that's adjacent to Diamond and Prospect, and it is behind the fence line, so it was an area that was undeveloped, it's not needed. It's an area that we're not maintaining and that we haven't been maintaining. They've been maintaining that area. This was just, like we said, to perfect the deed, which is basically they have to accept it. As a government agency, you have to actually accept a vacation. Whereas if it was private property, this isn't needed. So that was a clerical error or clerical cleanup on their end, and this is when this item was found.
So my concern gets to be a little bit more broad reaching, but essentially what had happened here, someone did improvements on our land, did work on our land. There was no easement involved for this portion of this area, but we gave out a permit to do this work. And it wasn't caught throughout this whole process.
Are you talking about the bike project that was recently done?
Whatever this area, this is, bike project or a portion of it, a part of the fencing area.
That was all in the public right of way.
On the public right of way? Was it on our land?
The land that was vacated in 2011 was lost to the city at that time when we recorded the vacation. There's a second part of that process, which is the receiving agency accepting that formally, which they never did. So it was certainly lost to the city at that time. It's no longer our maintenance requirement, which was part of the motivation of the vacation at the time. And so they had maintained it in all that time, but not until recently had they noticed they hadn't received it formally and had that recorded at the city clerk's or the county registrar's office. And so they are just bringing this cleanup item to us to say, can you rescind the previous resolution, prepare this new resolution with the correct legal description so they can complete the process that they intend to do.
We never asked for a payment for this parcel, correct?
No, I believe it was actually in our favor that they were going to maintain and control that space. It had to do with adjacency to the old, what would, I believe in the original right-of-way design, a connection of Flagler Avenue to Prospect, which the city long ago abandoned, as did the city of Torrance. We had remnant right-of-way that included the hillside, I believe, portion of the Health District property that in 2011, it made sense for the city to move away from that site and have that be fully controlled by the Health District for safety and maintenance purposes. So I believe it was them really accepting the property and alleviating us of liability by doing so.
Okay, I just want to make sure moving forward that there's other parcels, including easements, that when there's construction happening and permits being handed out, that we're making sure that we no longer have site control, or the site control that we do have is being properly enforced. And I don't just want to
Yeah, no, I think your concern, which is,
Reiterate.
which is a good one, is when private operators, properties might encroach on city right-of-way space, make improvements without proper permitting or site control. I think this was kind of the more backward scenario where they were maintaining property that was cities. It was in our interest to relieve ourselves of that property and burden. Ultimately, they accepted it. And this is, as was mentioned, a bit of a housekeeping and clarification.
Housekeeping, when it's coming 13 years later.
Yeah.
And I just, again, this isn't the first time this has happened or the second time. And so it just kind of, my tingly senses go up and say, okay, what kind of went on here? And so I'm glad we're fixing it. But I just want to make sure, I know people are going to be asking as well, why did we do this? And,
Sure.
and now we have a public answer on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion on this one?
I'll make a motion to approve item H11 pending public comment.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any member of the public wish to address H11? Anybody online?
None.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
All right.
Okay.
Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2409-080, a resolution repealing resolution number CC-1101-419 of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, approving a resolution ordering the vacant of surplus portions of the public right-of-way of Diamond Street and Flagler Lane. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, H18, Councilmember Narington.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Light. So H18 is the pay for our upcoming city attorney election. Our city attorney is elected, and we are one of, 10, 11 cities in the state of California that has an elected city attorney. And the Budget and Finance Commission couldn't figure out what exactly the base pay should be. And I did some digging, and I wanted to thank the Budget and Finance Commissioners from the prior session, term, I should say. We have either the highest paid or the second highest paid city attorney in the state of California. That's for the elected. Second highest paid or the highest paid elected city attorney in the state of California in our city. It's more than Huntington Beach. It's way bigger than us. In fact, they have a, They have a general fund of $285 million. Bigger than Long Beach, more than Long Beach, was a general fund of $3.2 billion with a B. Chula Vista, $249 million general fund. Both dual roles meaning they do all the same functions our city attorney does. And when you look at the per resident cost is $5,600 all in, or $3,400 per base. And I think or $3,900 per base. What I think we should be doing, and I've said this many times before, is doing what the city of San Diego does, which is tie the pay directly to what the judges are, as assigned by the state of California. I think that's fair. It's doesn't bring any politics into the system. And most importantly, we have the voters deciding upon the qualifications of our city attorney, not the city council. It's up to the voters to decide. And they decide who they want and why they want that person. And it could be for many various reasons. And the last time there was a real race in the city attorney's office, there was a last term in 2021. The opponent said, I'm going to cut the pay. And it garnered a lot of support. So if we were to cut the pay down to $238,000, which is what the judges make, that's still $3,400 per resident. In comparison to La Vista, which I just mentioned, is $813 per resident. Compton is $1,800 per resident. San Rafael is $2,300, $2,400 per resident. And in the time that we are asking for money, I think we should be prudent about how we're spending our money and our finances. It's a pie. We can only divvy up so many different places. So I would respectfully ask that we don't ask for a pay raise. What's happening now tonight is it's $274,000 as a regular pay. And then it's going to go up to $280,000 effective April 1st, 2025. So with the new city attorney coming in. And then every year thereafter, a 3% increase to eventually top out at just under $300,000. And that would be an extremely well-paid city attorney, probably the highest in the state when you take it all in with all the compensation. And this is the time, it's a mistake that was made years ago. I think now it's a time to reset it to a more appropriate level, more appropriate position and more in line with other cities. And yet we'd still be much higher than other coastal cities. So I think it's very important that we do that. So I will not be supporting this item.
So do you have a motion or you just won't support this?
I will not be supporting this. I don't think I'll get support. I'll make a motion. I won't even make a motion because I know I probably won't make a support unless someone up here will say that they support that. So.
Okay. Any other member of the council wish to address this item?
Yes, please.
Councilmember Obaji.
At which point it begs the question why I pulled the item. But on September 5th, 2024, the Daily Journal, a legal newspaper, reported that a Sacramento County Superior Court judge filed suit in Los Angeles County, claiming that judges are underpaid. And so, no, we shouldn't be setting anybody's salary who went to law school for 3 years, took out about $200,000 of debt to be there, and has the gall to run for the city attorney position in our city, where there's a tremendous amount of civil and criminal work to peg it to the underpaid judges in the state. So motion to approve H18.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any member of the public wish to address item H18?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Ross Stretzberg, Redondo Beach. So repeatedly recommended by the Charter Review Advisory Committee that pay for this elected position should actually, in essence, be zero, because we recommended repeatedly that that position should be removed from the charter. It should not be an elected position. To put us where we're at right now, the sense is that we're rewarding an elected city attorney that he himself violates our own city charter. And Mr. Barrett, you've been sent documentation on this. So it just doesn't feel right that we're rewarding someone or even an office or position that has shown a history of violating our own city charter, the very thing they should be defending. And that's not the case. So I would not support this either.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address this item? Anybody online?
Yeah, I have one. Nancy Skiba.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Nancy Skiba, District 4. And I do not support this either. And I also think we should go back to an appointed, not elected city attorney. Thank you.
Thank you. Short but sweet. Appreciate it. Okay, anyone else?
I just want to respond to one of those, both those comments, all three actually. Real quick. Yeah, real quick. So to the point of what the chair of the Charter Review Committee talked about, in the last campaign, one of the two opponents, actually the winner, raised $110,742 in total to run a citywide campaign. Of that, self-funded, meaning you give yourself the money, 55% of the money was self-funded. Individuals who contributed to the campaign, I want to use individuals with quotations, was 24%. I use quotations because some of them, those individuals had the same last names as the next category, which were vendors, contractors, and people who do business with the city of Redondo Beach. And that represented roughly 21% of the total campaign money. That means people who work in law firms, who work in vendors, who work directly for the city, with the city, contribute 21%. In my campaign, I didn't take any money from anyone that was license holders, leaseholders, unions, people who do business with the city of Redondo Beach. And I think it's important to the comments that were just made that we keep independence on that position, and moving forward, when we pay this much money, it has a really bad look to it. That's it.
Okay, thanks. Come on up.
Gilles Contreras, District 1. I wasn't going to come here to speak about this, but it kind of bothers me a little bit. I understand what you're saying, sir. but nobody told him to go to law school. Nobody told him to go into debt. He's a public servant, okay, or a public employee. And that's what we generally have. These are our taxes that are going to this. When somebody makes more money as a city attorney than the city attorney of the city of Los Angeles, who manages 5 times as many people, that's bothersome. I get it. But most of the stuff, the work that theoretically is being here is being farmed out. He isn't doing the work. He's not doing the research. Everybody else is. Now, I spoke to you briefly again, that you want to bring it up to the idea of comparable of our employees. But then why didn't you give the 16% pay raise to the fire department? They do more work. They don't sit at a desk in an air-conditioned office, okay? Our public works guys are making 26% less. 26% less than most of the other places. Why don't we give them a raise? That's what I talked about. I spoke to one of the other council people who said, well, you know what? This person, because he's doing this job, should be making the same amount as a partner in a law firm. Which law firm? How about that guy who ripped everybody else off? He was making, what, $5 million a year? Okay. This is not about who gets paid more. As a public servant that I did, I made a lot less than a lot of other people. Okay. This is not 3%, 4% now. This is more for the lifetime of a pension as well that goes into that you need to also put in there. This is not $33,000 or $5,000 a year per percentage, okay? This is our money, everybody here. And it bothers me to get the guy is making probably more than the governor. Really. And we start to look at that. We want to pay our people, then let's pay all our people, not just the people in the air-conditioned offices, okay? That's what bothers me as much. But again, because somebody went to a school, now suddenly he's special? Or they are special, or the next person who comes in. Again, that was the biggest thing on the last election, cut the pay. The treasurer did it. Who do they work for? That's what we have to look at and stop and think. Let's take a step back to realize, let's do the right thing. Not just give money because we have it, because honestly, we don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. All against?
No.
Okay, that's 3-1. Motion passes.
Okay. Adopt by title only ordinance number 3276-24, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending section 2-3.94 of Article 9, Title 2 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code, updating the salary and benefits of the city attorney for second reading and adoption. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now going to public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. Section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council, and each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. We'll do written requests first, and I do have a number of written requests. Well, this is, okay. So Joan Irvine, you're first. And then Gil Escandrias.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council staff, and fellow Redondo residents. My name is Joan Irvine, and I'm from District 1. Last Tuesday marked the 23rd anniversary of 9/11, a day when nearly 3,000 lives were tragically lost in New York City, Washington, D.C., and Shanksville, Pennsylvania. This is a day that is extremely personal to me. I was raised on Long Island, and the town I went to high school in lost more people that day than any other city. My brother worked at 1 Liberty Plaza, just 1 block away from the World Trade Center. He escaped through the chaos and the debris while not really seeing where he was walking. He won't even talk about his experience to this day. And he, as many first responders, ended up with COPD because of being there. While he was lucky he survived, I spent most of the day not knowing whether he was dead or alive. That experience gave me just a glimpse into what the first responders and military families endure regularly. Redondo Beach is one of the only 3 cities in California to have a 9/11 memorial featuring a piece of the World Trade Center. This memorial was created by, or done by, the Leadership Redondo class of 2007. If you haven't seen it, it's just located outside, going to the left. And I encourage everybody to take a moment to visit, reflect, and remember the lives lost and the impact of that tragic day on our lives. I would like to extend my gratitude to Fire Chief Butler and Police Chief Hoffman for organizing a ceremony to honor the first responders and victims of 9/11. However, attendance was low, as many people, including members of the Leadership Redondo class of 2007, were not even aware of the event. I respectfully request that the city make this an annual event and actively promote it. It's crucial that future generations never forget the horror of that day, the lives that were lost, and the bravery of the first responders who risked everything to help others. Thank you.
Thank you. Gil, and then Holly Osborne.
This is what I came for. My name is Gil Escontrias. I am a public safety commissioner, and I have been a first responder for over 45 years. I'd like to make you aware that this month is Suicide Awareness Month. One of my primary concerns is first responder wellness. As a public safety commissioner, I've tried to bring this subject on more than a few occasions, and probably to the dismay of some of my fellow commissioners, as well as others involved. I believe that this subject is important and should be addressed, and most importantly, taken seriously. From my first meeting almost a year ago, I continually ask about the programs that are in place for our first responders by in our city. We get conflicting answers, anecdotes, possible and future programs. And only until recently did we get a clear overview of the wellness program within the police department. It was a good presentation. However, I was very concerned that it did not include the families in any assistance. And that time frame was for future programs, and that there was no other person to oversee any of the programs. I spoke to a first responder a while back who indicated that when he was having difficulties, he was told to go see his primary care provider. I recently spoke to another first responder who laughed when I asked him about the programs. It's not there. Okay. The information we received from both fire and police that there was nothing codified, that it is almost informal, no direct, clear policies concerning employees in crisis. I could be wrong about this, but certainly as a commissioner, we should have been given better information. Police and fire issues are nothing new, specifically suicide. In 2024 to date, 65 law enforcement officers have died at their own hands. 2 correctional officers, 14 fire department personnel, 4 EMS, and 1 dispatcher. Although we focus on the sworn fire and police personnel, our civilians see and hear a lot of horrific things. A dispatcher will hear more people in crisis than most officers ever in their whole career. Okay. Also, they will hear more people die on the phone than any of us will ever see in the field. The stress of the job is not only because of what is seen and heard every day, external forces, but what about our workplace issues? Family issues can be brought and affect job performance. We are not robots. My being here is not to embarrass anyone, but to bring attention and awareness. I'm a bit perturbed because when I brought this up again at our last meeting, I was shut down. I hope I am wrong about this. Okay, if someone comes in with the information, we need to support our first responders, not just tell them that, but to do something about it. I understand as a council that you do not usually get involved in the daily operations of the first responders. As a commissioner, I believe you can address this before we lose an employee. These are our family members. I'm asking you to address this issue in record time. Research and write down and codify policies and information readily available to our first responders, both sworn and civilian. Designate a person as a wellness coordinator of sufficient rank to show the seriousness of this problem. A person who will be responsible as a central clearinghouse of information, because that's how long it takes to kill somebody in a moment.
Okay, Gil, your time's up. Thank you. But I would like to ask a question.
Yes, sir.
So I appreciate your time on the commission. I appreciate your background. You said, was this an item for the commission to deliberate?
No.
No, so you brought it up?
No, I've been bringing it up for the past year.
At the commission?
At the commission.
Okay.
And every time we're told, yes, maybe, I don't know. And it kind of bothers me when a supervisor tells me that they don't know what their program is about. Bothers me.
Okay.
Okay. I go to suicide, I go to 4 or 5
I don't
other
want
things
to
all the
continue
time.
going on this. I
Yeah,
was
okay,
asking
yeah,
a simple
right.
question. I appreciate your answer. Councilmember Narenheim?
Yeah, real quick, can any mental health professional attend to the first responders?
Generally not. I would look at it from a point of view, because I deal with first responders in my nonprofit that we have, in those in crisis. It's kind of like, I put it to you this way. Police officers, firefighters, and such are like Lamborghinis. You don't take a Lamborghini to a Ford dealer. You need a very specific psychologist, psychiatrist, mental health person that understands them, that can deal with them because of the different crises and issues that they see in every time. They can't just walk into Kaiser and get help. Okay. There's a lot of programs out there that are free to law enforcement agencies, fire department agencies, who truly understand this issue. We don't need to lose anybody. LA County Sheriff lost 4 people in 3 days.
Okay. We're not agendized on this.
No, that's all I wanted to know.
Appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Holly Osborne, yeah, Councilmember Holly Osborne, and then Georgette Ganter.
Okay, I sent in some blue folder items, and so you've probably got them on your screen. I'll hold them up if you don't. Anyway, I had prepared some remarks from the COG for the COG meeting about the 405 freeway widening project. And at the Transportation Committee meeting where I prepared them, nobody from Redondo or Lawndale was there, so I just said, I don't feel like talking. So I gave my remarks last night at the Lawndale Council, and you're getting a slightly modified version here because my duty is to inform, but I feel inadequate after the importance of the 2 previous things. Okay, so there's a proposed program to widen the 405 freeway in the north part of it, between the 105 to Artesia. And I questioned why it was necessary and quoted from various articles that said, according to Metro's own conservative analysis, greenhouse gas emissions from Metro freeway capacity expansion will far outstrip all greenhouse gas benefits from Metro transit. A new newspaper article in the New York Times said, widening highways doesn't fix traffic, so why do we keep doing it? And there's more remarks like that. This project is going to be forced through Lawndale. They really don't want it. The directors have said they're not going to force projects on committees that are disadvantaged. And then they also have recently said they're not going to force projects on, they're going to take into account whether a city was redlined back when redlining first came out. I assume you know what that was. So I went to see, I used the redlining tool, where the redlining was. Okay, this is the map. This is the first one. You've got this red area is Lawndale. This area, on the second one I have, the white thing, that's where the freeway is going to be widened. I have looked for maps or drawings, no indication of how much they'll be widened and whether they will actually exceed and further make larger the footprint that's in Lawndale. So anyway, my third one, this was the one I just did recently. There's actually it's expanded. There's actually 7 sections here. It's not just one thing. Why 7 sections? Then each one can be less than 1 mile. Oh, if it's less than 1 mile, then you don't have to write an environmental impact report. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. I want you all to realize that, okay? I think that's unethical. It's lack of transparency. We should not be supporting it. And also, if we did, one of those would go where the Metro is supposed to go down the Hawthorne route. So please don't support that widening project. And done.
Thanks, Holly. Okay, Georgette Ganter, and then Jonathan Svetko.
Evening again. As a continuation to a study that I did on Artesia in reference to the art project and things going forward, that one day I walked the street and marked all the businesses down and put addresses. So anyway, I took all that information and I'd like permission to distribute this. And
A motion to receive and file?
So moved.
Second?
Aye.
Okay.
Separated everything by percentage so that you guys can see I have, full disclosure, I've applied for that job. But anyway, depending on whoever gets it, doesn't matter. I hope that I can continue to contribute information to help the beautification and public art on Artesia. And I think maybe this might help because it'll show you the distribution of kinds of businesses that exist right now. And it's exciting. I've walked up and down that street so many times just visualizing all the things that could happen. So many places for murals, street painting, sculptures, there's on the medians, signage, whatever. Anyway, if that helps to have everybody visualize what the potential could be on the street, fantastic.
Clarifying question real quick. The percentages behind each.
It's the amount of businesses. So like the number one business is food, so that's at like 9%. And then there's women's grooming, and then like the top three, and the last one is retail.
Awesome.
So it's just distribution.
Okay, thank you.
This is great data, thank you. Okay, Jonathan Savetko, and then the last card I have right now is Jesselyn Waldron.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Can reset the clock whenever you like. Good evening. Thank you all so much. Jonathan Svetko, resident District 1. Came before you last time in May when we had this conversation for an on-agenda item to discuss the concerns around hemp products, intoxicating hemp products. Give a quick background on this stuff. I have worked for a number of years where we have successfully killed bills at the state level on these products because they did not require testing, did not have minimum age requirements, and so forth. There have been multiple loopholes that have come since then that have allowed hemp manufacturers to make intoxicating cannabis products that have the same type of THC, the same type of intoxication in them, to where they are able to be sold, okay? What we did is we ended up actually banning all combustible hemp products, such as vapes and so forth. Last time I showed you some of these on here, I'll bring them up once again. These are sold here in our local smoke shops. One's in South Redondo as well as North Redondo. You can find them in virtually every single one of them. I thought I'd take a little bit further from there and show you that our friends over at the Sandbox are selling these gummies. These gummies that have 1,000 milligrams of THC in them, that in the legal cannabis market, you can't sell something more than 100 milligrams of THC in it. So this is equivalent to 10 legal gummies that you would get on the cannabis market, you can get over there. But furthermore, we also have a new smoke shop in Artesia over there, as you may know, that you can actually get these beverages. So you get a beverage here, as well as one of these combustible vape products over there, and these beverages contain THC in them. But even more alarming, you end up going to actually Bevmo up here in South Redondo. Bevmo sells these on here. They're root beer. 10 milligrams of THC in each and every one of them on there. That is a standard, I would say high dose, if you will, for cannabis products in there. And they're being sold on this stuff. The reason I bring this up is that nothing has been done since May when I asked you guys last time. So we had a bill that was coming through. We ended up having to take it to the governor. If you heard 2 weeks ago, the governor has announced emergency regulations to make all these products illegal. We're still a couple days off from that actually being enacted, but even if it is enacted, we still need enforcement. So the enforcement is still not happening here, and we're looking to have a compliant market in Redondo Beach here of cannabis products. How are you gonna have a successful market if you have a market that's selling these products in every one of these tobacco shops that we seem to have around here? Not just tobacco, but Bevmo and so on. And we have 41 tobacco licenses in the city. I looked that up, 41 or 42, pardon me. We have 42 tobacco licenses in the city that are selling this stuff. How are we gonna have a successful market for this? Now, in this infinite wisdom that the city has gone through in this process, it's ridiculous to me. I have advocated time and time again that we consider also putting a tax on hemp products. And in that wisdom, on our tax measure for cannabis, we had a tax on those hemp products, but somehow carved it out last minute and said that if the retailer sells less than 30% of the square footage of hemp products, that tax doesn't apply. So we have 41 tobacco licenses that are probably selling each and every one of these products in here, and we get no taxes on that stuff going forward. If we move forward with cannabis regulation, you need to clean up the market here in our own backyard if we're gonna have a successful, regulated, and safe market.
Clarifying point, just so you know, Bevmo is in the city of Torrance with a Redondo Beach address.
Thank you for that. That's a good point. I appreciate that.
Another question, Mr. Svetko, did you report this THC sale to the Redondo Beach Police Department?
No, I brought it up to you guys last time. I'd love to have the opportunity to work with them here.
We don't enforce the law here. We just pass laws, but the police department enforces the law.
I'd appreciate the connection if we can work together on that.
I'll send you the admin number. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jesselyn Waldron? Hi, Jesselyn. I didn't see you hiding back there.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Light. I was supposed to present earlier with United Against Hate Week and I got held up. So I thought I'd just stick around and take an opportunity to say hello to everybody and also share 2 things from LA County Supervisor Holly Mitchell's office. This weekend, she does have a racial justice learning exchange. We're working on environmental justice policy summit with local community colleges in the 2nd district. So I definitely invite you to that one. If you're not able to make that one, please come to one someday soon. And then also potentially having Councilmember Nierenheim at our LA County beneficial sediment meeting about coastal resilience, which Redondo is a priority beach in LA County to rebuild your coastline, put more
Number
sand
2,
on your
right?
beaches.
Sand.
So that's it for me. Hello, and hope to see y'all again soon. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry we missed you for the proclamation, but thanks for your role there. Okay, any other member of the public wish to address the council on non-agenda items?
I got an enormous amount of feedback that people couldn't hear me the last time I spoke, so apologies in advance. Austin Carmichael, Public Safety Commission, District 5. What's up, Scott? I have to address the misstatements about the the Public Safety Commission meeting on Monday. I'm going to start with the heaviest weight at any gym is the front door. So to have our police department and fire department come to us as normal citizens and say, hey, from a mental health perspective, we see it's a problem and we're trying to address it. We did not lean in with empathy and curiosity. And so to say one got shut down, the shutdown was because of the fierceness with which the lack of acknowledgement and appreciation that those 2 first responding entities are saying, hey, we have a problem and we'd love to reach out to whoever can help us with that. So I encourage you to watch the Public Safety Commission meeting so you can actually see why, if you will, the shutdown, if you will, occurred. It was absolutely abhorrent how we treated Chief Reagan and how we continue to treat Chief Reagan and the police department every time they come before our commission. What did happen from a positive perspective was I volunteered to reach out to both persons who came before us and write up what they are currently doing, do the research for entities that provide the service, because that's my HR background, and then be able to present a proposal not only to them, but also to the commission to put things like mission and vision and some sort of culture around mental health and mental health in those first responding entities. So I just want to let you know, it's not as bad as it was presented, and I encourage you to actually watch the video for yourself so you can see where we tried to problem solve, and we tried to not make it as big a deal because we wanted to appreciate the fact that they came before us and were like, hey, we realize that we need help. We realize that peer-to-peer is probably the best, but we also recognize that this is not our core competency. So if there's anything that you can help us with, that would be amazing. And that was our takeaway. So I just wanted to let you know that, the alarm bells that just went off, absolutely not true. And I know that everyone's a hero in their own story. So there's my side, your side, and the truth. I encourage you to watch the video for yourself so you can see where we did have a positive outcome. And we did see where both the police department and the fire department are like, hey, any help that we can get would be great. Because this is not our core competency, but it is something that we recognize that we need help with. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
If I may just make a comment to that. Commissioner Carmichael, thank you for your proactive comments on that. I will say that a while back, I did have a Zoom meeting with Chief Butler and Chief Hoffman exploring mental health resources peer-to-peer for our first responders. I can't say I know where that is at this point, but I know that I welcome, as well as the chiefs welcome, any assistance and research that come from commissioners or otherwise, it's greatly appreciated. So thank you.
Absolutely. Sure.
Madam Council and Mayor, my name is Phil Garner. I was the idiot called in 2 weeks ago. I'm electronically altered my voice because I'm a scumbag and I'm a spineless citizen of Torrance. And I don't care because I love everything the Torrance City Council doing and everything that Torrance Police and Torrance Fire doing, because that scumbag Andy Porchop, you know, that always criticize everybody, but not me. I'm Phil Garner. I live in Torrance in my girlfriend's two-story house. In my girlfriend's house I live. She's older, but you know, when you are a gigolo with a piccolo, you know, you take everything you can. I don't want to expose her name. I exposed Andy Porchop real name and his wife's name. I don't know what his wife has to do with me, but I exposed her too. Anyway, so I'm gonna be here in the future because Phil Gardner supporting Redondo Beach businesses. I Phil Gardner go diving with my, how you call that? The old lady I'm in relationship. Anyway, so she's great. She takes me on these diving trips and everything. I'm not just living in her two-story, $2 million house because Andy Porchop doesn't have a two-story house. Anyway, so back to business. I don't know if you remember in the heat wave, we had power outages. And you know, it disrupted the business in Torrance. Half of the Del Amo Fashion Center businesses were shut down. Streets light were shut down. And I feel Gardner, I like it because I hate that power station there. You know, when I go to dive with my, not girlfriend, the old lady I'm in relationship with, we don't like to see that building and we don't need electricity. You know what I mean? Because we just go and dive in the ocean, taking pictures of innocent fish. That's what we do. We don't ask them for permission. We're filming innocent fish and their siblings. Anyway, thank you for all the work you do. I'm Phil Garner again, and good luck with the rest of the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on non-agenda items?
Hi, Wayne Craig, resident of North District 1. And now for something completely different. I wanted to remind everyone that on Thursday, the Planning Commission is having a very important meeting. And for those who don't know, we're currently reviewing the general plan for the whole city of Redondo Beach. This is a project that is 7 or 8 years in the making. A huge amount of effort put into it. Mayor Light and many others here in the room were participating in that whole project, and we're currently reviewing it. We are in meeting number 3, and I want to let everyone know that this is going to impact every single part of the city. Virtually every home, every resident, everything around the city is going to be impacted with this. And it's a plan for the next 20 or 30 years. So I would invite everyone to participate and come down to the Planning Commission and weigh in on it. The document, if you want to go through the packet and the agenda, it's pretty long. It's about 453 pages. And yes, I did read it because I take my responsibility seriously as being on the Planning Commission. And I want to thank you again for appointing me onto that. And I want people to weigh in on this because unfortunately, the majority of our meetings have been focusing on one paragraph out of this 456-page document. And there's a lot more to it. Please pay attention to this. This is going to impact you for decades to come. And it's on Thursday, 6:30 p.m. right here. And if you can't make it, you can watch it on TV and call in. But I really want everyone here to participate in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council at this time? Anybody online?
Yes, Sal Williams. think the person. Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes, hi, this is again about the Redondo Beach City Council encouraging that mentally retarded predator who calls himself that silly name, Andy Porkchop, when again his real name is Andras Turda. Again, Turda, like.
Okay, sir, can you address the council? This is time to address the council.
Yes, I
not to
don't like
address-
the council. I do not, please do not interrupt me. I do not like the council encouraging, all right, a mentally retarded guy, all right, who is a sexual predator, all right. He is destroying people's lives. He's destroying people's, I mean, he terrorizes people, and you people give him, give him a platform. Whoa, that's ridiculous. All right. He gets all pissed off when whenever someone says his name because he thinks that it violates healthcare laws. That's how crazy he is.
Scumbag, say my name in publicly, but I never told him. You are serious that people lost.
Sorry. We don't have a quorum.
This is what drives it out.
There,
Code of conduct, so we can copy.
I'm back.
Okay, so I gotta-
Okay. Anyone else? We've got 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in. Come on up. On non-agenda items.
Yes, good evening. I was informed Redondo Beach would be allowing a couple dispensaries, marijuana
Yeah,
dispensaries.
that's on the agenda tonight, sir.
I didn't see it on here, but I just
It's
want,
on, it's
I just want
on.
to mention, I've read the ordinance. The ordinance says.
This is, we're having that hearing, so you have to wait for the hearing to talk
Can I
to
just
that.
mention one thing? I've been,
No,
I'm
you cannot.
following the ordinance.
If
put
it has to
application
do with
in,
an
and you guys
agenda
don't have
item,
applications
you can't
available.
talk right now.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? We've got less than 2 minutes. Okay. Let's see, moving on, we're going to, we changed the order of the agenda. We're going to item P1. That's the discussion and consideration of voting delegate and alternate for the 2024 League of California Cities Annual Conference.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so every year, the League of California Cities has an annual conference, and this will be held October 16th through the 18th. So the delegate is Councilmember Kalutjedovich, and alternate is Councilmember Barrett. I need confirmation that you guys will be attending so I can submit their request from us that it's been voted on.
I will be attending.
So you don't need any action on this?
Just to, just receive and file, so that.
Okay, can I
Well,
get a
just
motion
to, I
to
think
receive?
the action that the league is looking for is affirmation that of the two delegates, the alternate and the delegate. So as long as that's the case, then we'll be able to submit accordingly, register, and then we'll help both of you with the voting card and process when you arrive. There's some additional steps now to voting at these meetings.
Councilman Barrett, would you like to be the voting member?
Ooh, that's between the two of us?
Well,
Yeah, you're the two delegates, yeah.
Well, one's a
Yes.
delegate
And
and
the
one's
other's
an
the alternate.
alternate.
That's right. I think I'm currently listed as the delegate.
Correct.
My question is, would you like to be the voting?
I would accept it, but being that you've put in the time and effort to be the actual delegate and available to go, if you want to be the voting member, that's fine as well. If you're offering it to me and you would like me to take it, I will. Either way, I leave it up to you.
I'm offering it to Councilman Barrett.
Okay, well, thank you. I'll accept.
Okay, so who's the delegate?
Councilmember Barrett.
Okay, thank you. And then.
Okay, any
maybe the
discussion on
alternate.
that item? Any member of the public wish to address item P1?
Hi, Council, what up? I'm Phil Garner. This is a very good agenda because if you pay for this organization to be in, at least, a delegate should be there, That's what I think. So at least one of you should be there and vote on these things what the taxpayer pay to, So I appreciate it if somebody gonna go there and actually listen to this. But in my opinion, you just could keep this organization because, I mean, you know what to do here. You don't need somebody to tell you what to do. Anyway, a delegate, absolutely. Thank you very much. And I was Phil Garner, I'm here in person addressing you. And remember, Mary, oh, sorry, I'm done.
Motion to designate Councilmember Barron as delegate to Cal Cities and Councilmember Kalajerovich as the alternate.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other member of the public wish to address this item? Anybody online? Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Okay, that's 4-0. Okay, jumping into item N1, discussion and possible action on the draft cannabis regulatory ordinance and application guidelines.
Madam Clerk, would you share the screen over there for us? There you go. Thank you.
Before we get started, can I just say something publicly? I'd like to publicly acknowledge Elizabeth House, who has been working on this particular topic now for going on almost 2 years. It's been quite the effort. She deserves a lot of credit for that. We're not across the finish line yet, but I think we are making meaningful steps. So Elizabeth, our thanks for your hard work on this. And of course, with our help here from our friends, and you'll cover that in your presentation. So thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you. So tonight we are presenting the drafted cannabis regulatory ordinance. With me, I have Johnny Onai and Jason Chang from Tierra West, our advisors in developing this ordinance. And last time we discussed the ordinance, council provided direction on several elements. Since then, we've incorporated council's direction into the draft ordinance, and our consultant team has also included some additional language in certain sections of the ordinance. What we're going to do tonight, or for tonight's presentation, is similar to what we did in May, which is we'll present a section or element of the ordinance to the city council, and then we'll ask the council to have discussion and provide direction to staff on that particular section. It'll be a little bit different tonight because we have the city attorney who will provide council with his analysis of these items as well, which will just help further inform your discussion after that. So just a quick review of what we're going to go over tonight. The presentation will include a review of council's previous direction. Some of the items you discussed at the last meeting you had unanimously agreed upon, while others there was some additional conversation and a few of them had a split vote on them. Some of the elements discussed at the last meeting also needed city attorney review, so we've separated these out so that the council can receive the city attorney's analysis and comments, and then you can consider discussing those particular elements again tonight. After we review council's direction from the last meeting, we'll then touch on a few other sections of the ordinance that require council's direction, and then we'll open it up for council if you want to discuss any other parts of the ordinance we didn't specifically mention in our presentation tonight. And with that, we'll get started on council's previous direction. You'll see here 3 elements that there was general consensus on. We won't delve into these tonight unless council would like us to do so, but I did want to include them tonight as a recap. First, council wanted to have the ordinance be specifically for retail storefront and retail delivery operations and exclude all other types of cannabis business operations. The second item is related to the term of the permit. Council agreed to a 5-year term for the permit with the option to renew for 2 2-year extensions, which would be done administratively through the permit administrator. But if the permittee wanted to seek additional term, they had the option to renew the permit for an additional 5 years, but this decision would be made by the city council. And then the last item that there was consensus on, council had decided that the attainment of a property would be required as part of the application process. All of these elements, all 3 of these elements have been incorporated into the draft ordinance that was submitted as part of the agenda packet tonight. And if council feels comfortable with all of these elements as they are, we'll go ahead and move on to the next set of elements, unless council wants to speak to any of these tonight. If not, we'll move on.
Hold on.
Did somebody have a question?
Reviewing it.
Councilmember Baji, you still have your hand up.
Oh, no, I put my hand up for,
Oh, you did?
Yep.
You want to speak now?
no,
Okay.
thank you.
Should we play some music?
We can always come back to it as well.
We're waiting on somebody.
I'm good now.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on then to some other elements that we had touched on. So these are items where either there was a split vote on it, or these are items that the city attorney will provide his review and analysis of. We will start with the community benefit plan. As you know, this is a plan that council wanted to have as part of the application process initially. It speaks to ways the permittee will contribute back to the Redondo Beach community and how they'll engage in the education of our more vulnerable population in the city. At the last meeting, it was recommended by Terra West that we eliminate this as a requirement from the application, primarily because there really is no way to enforce it. Council voted to keep it in the application process, but requested that the city attorney research whether this can be an enforceable requirement, and if there's any litigation risk associated with this. And so I'll go ahead and invite the city attorney to provide his comments on this particular section of the ordinance, which after that, the council go ahead and discuss the item.
So I looked at, as Ms. House is mentioning, the council in two important areas did not adopt the consultant's recommendation. And the first was to eliminate the community-based plan. And so at the council direction, I've reviewed a lot of the litigation regarding cannabis dispensaries, and Councilman Barron had asked to look at it. And the first thing is the risk is very high. And part of it is because of the value, potential value of each cannabis retail permit. Terra West had estimated in the last staff report in May that based on a potential 5% tax rate, which is what it was prior to council making a change, it could collect between $250,000 to $500,000 a year, which would equate to a $10 million a year return. Because with the extensions that are in the current ordinance, it could be 5, 2, 2, and 5. It could be 14 years. So you have 140 million reasons why people are going to be motivated to pounce on any error in the city ordinance or in the city process, or any bias by city staff or by the council member as the decision maker. I've reviewed a lot of the lawsuits, and it can occur at any point, any and all points in the evaluation. It can be of improper language in the ordinance. A lot of them have to do with failure to follow the process as written, failure to meet the timelines. And so if you set time parameters that city staff can't make, you're going to get sued on that. Bias of city staff or the city council. And there'll be extensive, and we're like any other city, there'll be extensive public records requests. They'll be doing communication requests from staff answering questions of the different applicants. And they will pounce on anything as simple as a clerical error to show that it was done to favor one side or the other. In one case, the city manager the ordinance said the scoring rubric has to come out within 60 days. It didn't. And it came out after the applications were received. So that was proof of bias that the scoring application came out to favor whoever the successful applicants were. We'll talk about it later, but right now, the council chose, in opposition to Chair West's request or recommendation, to be the final decision maker. And yet, there are no standards by which the council's making that decision. And there would be a problem with, in some cases, we'll talk about, at least perceived bias for some of the potential applicants. A mistake in the grading of unsuccessful applicants alleged that, if there's discretion at any point by city staff or by whoever is scoring it, they'll say that, no, this was wrong. You didn't treat us the same as the successful applicant. People will also attack the grading of the successful applicant. No, they didn't qualify. They didn't earn 100 points. You should have given them 70 points. And so you get attacked all along the way. Improper and unfair appeal process is the body or person appointing the hearing officer fair and impartial? Is the person appointing them the decision maker? And they're also, in essence, appointing the appellate body. And does it take too long? There have been suits where the winning party said, this is taking too long. It's too long a delay in the appeal process or in the process of getting the CUP, which is needed to open. And so the city has been sued by one of the winners. And I think the most telling comment, if you look in the ordinance that Tierra West drafted, there's a section in there with the city's process if we get told by a judge that the city did it wrong and you have to grant additional permits. Typically, a city doesn't assume in its ordinance we're going to get it wrong, and what to do if a judge of competent jurisdiction tells us to. So I just want to make clear the council goes into it with very clear eyes that litigation is likely. Doesn't mean they'll be successful. Doesn't mean that the council shouldn't choose. But every time in the process of the ordinance, in terms of this, choosing who's going to be scoring, in terms of coming up with the standards that the council should use, you should try and be as objective as possible and not necessarily recreate the wheel, because we can benefit from the experience of those that have gone before. I'll go on to the next slide. And this is specifically community-based, community benefit plan. So I think theoretically, we can have it in there and we could probably enforce it by having a community-based agreement that would mandate, contractual agreement that Councilmember Obaji talked about. I can't say for certain because the one case that's pending is the City of El Monte. Now, City of El Monte won, but I reviewed the record at the trial court, and I spoke to one of the outside attorneys for El Monte that was successful in defending it. It's on appeal now. You won't know what the ultimate result will be by the time you make, hopefully you won't know by the time you make your decision, because El Monte has requested multiple extensions of time to file a respondent's brief. The court just ruled that their final extension is due, the brief is due in October. So, and then you have a chance for the appellant to respond, and then there'll be a delay for however long it takes, a year to 18 months. So we won't know. The court sided with El Monte, but they criticized El Monte for some of the scoring, and the the city staff person for El Monte said it was very difficult to do because the applications were so different. Some had a set amount, some had a percentage. The El Monte ordinance allowed people to donate to the general plan, to the general fund for specific purposes to the general fund or to nonprofits. And the city ultimately gave the most points for money to the general plan, which the court questioned but said it wasn't illegal. It's going to be hard to score it. And if you even if you remove stuff, if you're going to go with the general plan, it makes more sense to follow Tierra West proposal, just whatever the money would include it in an elevated tax rate, and then the city council can decide what, community benefits should be used for. If you go with nonprofits, you're going to be subject to a challenge of bias. If you have, there are nonprofits that have been supportive of you in the past, that you've been supportive of, the charge of bias is going to permeate throughout. And in reading the response from some of the cities, they struck me as true because they were so outraged by the allegations. And a lot of them were based on city staff saying they were colluding to help one favored person was. The city staff person was just trying to answer questions, and whoever the plaintiff was painting it as frequent conversations. And sometimes that may have, without any improper motive, led to a changing of the rules, which is problematic. For example, in Pasadena, staff spoke to a licensed surveyor and asked him, hey, should it be good to get a licensed surveyor or a report? And the survey said yes. But unbeknownst to city staff, they were already working with an applicant. And so the applicant, and because the requirement came out late, the applicant, yes, and they were ready to go. Now, we did put that in the ordinance, or I did suggest to put that in the ordinance. And we got the ordinance on August 17th, exactly a month ago, in response to your changes from May. And I think it makes sense to put it in there. It turned out to be a good requirement because one of the applicants was just outside or just inside, depending on how you measured it, either the distance from another candidate's place or within a district. And so that is, I'm put that in, and I hope you all realize there's a blue folder item that has the comments from both Ms. House and me, and based on a conversation that we both had with Tierra West and the research that I did. But the long and short of it is, the CBP, if you keep it in there, invites litigation on an additional issue. Much of the El Monte litigation was based on the community-based plan, and it could delay the process of opening the dispensaries. So unless you really want it, and then if you really do, then we need direction as to, who do you want the money to go to? Do you want it to go to local nonprofits? Do you want to go to the council? And then we'll try and propose a community-based agreement that you could make a requirement in the ordinance. But Ms. House, myself, and Chair West strongly recommend that you eliminate this item from the scoring rubric and fold the tax into the percentage of the tax rate. I know you did receive a blue folder communication from a dispensary that has an alternate view. He thinks we should extend it, but that's our view. Next slide, please.
Before you go on, are you still on the community benefit plan for now?
No, I'm not on it. I was going to switch.
Okay, before we do, Mayor, could I or the council
Yes.
ask what? City staff, TWA, the city attorney's office are all saying to ditch the community development plan. Okay. And for the reasons that have been spelled out, that's fine with me. You know, whether the city wants to do its own teen outreach, you know, to the extent the city, I believe, is perfectly capable of handling public health outreach and educational programs, either through the teen work that's being done or in coordination with our health partners at Beach City's Health District, the school district. You know, we can do that, I presume. Yeah,
Correct.
okay.
We believe so.
Yes, I mean, these would be general fund resources, presumably, if we're successful and ever collected taxes from these sites. You can spend that money locally how you see fit, like any of our other
Just to be
budgets.
clear on that, I don't presume, and I hope it wouldn't require a lot of expenditure for the city to shoot out an email, post a flyer, social
Correct.
media.
Yeah, there are a myriad of ways for
Okay.
us to educate the community, and that can
Right.
include existing personnel, or we could expand that through specific outreach efforts.
If needed, yeah. That makes sense to me. What I'm very leery about, though, is using that as an opportunity to increase the tax rate beyond the 3%.
I'm not arguing for it. I'm just saying, if the council wanted that additional revenue to fund those programs, it doesn't even make sense to do it through the CVP.
No.
And that's why I was saying, if you were going to do it, just increase the tax. If you're going to have it go to the nonprofits, that's fine. We need direction, but then you run the bias. So I'm not arguing for it.
Okay, and that was my point, not to increase the tax for the reasons we talked about previously, which I won't go through again here, but first and foremost, ensuring that people stick with the legal market, not push them into the black market, the untested market. We had that whole discussion. Let's start at 3%. If later on we say, you know what, great idea, let's increase it, let's do it later. But I want to stay at 3 as agreed to by the council previously.
And you may notice I put a change in that section. I put a couple of changes based on our discussion last time. We make it clear that the council can at any time increase the tax from 3% from 9%, so that we didn't have a challenge, oh, you can't do that while my permit is active. So we tried to make that clear.
Okay.
If we can go on to the, because they all kind of run together.
They kind
so
of
if
run
I can
together. That's all
finish-
I had. Thank you for doing that. I don't know if anyone else has anything to speak. I see John shaking his head, appears to be in agreement, so I think we're good.
Okay, we can go on the next slide.
Could we perhaps wrap this? Are there any other comments from the council on this item? Is there a direction on this item?
Well, I'd like to, if we can,
Mhm.
and then come back to it. I'd like, because a lot of it plays together with the judgment and the subjectivity of it all. So if that's okay.
We can do that.
Thank you.
All right, I'll go ahead and introduce the next item for us. This is the final selection of permittees. There are 2 ways, and this is a very simplified version of this. There's 2 ways a permittee may be selected. One is through the permit administrator, and the other is through the city council. Council ultimately decided at the last meeting to have the permit administrator present the top 5 applicants to the city council, and the city council would then select the 2 permittees. And at this point, I will go ahead and hand it over to the city attorney. He can present his review of this section of the ordinance and share with you what he's come across in his research and evaluation when it comes to this type of selection process.
Can you go on to the next slide? I'm trying to remember. And the next one? No, okay. So, and we'll get to this in a bit, but what I'm concerned about is we had talked about, you have 2 levels of determination. Who reviews the application to make certain it's complete and does the initial scoring of it? And then who makes the final determination? When the council first talked about it, when you had HDL as an advisor, they testified that the view was, it was mostly perfunctory. If you did a completed application, you were going to get full scores. And if you failed, then you weren't going to get passed along. And the safest thing was a lottery, so that there couldn't be any, malfeasance, any collusion, anything like that. Some cities do a first in, first completed one that meets all the criteria. The council has never been a favor of that because the council wanted discretion in making its call. The problem is, right now, there's no standards by which the council is going to be making the decision. And as we'll talk about in a little bit, I have concerns, and you'll see it in the ordinance, I have concerns with what the initial scoring, how that's done, because they give certain points up to 100 points. But then it says it's to be done in a ministerial manner, which under California law means no discretion. But then that means to give up to 100 points, the scorer is exercising discretion. And that's a problem. And then when we get to the council has unlimited discretion because there are no standards by which it's using. And that's going to be rife for litigation. And so I think it's important that the council do a few things. And we'll go into detail. First of all, it needs to decide what the criteria is for scoring the initial application. Who determines and who's determining it? Originally, HDL was hired by the council to help write the ordinance and then to score the ordinance. And so they were going together. When they were no longer available to do it, the council made a decision to split those tasks. The council hired Chair West to help draft the ordinance and left for another day who was going to be scoring the ordinance. Well, we need to put that, my strong recommendation is you decide before adopting the ordinance so that we can draft it appropriately. I put language in there that I borrowed from West Hollywood, where that a minimum of 3 people with no business contacts with the cannabis dealers in Redondo Beach, but who have experience in city government, independently score the system, because then it can, limit any biased allegations. West Hollywood has either experience in government business or experience in the cannabis industry. But you need to decide who's going to be scoring it. And I will say, speaking only for myself, given how overworked staff is, I find it hard to believe that staff is going to be able, with their current resources and their current workload, to be able to handle this obligation. Because you have people, what?
It's not a legal opinion.
It's an opinion based on experience of working here for 30 years. And the fact that you promised HCD we'd have an election by March of 2023. And you did it in July of 2022. And so knowing what happens here and the liability to the city, I don't think that can happen. Now, you can change that. You can disregard my opinion, but you need to decide who's doing it, and you need to look at the scoring rubric, because if I were to devise one system, it would have a combination of pass-fail ministerial and a combination of what you actually are looking to see, not how you do it, but you want to see the elements you want to see and the goal of a safety program. And that can be discretionary. And you want to have the people carrying that out understand what the goals are. And then the council could, in that theory, still handle the appeal, but they'll have the same goals, the same standards. I think Tierra West could greatly benefit from hearing from each of you what you think the important goals are. And I could pick one or the other. I could pick, if you want to have the most stable businesses, there are certain things you put in it or emphasize or give points. If you want to have the least impact on the community, you can do that. In other words, if you were all thinking, okay, these are the factors I would use in deciding, you want to put that in the ordinance. If you have discretion, and I'll be blunt, given the conversation and the interruption, you know, you've had a cannabis dealer who's involved in city politics, and so was involved in a recall effort. 3 of the council people have made comments about that person. If that person or their business applies and doesn't get it, they'll argue, oh, they didn't have any standard, they just picked against me. On the contrary, if that person applies and gets it, Council Nierenheim, you took 2 max donations from that person after the election for an office you're termed out in. That looks horrible. So if
Is that, I just want to, is that any worse than you taking from contractors that we hire in the city?
Before we go
It's
there.
not, it's political. So what I'm saying right now, we keep it to the legal side and move forward on
I
there.
have the floor. It's
I get it.
100%
Let's keep this to the legal side. This is not political.
It's 100% worse.
Please stop.
The mayor has gavel.
Please stop.
Okay.
I don't want us to attack each other here or
Well,
impugn
he's-
anybody's motives.
It's just,
Okay,
And I
but
understand
the
you're being
point is,
defensive on that, and
I'm
I understand.
doing it dispassionately compared to what, there have been plenty of articles on his donation, and anyone who
none.
fails,
Let's not
can I
go into-
finish?
No, it's not
Oh,
legal.
I can't finish.
Let's just keep moving on.
Okay, the point is, they will attack, and the way to defend yourself and to protect the city is to have objective standards by which you are making your decisions.
What's the downside to doing a lottery name out of a hat?
Lottery is absurd.
Okay.
Well, that's not a downside.
I just threw it
Who
out.
do you
I-
know who you're gonna get?
The lottery would be, the downside is that you don't have control. And
Okay.
your constituents, last time when I spoke to you, it's the more discretion you have, the more risk of litigation. The less discretion, and that would be none, the more upset your constituents can be when an applicant is chosen that they really don't like or is a bad actor. So I'm not arguing at all for a lottery. What I'm arguing is have objective standards that you can point to. And if you put them in the scoring system, a matrix of pass, fail that's ministerial, and then the standards which you all know, here's how I would decide, and they're proper, and we can review them to see that they're proper decisions. And then the decision maker, whether city staff or outside consultant, makes the decision, and you review any appeals that come to you. You're well practiced in doing that. You do it on decisions based from the Planning Commission. You do it in hearings, appeals based from the Harbor Commission. And just like you're making your decision based on the city laws or the Coastal Commission laws, if you have objective standards in here, then you're going to be protected. But if you just leave it blank, then you're vulnerable, whether the attacks are meritorious or not. And that's the point that I'm making. Go on.
I don't know if council wants to have a discussion now on this item, or if you want to save it
Well,
for
can you
later.
go through all of it so we can, if that's
Sure.
okay? So we can get through, because I've been talking about
Mhm.
the ministerial versus, and it's important to talk about those standards.
Okay. So next on the list from our previous discussion is an item that there was a lot of conversation about, but that council had a split vote on. It was passed 3-2. This was the tax rate, which council voted to set at 3%. And our sales,
Do you know who the 3 was and who the 2 was?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I think the
I
2 were
don't.
Todd and,
No, it's Todd and
Okay,
Jane.
okay, thank you.
Who was it?
Just want to make sure I'm consistent.
yeah. Our sales tax ordinance does allow for a range between 3 to 9%. And so we weren't sure if council wanted another opportunity to have this discussion amongst themselves. If not, I'll move on to the next item, but I just want to pause there and see if there was any further conversation that,
Let's go through the whole thing and then we'll come back and go through
okay.
each item.
Okay, then last item from our previous conversation, council have voted to allow for the relocation of a retail cannabis business, but it was only after 3 years, and the permittee must submit an application again. So essentially, the same vetting process would take place. The permit administrator would receive the relocation application, make sure it's complete, and then present it to the city council for approval. The portion that we want to discuss here with council is similar to the item or issue we brought up just now, which is what standard or scoring the council would use to deny or accept an application for relocation. So again, I don't know if our city attorney wants to speak to this as well, or if there's anything else about this particular item that we wanted to bring up to council.
Again, you want more objective standards. We did put in language based on the discussion from the council as to make it clear that if a permit is granted and then a school or one of the other childcare pops up, they don't have to relocate. So basically, it's once they get that permit, they're good just because someone moves in. So we put language in there. I urge you to take a look at that, see what you think of the language.
And with that, we will move on to some new items we want to discuss tonight. And again, all links back to what our city attorney mentioned earlier. One of the items we want to discuss was the application scoring method. Currently, there would be an application evaluation committee appointed by the permit administrator, and they would score the applications on a scale that has a value of up to 1,000 points. The top 5 scoring applicants would then be presented to the council for consideration. These top 5 applicants would then provide council a 10-minute presentation, after which council would select the 2 permittees. So I don't know if our city attorney wants to take it from here and further delve into options in terms of scoring. One of the things we did consider was making that initial phase more ministerial, as the city attorney had mentioned, and then expanding on the same categories, essentially creating a new type of rubric or scoring matrix for the council later on that focuses on more qualitative elements of that scoring matrix. Or we can revert back to some of the initial conversation of having the permit administrator or staff select the top applicants, select the 2 permittees, and having the council be the appellate body. So I'll hand it over to the city attorney from here.
So I would urge you to look at the application scoring and selection process. See if you're happy, because what Chair West provided is what a lot of cities use and how they interpret it, and they use it along with a scoring, I forget the term, but basically how you score things that's in the document that comes out later. But my problem, again, is discretion and ministerial at the same time. And I think it makes sense for you to be using the same standards that the initial scoring body uses, and that if you're going to have the top 5, I would suggest a 30-minute presentation for each finalist. It's one of the, and I forget which city did this, but perhaps Ms. House or Chair West can, John or Jason can mention it, but there was a city where the council decided, and there were allegations about how the council conducted it. they asked one applicant allegedly a series of very friendly questions, and they, ignored the other applicants per se. We've had a similar lawsuit. It wasn't successful, but it had to do with the car wash that was torn down and then authorized to be a new car wash. And the allegation was against one of the council members that he'd become an advocate, for one result. And the appellate department turned it down, but we had, again, objective standards. So I think the more time you give the panelists, and it would have to be the only thing on the agenda that night, but this is an important enough decision. And again, we're likely to face litigation, so we'll be dealing with, or you'll be dealing with it for months afterwards. Any time you can spend on the front end. So I don't think the 10 minutes presentation is sufficient given the stakes.
Should we move on to the next item? Or?
Can we go through and then come back? If that's okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Keep going.
So the next item, another section we wanted council direction on was the selection of a hearing officer. And this is really just clarifying or clearing up some sections of our existing ordinance or existing drafted ordinance. We need to clarify within the ordinance whether we want a hearing officer appointed by the permit administrator or if we want a hearing officer appointed by the city council. I know we've had some of that conversation internally between the city attorney and I and Sierra West. I don't know if the city attorney wants to make a comment on this at this time.
Well, this changed because of the council's decision, but I think it's described in the ordinance prepared by Chair West. In some locations, it's a hearing officer, which is appointed by the permit administratee, but the hearing officer is hearing the decisions of the permit administratee. The appointed hearing officer is appointed by the council and only hearing appeals of the earlier decisions, the initial scoring system, et cetera, et cetera. They're not hearing any decision of the council. So I tend to favor that as a better process. You should, oh, never mind. I'm stealing from the next slide. Go on.
And then the next item we have on the list is the appeals timeline. It states that a hearing will be held within 15 calendar days and not more than 30 days from the date of the appeal. And then we also need to provide the appellant with all relevant material at least 15 days prior to the hearing. It just seems like a very tight timeline. It's standard language. So we just wanted to present it to council in case you wanted to go ahead and adjust that time frame so that staff can be responsive in a way that's in line with the ordinance.
So again, based on my 30 years of working here and 19 and a half years as city attorney, this is tailor-made for the city to be in violation of its own ordinance. I do not see the city staff working that quickly. It is a bit.
So why is it in the current language being oftentimes?
Well, city manager, can you answer that question? You think the city staff will be able to fulfill this requirement? Administrator, chief administrator of the city?
Well, I'll answer the question before.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
So that was proposed by Tara West. So, and our ordinance.
Our direction was for it to then go to the city attorney.
Yeah, and my recommendation is it be more. And I don't know.
And there was some redlining to this blue foldered one, and I don't see that red line. So I
Well,
just say in the future.
Yeah, well, because so there's a lot of redlining. That question, to Councilman Nierhein's point, is not for me to say exactly what could be. And what I was going to say, it's an improvement in somewhat over the city general appeal ordinance, which is also referred to in the ordinance, where it says, shall forthwith set a hearing, but it doesn't say when the hearing has to be, which I know Mayor Light has had experience with in different roles in the past. And that can be problematic. So I like the idea of it being a time specific, but to have to provide a copy of all relevant materials
Right.
within 15 days.
That's the part that's bothering the
And a
most.
hearing no more than 30 days,
Yeah.
which the council will hear. And it's not like there's a lot of time just floating around on your agenda. So
45,
ultimately,
90?
you have to decide what would be appropriate, and the
Ask the
city.
city manager.
Yeah, I mean, my general thoughts on this would be, we can't have an early date setting of 15 calendar days with a 15-day notice sequence as well. That math doesn't work at all. So the earliest the hearing could be, I think, practically held would be 30 days. And I would set the outside date at least 60, if not 90, to give ourselves time if we need it. So I would go 30 to 90 days, and then I would say 15 days of notice.
And how long for the materials, to get all the materials? Because that is, that could be
Isn't that the same
voluminous.
thing?
The city had, no, there's,
Kind of feel like we said we're going to go through all of this, and now we're picking one apart.
okay, so anyways, that just, you're right, and that was the question from Councilman Nierenheim. If we can go to the next time.
Actually, Councilman Elijah.
No, for him was why it was in there. You did the separate why, how long do we need? Yeah. So can we go on to the next one?
Well,
I think we may be
Good
done.
news is that was the last specific item we wanted to discuss.
You go in reverse order, you can start at the
So,
beginning.
so I don't know if we want to start with the most recent item that we were just discussing, the appeals timeline, and we can make a decision on that.
Sure, what the city manager said, move to do that.
So 30 days and then 60, 90? 30, 15,
90,
60, 90.
15 days of
Well,
notice.
I think we have some more basic. Who does the appeal go to?
Yeah, hearing
Right.
officer is another one.
Basics that we've got to decide on.
Yeah, and,
Trying to knock things out.
well, so, and the other thing, I have a couple other things to add. So, I strongly support spending time, the council spending time on giving Tierra West and Elizabeth and myself what standards do you want the review to do? What are the most important things to you so that we can put it in there and have the scoring appropriately? Who should do the scoring? Who should do the appeal? I think you should probably talk about this twice a month. So, we could be fairly close to it if you get rid of the community benefit plan and you're okay with the council doing the traditional appeal based on the same standards as whoever the initial decision maker is, and then spending your time on what those standards should be. We could be close to having an ordinance in place. But the more we deviate from that, the more we have to see what our answer would be to any litigation, what the city's answer will be.
Okay, so let me take the meeting back. So on the first one, this seems like the easiest, just to determine whether we want to eliminate the community benefit plan. That seems pretty cut and dried, either we want it or we don't.
Yeah, I say we keep it, multitude of reasons. Community benefit plan, all of these applicants who are either here or not here have gone through this before, and they've stated what they were going to do. It's a fantastic way for us to actually fact check. If they say they're going to give 50 grand or 100 grand or give money, we can fact check. Hey, did they actually do it? Go to the city and city staff on the cities they have a license. Did they do what they say they were going to actually do? And in addition to that, it also shows that these retailers actually are going to care over the long term rather than just pay the tax and say, hey, we're just going to write a check and just be done with it. Might be easier for them to do, but what a community benefit plan does is it ingrains them into the community and holds them responsible. For instance, if they have a fun run every year and they hold that fun run is then respective of their work in the city. And
Gonna be in the Riviera Village?
I would love that Riviera Village. Yeah, run for fun. I can come up with a really funny moniker if you give me a minute, but I won't. So I do think we need to have some sort of community benefit plan in there as to what form it takes. I've heard already that no one wants to, some people don't want to raise the tax rate. You got to balance this out, and the ability for us to show, really for them to show and prove what they say they do and what they actually do. Again, we're not the first city to go down this path. We shouldn't be reinventing the wheel.
So any other comments on that?
Yeah, get rid of the community benefit plan.
I understand where you're coming from on this. I think having benefit in the community is great, but us as electeds who hear from our constituents all the time are gonna hear from our constituents what they need. We're gonna hear from people coming, speaking at public comment. And so I would be in favor of eliminating the community benefit plan and rolling that into a percent tax.
And I will say that.
In favor, vote was the last part?
Rolling that into a percent tax so that we
Yes,
could
I agree.
apply it appropriately.
2% to make it 5%. But do you
And
know
Councilmember Barrett disagrees with that.
what the
so.
date was of our last meeting on this?
May 14th.
May 23rd.
So let's consider the decisions that we've made since that time. The budget, all the changes that we made in the budget, Measure FP. So let's think about that when you think about giving a cut to the cannabis retailers in the city of Redondo Beach, giving them a break while everybody else is getting a hike.
So it sounds straw man, it's 3-1 on getting rid of the benefits plan and split over, it's 2-1 on whether we up the,
If we get rid of the plan, I'd be in for a 2% tax.
okay,
I mean, listen, the point here is for them to raise money.
Additional or 2%?
additional.
Additional?
And additional tax, yeah.
Okay, yeah, all right. And can I add something, Mayor?
Yes.
I don't think there's no place, and I want to ask, this sort of question I want to ask the city attorney, for the community benefits plan. I wonder if we can see what they've done in the past communities in which they've been a part and factor that in somehow, either at the council level, if the council ends up making the decision, or for the administrator who's weighing points, allocate points for how they've been involved in their community in the past, what benefit have they conferred, and how have they been a responsible partner in their community, be it.
Kind of a community history criterion.
Right, exactly, and that can be supported by attestations by disinterested people, be it city staff in other cities, city police, city leaders, city managers, whatever, neighbors, residents who live around the other dispensaries, any of that stuff. I mean, that should be something that they can get together.
So-
And that
Including that in the rubric.
determiner of fact. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
So that gets into the selection criteria, and I will tell you, having participated in multiple government source elections and surviving protests at the federal level, if you don't have a clear criteria on how you're going to judge that, you're going to get thrown back in your face. So this is an area I think that's a swamp, because one community benefits plan may be to go, to the examples we use, to nonprofits. The other may be to go to the city general fund. And how do you compare and weigh those two against each other is a very difficult criteria to set up objectively. So I'm okay with keeping it or eliminating it, but not making it part of the selection criteria, because it can take, unless we specify specifically what a community benefits plan is, like how much money you give to nonprofits in the city, or, something that is objective versus trying to compare apples and oranges and somehow saying you've weighed them in one way more than the other. So that's my one, having gone through this, and this is very much like a federal source selection. That gets into the source selection criteria, which I think we're starting to jump into. What I didn't like about the plan is what.
Real quick, regarding the community benefits plan, what Councilmember Baji says, I do agree with looking into, the idea that we need to have here is be able to see the past prior history of the business that applies.
Is it pass fail? How do you weigh it?
Did they actually do what they say we're going to do?
So is that a pass fail?
Well, no, it's more than just that. It's they complied or not complied. They complied 100%, 50%, 75%. That's a huge deal.
Well, I don't want to I don't think we're going to get into examining what they said to the other community they were going to do and what they did, but just what was their impact on the surrounding community, right?
Yeah, they do it.
What do people say about having them in their community?
Yep, I agreed. Yeah.
Mr. City Attorney, you got a skeptical look. So is that problematic or not? And I guess this goes to another question I'll pose to you, which I wanted to ask earlier, which is why does the criteria for the administrator have to be the same as the criteria for the city council? Because as we work through this, Councilmember Narenheim and I worked through this, we envisioned the city council, if we were the ultimate determiner, is making findings the same way the planning commission does as to a CUP, saying, you know, and we have a list of potential factors, but they are subjective, but they're factual and presumably they'd be factually supportive. Insofar as, well, okay, maybe not subjective, but let me get you a list of them.
Well, if I can, without looking at the list. So
If you look at the points, the way they're laid out, some of them are like, they're clear, black and white, yes or no.
yes.
Right? And so the points that the staff is going to get is going to be the same points that we get when it comes to us. And so there's really no, you know, breaking one way or the other unless we have different criteria that we can assess them on, right?
So what I'm saying is, what I'm suggesting, there's a lot to unpack there. So when you do a hearing, you make specific findings. They may be different findings than the Planning Commission made, but they're based on the same law. And so, you know, one of the ways you could do it is you have the same standards, some of which can be pass, fail, and make them ministerial. The ones that you don't want to be ministerial, you can have discretion and have more clear standards as to what's going to be scored. Not just have a safety plan, but have a safety plan that meets these goals, and that's sort of discretionary on how well he meets those goals. The other way to do it is you really make it ministerial for staff. They're just figuring out if all the boxes are checked. And then you decide. It's different standards. But my point is, then make certain that the public knows, the applicants know, that a reviewing court knows what the standards are by which you're judging, you know, what are the goals that you're judging? I don't say they have to be the same. I'm just saying they need to be clear. And can I, the one party that we haven't heard from is the party that drafted your ordinance. You've heard from Ms. House and you've heard from me, and you have the red lines that I made specific changes and highlighted sections that we needed more direction from the city council. But it'd be good to hear from Chair West.
Sure. And the public, because obviously there's a bunch of people here. But if I could just ask just a question, if you could light up 2B, please. So these are some of the, when I said subjective, I mean like in HCD's terms, they would determine that you can't determine style inconsistent with the surrounding neighborhood as subjective, but that's potentially permissive for us to determine as to a commercial business, right? And so, oh, this is on extended.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it being subjective. You using your discretion, I'm okay. But the ultimate goal that the applicants have to shoot for needs to be clear. Right now, they have nothing. The 5 council is going to decide.
Right.
And that's all we know about. And it will be tough for the city attorney to have to be able to defend that.
So as far as findings or criteria for the council, if we are the final determiner, and I'm not dedicated to that, I don't really care either way who is, but storefront design and merchandising that doesn't target young patrons or pedestrian traffic. Finding of substantial community benefit conferred by applicants' other stores as attested by independent disinterested witnesses, taking into account their professional stature in the community. Quality of layout design from a security and safety standpoint, taking into consideration any opinions from the chief of police and fire. Types of products to be sold and the quantity and value of products to be sold. distance away from youth centers, et cetera. So do those seem like decent criteria that we could have for the final selection from those who've come through the administrator?
It does. You'll get challenged on it because they're going to say, well, no, you're going to get challenged on anything. It's more, you don't want to invite challenges. You don't want to have unnecessary challenge you're going to lose. Like the last one, you already have an objective standard in there. You have a minimum from youth centers, and then you have a bonus 75 points if it's, I think it's 600 feet. And then, well, but the objective is probably better because you have minimum 600, you don't qualify within 600 feet, and then you get 75 points for being a minimum of 1,500 feet away. That's better than the subjective thing. But some of the things you can't make objective, and therefore, that's why I was saying you remove some of the ministerial. Ministerial, is it pass-fail? Leave it in. And if it's not pass-fail, then put what the purpose is, what the goal is, and then you can exercise your discretion. You'll get challenged on whether you used it properly. You'll get challenged on any allegations of bias, but it's easier to defend if it's like, you get to make the decision and they're going to have to show that it was an abuse of discretion for you to decide applicant A was better than applicant B.
Okay.
Councilmember Barrett.
Can we have Tara West speak to?
You're not asking me. Go ahead.
And if we are going to have John and Jason speak, which I'd like to hear from them too, if you two could also address this notion of, and this is something that struck me, we use this ministerial duty phrase all the time, right? And to Mike's point, that implies in looking at the scoring rubric that that's a yes or no, that's a pass-fail calculation. However, we also use phrasing under those subjects as up to a certain amount of points, right? That implies discretion or more of a qualitative review by the committee member. So it seems like, I'm guessing there's some reasoning for that. So if we could hear specifically what that is, and then it might be helpful to identify which of the scoring criterions subjects better lend themselves to the more objective ministerial check the box yes or no and apply points versus areas where we would be better served spending time with a more thorough discretionary review based on the expertise of the individuals that are assigned to the review panel.
I appreciate that. Thank you, City Manager. The criteria that we've established is very customary in the industry in many cities. When we say ministerial, we use it, and as the city attorney indicated, it should be more black and white, and that has not been our previous use or used by others. And so it has been a little bit more discretionary relative to how we as a firm evaluate applications. But the more that we make it objective, as the city attorney indicated, the less risk there is. And so then it's a matter of going through each of the criteria to determine where the discretionary component might be, such as the distance and getting more points because you're further away than is required by law.
And the only thing I'll add to that too is, this process was put in place with, the ministerial and some subjective components, really just in the best interest of speed of getting through these applications, kind of separating the cream from the crop, not being too in the weeds with staff or whoever the evaluating initial body is, getting those best top applicants to City Council. So kind of the mix is for that reason.
So is there any, as I look through this, right, the categories such as the first category, qualifications of the applicants, owners, and managers, and then we're applying points effectively based on expected taxable gross sales, right? 100 points for 10 million a year, 50 points for 5 million a year, et cetera. That seems like a fairly basic objective criterion, right?
Yeah, but those are two separate criteria.
Well, right, and.
One's on sales, one's on service.
Right, so we're assigning points based on that. When we say up to, I mean, again, I think in the areas where we're going to be ministerial, if we're going to use that phrase, and more objective, we shouldn't say up to, we should say 50 points if. And in the areas where we're going to use discretion, we shouldn't lead with the phrase ministerial, and we should make clear that it's going to be based on the discretion of the reviewers, and then the up to is going to be up to them and their view and reading. So the phrasing would be something like, based on the quality of the description in the category, or something like that, right? Or what's provided. It seems like some of these categories are going to lend themselves more specifically to a finite pass-fail than others. So
Yes.
is there could you quickly surmise or summarize what those categories would likely be, to Mike's point? I mean, obviously, we could come back with this as a suggestion if the council wants us to go through this exercise.
Well, we had that conversation, and the reason why some of it, the ordinance, Councilmember Baji is redlined and some of it isn't, is they agreed that some could be pass-fail and ministerial, and some could be discretionary and up to. But they indicated it would be helpful to know from the council, what the council wants to see in there, the standards the council wants to see. So you don't have to, write it, but if you're saying, that the financial stability of the owner is of utmost importance, then we can write it that way. If you're saying, no, the most important thing is the safety plan, or the most important thing is whatever, then we can come up with a draft and relatively quickly, so you can talk about it in a couple of weeks, okay, do we capture your priorities?
I think there's some more basic stuff we should come to first. First, should we have a team that makes the first selection, and then the council's the appealable body? Or do we really want the council to sit here and get
No,
a
it
list
should
of
be,
people and
they
and
go
make
through it, see what applications are successful or complete. Then they come through and they score it, they do an interview, the staff, and then they bring the top 5 to the council and say, here are the top 5 in set order.
Is that what we really want to do?
Why not?
Because
And that motion to the council is essentially the appeal. Absolutely.
that's not an appeal.
The council then can do the interview and change things if they need to, top 5.
To me, that just personally, that's not the way to run a selection like this. Personally, I think it's a lot cleaner that we appoint a selection team, and that selection team makes a recommendation based on a mix of pass-fail and, now, I wouldn't say subjective, but scored criteria against standards. And then if the people who applied and didn't get the scores they thought, then they can appeal that score to the council. And then the council is doing what it's better at doing, and that's adjudicating whether that body heard that correctly and made the right choice. But to sit there, to me, to have two different scales for measurement for the staff or whoever the initial source selection team is, and then a different one for the council, there's still, that leaves the council open to attacks that you didn't score it right, because that's the first time they will have been scored against that item. And so there's a bigger check and balance if you have a sub-tier source selection team that makes the recommendation and ranks them, and then the council either hears appeals or approves and what that recommendation is. And if we do that correctly, for example, the source selection team doesn't have to be the same people. It should have a couple people that are the same, but maybe a security section includes the police chief, right? And the money side may have financial officer or the treasurer on it. And so you can have those teams come together under the city manager or whomever we pick, and they make either the final recommendation or they make the decision, and then it's appealable to us. To me, that's a far better and
So
defensible.
in the EIR process, you essentially have a de novo review at the council, regardless of the questions brought up. In the RFP process, all the proponents come down, usually just one, but others have come down as well, and we have selected outside of that normal process. That's no different.
But the EIR is an appeal. It's not a separate evaluation.
Can we hear from the other council members?
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, Councilmember Barron.
It's on a different topic than we're talking about this moment, but it goes back to the community benefit. What was the percentage rate we had attached to the community benefit plan? Was it 1%?
It was 1% in the initial recommendation from Tierra West.
So if we remove the community development plan, then that 1% was already baked in earlier to the past ordinance. In other words, it was a 1% that would be paid to the community development plan. We're getting rid of it. So I guess what I'm saying is maybe the fair compromise would be to take that 1%, go to 3% to 4%, as opposed to a higher number. That's all I'm proposing. Looking for a fair compromise on that.
Okay.
I'd be interested to hear
pass it.
from the folks that we're going to hear from, whether they think that a 5% tax would either cause them to have to do activity on the black market or lose business to the black market.
So I prefer we open it up. They're only going to get to speak once.
Oh yeah, no, I got a whole list of things I'd like
Yeah,
to address, but I just throwing it out there as something to keep in mind to address.
So let's go back to the,
Let's go back to the appeal. I want to make sure we're.
yes, I want to see what the council's temperature is on the appeal. Does somebody else have a?
Should we get to the appeal first or the final selection? Are we settled on council making the final selection?
Well, that's what I'm getting at. Is the council the appealable body or the final selection body?
Final selection. It's the same difference to me.
I'm more in favor of us being the appealable body.
I am as well, for the reasons the mayor stated, unless we hear otherwise from the city attorney. I mean, now we have two scales. It's like,
Okay. So
but go ahead.
if
yeah.
that's what you want, then what you're determining, you want to do the lottery system for the selection, or you want to appoint somebody to do the selection?
There's a committee that would be ranking things ministerially, yes or no, in addition to some scored
Okay, so
criteria.
they're scored, right?
Yes.
Now we end up with 5 to 50 groups that are scored within the top whatever, right?
And that same body would select the top applicant.
Okay, and is that okay, Mr. City Attorney?
Yeah, depending on what the standards are.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, a mix of, you want to have pass-fail and scorable standards that are what the council wants to see.
Right.
And you want to make it where it's not just, you fill out an application, you know what you're doing, everybody's going to get 100. With the scorable, there'll be delineation, and then if the top 5 come to you, the council can go, no, we think this safety plan is better. We
Okay.
think this.
So I'm okay with that, but now query, this committee chooses two people, 2 licensees, right? And now 5 file appeals and 5 come to us with an appeal. To grant an appeal, we'd have to kick somebody out from the 2 licensees, right? Or we'd have to open up more licenses.
So hold on.
And change the ordinance, right?
Hold on. It's 2 or top 5. We've always been talking about top 5.
I think the way it's written right now, we don't have a number, correct? Don't we just say, we would make a recommendation?
Right, currently it's written, it would be the top 5 coming to council, but I think we're still discussing the situation that the mayor brought up, which is the top 5 aren't brought to the council. The top 2 are selected by this committee, and the only thing that will come to council is the appeal. Am I understanding that correct?
Right, and I care less about that than I do about the standards. Like, I'm okay with the council make decision if the standards are solid. So it's less discretion, because if it's an appeal, to answer your original question, you're going to hear an appeal that we got scored too low. and the top two got scored too high. Here's why. And if you grant the appeal, then you're going to say, oh, it's number 3, it's number 4, it's number 5, that moves up. So I'm okay either way, as long as the standard.
Sorry, in the case that we were to grant an appeal,
Right.
what would happen? There would be 3 licensees, or somebody, the number 2 licensee would drop out and this one would go in?
It would be the number 2 would drop out.
So then the licensees selected would not actually get their CUPs to start operating until the appeal period closed.
Yes, and that's part of the problem where, I forget what city it was, where they sued.
Waiting too long.
Waiting, because it was 6 months going on, and so we can't get our CUP.
Right, we just extended the period.
And that's no different than the federal government. You have 100 days to appeal. No, you have 30 days to appeal, and then the government has 100 days to respond to that. So that's no different than the federal government. They say they won't let you start on the contract until the appeal period's over. And if they get a protest, then you don't grant until the end of the appeal process. So.
And the point I want to stress, and this was covered, is if we're going to go that route where you're the appealable body and we're ultimately, our committee's making the determination initially before appeal, we are going to need some more discretionary criteria based in our rubric. We're going to have to do that.
Discretionary, objective.
Well, it's objective, but we're going to, the people that are on the panel are going to have to have the ability to evaluate what's presented to them and make a qualitative decision as to the points that are.
And I think you need it either way, whether it's appeal or ultimate decision, because if you don't have scoreable criteria, they're all going to come, you're going to get 50 instead of 5.
My issue with the council making a decision, you hand them a bunch, and that means the council's going to go through basically a whole source selection, which if you've never been on one, it's a lot of deliberation and homework, and a lot of what
the council
staff.
shouldn't be on it. Council shouldn't be on it.
Well, that's not what you're saying. If we get the
it should be
top 5
staff.
and we have to select a 2, that's a source selection.
Okay, so are we in agreement that staff, this committee of staff, will ultimately choose the two finalists?
Well, we have to have the top 5 because we have 1 per district. If the top 2 are in District 1.
No, they pick by the criteria, so they can't pick 2 in district.
Yeah, we're going to have to give you 2,
So-
one north, 1 south.
Have to meet all the criteria.
Real simple then.
2 different districts.
Right, yeah, 2 different districts, I guess.
And this distance is apart and all of that.
Yeah, yeah.
The logo's not an example of our decision
Well,
making.
I just want to be very clear, though. The last system that we had, the city manager would assign multitude of people from within staff. And that's the same thing, same process we would move forward on. Right?
Well, right now,
The
there's.
alternate is we.
Well,
tell
let him
the-
finish, let him finish.
I want to know if there's an alternate
Let him
answer.
finish.
Yeah, the way I read this now, if this were the ordinance that were passed, I would assign somewhere between 3 and 5 staff members to serve on the committee. I would also appoint a permit administrator, my designee that would ultimately lead the project, lead the application process, and coordinate the evaluation of the various applications.
Can I correct it slightly?
I would recommend that we augment staff with consultants who do this.
No.
So it wouldn't be whoever you.
Whoever I
They make it, yes.
I haven't said which one.
Okay, there's none.
The only change, it would be the permit administrator.
starts with that
They
designation.
would then appoint the, 3 to 5. I used Hollywood as an example, West Hollywood. They say a minimum of 3. They always use 5 people. Pasadena borrowed their language and then hired HDL, and HDL didn't have a minimum of 3 people scoring it. So they violated their own ordinance. And that's why I was saying at the start, whoever you choose, you've got to make certain that they have the bandwidth and they will follow the ordinance. And the other point is, this is going to be an unpleasant process for whoever gets assigned to it. Based on the lawsuits I've seen, every mistake they make will be painted in the worst light possible. So you're doing no favors to anyone that you assign this to.
Yep.
The other thing
Okay.
about the council deliberating, staff can deliberate all they want behind closed doors and meet and go through the
Right.
scoring and talk to each other. We can't, everything we do, if we're scoring this, has to be on this dais. We're going to spend
Right, we're not,
multiple
we shouldn't be doing
meetings.
that.
Well, if we have to go through, if we get the top 5 and have to go to 3, everything we decide on that, or 2, everything we decide has to be up here. So we'll have to do our own scoring up here in public.
Right.
I just,
So-
I think that's a recipe for disaster.
No, I just want to reiterate to the public, though, and to the fellow council members here, that not all cities get sued. And if we do get sued, if we're not the ones footing the bill, the 2 top applicants who win it will be paying the bill. So that's a very important point
Is
to make
that in
sure.
our ordinance?
Then we'll get sued on that.
No, it's a standard practice. I made sure that was in there a while ago.
We've had that when other, Center Cal, for example, we had that until they stopped.
Do we have bond? We have a bond in here too, right? So we have a bond as well. So we've learned from our past prior history. Thank you very much, voters.
So are we in agreement that, that we should be an appellate body or we're the selection body?
Just one question to Ms. Rosansky. Do you think staff, considering what you have in here, which currently, and I'm not in love with it, but currently has complete architectural site plans, et cetera, what are they called, side views, schematics, whatnot, what's that, elevations, yeah. So you got a group of staff members who can afford the time to go through what these groups are gonna hand in?
We will have to. I mean, to the city attorney's point, there's no question it's going to be a deviation from other work efforts, and it's going to impact our productivity during that time. And candidly, I will have to assign, or the permit administrator will have to assign, or we may want to change that where maybe I'm assigning, but it's going to require some of our most capable staff members, which means, I'm looking at department heads, assistant department heads, very capable managers, and folks who I think will have the skill sets necessary to be thorough and consistent in their evaluation. So it will largely be tasked to some of our most critical staff members. So to answer your question, it will impact productivity, but it's an important subject.
And just, after the first round, if you select correctly, it's not going to be a annual occurrence.
Right. The goal here is to select 2 very capable applicants that operate successfully in the business for whatever that initial term is, which I think we've got it set at, 5 years now?
5 plus 2.
5 plus 2.
14 years.
So there's going to be a lot of work early on. Would it be nice to have a consultant to perhaps, as we had initially envisioned, consult on and advise in some of the prerequisite criterion to collect materials, to organize some of the ministerial efforts? It would be nice. Is there another way for us to do that, perhaps by bringing on some part-time administrative help? I don't know. There might be other ways to tackle that, but there's going to be a lot of paperwork associated with this, and that in itself is going to be very time-consuming. So
I will tell you, that's how the federal government has what they call CETAs that help select. Now, they're not the final authority, but they do a lot of the heavy lifting.
the coordination, I think the way we envisioned originally with HDL's support is that they would be the coordinating entity working with the permit administrator as the single point of contact, doing pre-screening, collecting materials, ensuring that all materials have been submitted. And then ultimately, there was, I think there was actually a pre-selection process, and then we were going to convene the committee to do evaluations.
And I would hope that, depending on what we pick as the scorable, that it's not just 3 people for the whole thing. You bring in the police, for example, for the security plan, if that's the scorable.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. What I'm envisioning is we'd have a representative from the different departments that would have expertise in the different subjects.
But like they wouldn't score architecture. why
Well,
waste
that's
our
what we're
time?
going to, if we're going to separate that, if we're going to have different groups scoring different components of the applications, then we're going to need to be more specific in this, because I see this as just individuals who would be responsible to score all components of the
I
criteria.
think until we select the criteria, it'd be tough to construct that organization. So I think coming up with that criteria first is our biggest step, and then we can form the
But
organization.
don't we have the criteria in front of us?
Hmm?
We have the criteria in front of
We
us.
haven't agreed on it yet.
Yeah, and.
Yeah,
and-
well, once
There's
we
all
agreed
sorts
upon
of
it.
changes.
Yeah.
So the criteria is important, knowing what each of you think is important. And the other thing I'll say, I think it was Oxnard that had to redo its process. And upon legal challenges, and I saw a quote from one of the dispensaries that challenged it saying that, they do this for a living, and most cities are dealing with it for the first time. And so they make mistakes, and the applicants know how to pounce on the mistakes because they see them.
Yeah, the red flag, you got to set all your criteria before you even accept the applications, because they have to know what they're proposing to.
Yes.
And I would argue discussion should be held very controlled.
Well, that was one of the things I was going to ask about as a follow-up, our blackout resolution, where we were going to have, there shall be no contact with anybody but the permit administrator once we.
Yeah, but even the responses from the permit administrator should be controlled.
And
What we
limited.
did in the federal government is if you responded, if someone asked a question and you said, yeah, this is one I need to respond to, you publish the question and the answer to everybody and let them change whatever's related to that.
Yeah, like we would do with bids. I mean.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So are we good on this? I'm not sure I have a feel for the council. I think Councilmember Narenheim prefers that we get a list and then we wheedle it down to 2.
Top 5, we're the appealable body, so to speak.
That's not appealable then.
It just, then it's top
The
5 comes
decision.
to us, we're the
The
decision
decision.
making. They give us top 5 in effect.
I mean-
The body ranks the points, right? Comes to us. We see the top 2 are.
You're still gonna have final decision-making power because an appeal is gonna come and there will be 2 selected by the staff. And so you'll be deciding whether to let this person come and bump one of those 2 people off.
And what you typically do is do an independent rescoring.
Can I suggest perhaps to focus on the standards? Because that, either way,
Yeah,
that's the
we spent-
bigger.
Can we hear from the public
Well,
first
I wanna
and
go
then
to-
turn? Because they have the standards, they can comment on them, they've seen them, what they think is fair, what they think would be a good standard, right?
Yeah,
Should we
you
get through that
Hold
and
on.
then we
I
can
want
work?
to talk about more some of these ideas like qualifications of applications and managers and owners, $10 million, $5 million, things of that nature. Do we not want to talk about the qualifications of owners and $10 million and $5 million and some of these?
Yeah, let's do it after public comment.
Okay.
They know that that's in there.
Those are the standards. That's the first standard section.
Everybody in agreement to go to public? Get there tonight.
We're going to get there. We got plenty of time.
They're not gonna be final decisions.
Okay, let's go to the public. The cards I have, Tiffany, I don't know how you say this, acquire, how do you say that? Oh.
A query?
Okay,
Okay.
okay, thank you. Penny Wersing. And then Joan Irvine.
Oh, and Mr. Mayor, could I just pose before you start speaking? I'd be specifically interested to hear how much in liquid assets does your cannabis company have on hand generally? Just because that's one of the criteria we currently have in this, and I'd like to see what would be reasonable. Average store revenue per year, and also the question I posed before as to whether a 5% sales tax would undercut you.
Okay.
Somebody really tall was here earlier.
You can hit the button on the right-hand side there, you can go down.
That's okay. Hi, my name is Penny Wersing, and I've been a resident of Redondo Beach District 2 for more than 20 years.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay. It is amazing to me how long it's taking for a legal industry in California to be allowed to operate here in Redondo Beach. Proposition 64 that allows this type of business was approved by the voters in 2016. And there are a lot of cities that have figured this out and have been taking advantage of the tax income and the jobs for quite some time now. And this is tax income and jobs that we could use here. So I'm just asking that you move this along as quickly as possible and just put an end to it. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Joan O'Brien, and then Sue Taylor.
Wow, Joan Irvine, District 1, mayor, city council, staff, people who are here. God, this is like deja vu. This has been going on. I've been coming here since 2017. We have been having this discussion. It really is totally deja vu. And all it is about is protecting the city. Have you even thought of the people who want to have the cannabis here? Tiffany had to leave because she has an autistic adult son that she takes care of. And in order to, she's trying to get him off the meds and working with cannabis. She has to spend 45 minutes going to Harbor City and back. She has to get a care person for him and all that. So you're not considering the fact that she needs that. It's just one of these things that seniors, they are proving more and more that cannabis is very helpful for seniors. And you're not considering the fact of the people. I mean, this is about the people, and this is about then revenue and jobs and et cetera. And all that I'm hearing is you're concerned that we're going to be sued. You're not concerned about me. You're not concerned about the people who use this medication. And I just find that extremely disheartening. But then I want to bring up somebody. I was really honored that one of my guests on my show, Your Best Life, Sue Taylor, is here with us today. Sue is a retired Catholic school principal and the co-founder and executive director of the Pharmacy Berkeley, a well-respected dispensary that is focused on seniors. Her mission is to bridge the generational gap and eliminate the stigma surrounding cannabis. I mean, to say cannabis dealers, it's cannabis businesses. The dealer, that's a derogatory term. She is dedicated to changing that perception from reefer madness to one of social acceptance. She has been featured along with Dr. Sanjay Gupta on the CNN, The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, in a segment, Weed 7, A Senior Moment, in which is now streaming on Max. She hosts a Plant Over Pills video series in collaboration with a company where she interviews notable people. And she was honored with a Lifetime Achievement Award just this year from the Women's Cannabis Awards. So I just want you to hear from her. She's had experience. They have like 6 dispensaries that were not planning to apply here in town, but I think she can give a really good, educated perspective of somebody who has been here for years and is really concerned about seniors. So Sue comes next.
Okay, thank you. So I disagree with the characterization. I think, the council is deliberating this the proper way. And if we open ourselves up to lawsuits, you're not going to get your dispensaries any faster anyway, because we'll be tied up until the lawsuits are settled. So I disagree with that characterization. We're moving through this. We can't sit back there as a group and hammer this out. This is the only place we can have discussions like this because of the Brown Act. So I would ask you to bear with us. We are trying to move this forward. I think this is a big step from where we were before, but it's the first time we're deliberating this form of this ordinance, and we have to take the time to do it right. Okay, Ms. Taylor,
you.
and then Courtney, Karen, or Caron.
My hearts are with each and every one of you. I remember these days. I've been in the cannabis industry for 12 years. If somebody had told me I would be sitting here advocate for cannabis, I said, oh, you've been smoking that stuff too much. But here I am. I didn't choose it, it chose me. My love, I beat out 12 applicants in the city of Berkeley and got the first African-American cannabis club because mine was geared to the needs of seniors. Seniors are the forgotten people. We're the largest demographic. Census 2019-2020 states that we're the largest demographic for the first time in the history of this country. With that being said, come ailments. I don't smoke, but cannabis has a medical benefit. Our seniors, your mamas, your daddies, your aunties, and your uncles, they need help and need to get off the pharmaceutical drugs, and cannabis can help them. And they shouldn't have to travel from city to city to get it. We have to make it easier for them. But I appreciate all your efforts in trying to get it safe, because it has to be safe, and we don't want them going to the illicit market. And we have 10 stores now. I partnered up with a larger company. And my passion is for seniors and to do whatever I can. I don't have to know them. I don't care who they are. My creator put me as the person. I didn't choose it. I never would have. I was scared to death of it, to be honest. But I care. I genuinely care. So I commend each and every one of you. And you don't have to reinvent the wheel. They have cannabis industries, companies that works perfectly. Works perfectly. And the money will come. Don't worry about the money. The money will come because you're doing the right thing and you're doing it for the people. I don't have too much to say. I'm tired, but Joan is my friend. She's an educator. You have a resource here, and stay with it. Don't give up, and don't reinvent the wheel. Find something that works. Oh, we had a cannabis commission that did that. Don't put that on you guys. We had a cannabis commission that was chosen, and they made the decision, and they interviewed all of us, and then they took it to council. Y'all got too much to do that. There are other ways to handle it. You got it?
Yeah, question for you.
Yeah.
I have answers.
I have a question.
All right. How do you gear your store or your place towards seniors? Like, what are you doing to, just so, maybe that's
Give
criteria.
free webinars.
Microphone.
Webinars, okay.
We take.
Stay by the
Oh,
microphone
I'm
so
so
the
sorry.
public.
We have free webinars for seniors. We have buses that will go to senior communities, get them, put them on the bus, we feed them, and then we educate. It's education, education, education. That's key in the cannabis industry. You have to be educated. AARP put out an article, the seniors using cannabis has doubled in 3 years. You have to educate them. You just can't have them use cannabis without educate them of what the do's and don'ts and the benefits
Okay.
they can get from
Ma'am,
cannabis.
quick question.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Do you plan on opening or applying for a license here in Redondo?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I'm only here because my friend asked me to come and I care.
Okay.
I care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all.
I just started,
And I'll
City
bet
Attorney
y'all
has a
at night.
question.
I'm going home.
just one question.
One more.
Sue, Ms. Taylor, City Attorney has a question.
How do you define seniors?
Say it again.
How old do you define seniors?
Now I'm 55. I'm 77.
You need to come to the mic.
All right, we didn't.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry,
So
Mayor Light.
55 and
It's
older.
okay.
55?
55.
Okay.
But I see it, because I was a commissioner on aging for Alameda County. And they begin lower and lower, what's defined as seniors. And so, please keep them in mind, like your grandma,
Thank you.
aunties and uncles. All right, y'all.
Courtney, Karen, and then Jonathan Svetko.
Good evening. I'm Courtney Carone. You did have it right. I wanted to answer the questions you were asking first. I had a whole agenda here of things to say, but can you ask those questions again? And I would love to respond to those first.
They were.
You get 3 minutes.
How much in liquid, well, we can extend it, have 30
Liquid
seconds.
asset question.
How much in
Okay.
liquid assets
So
does
in
your
my-
cannabis company have on hand? Average store revenue per year, and what will the 5% tax do to your company?
Okay, great. So first, what I would like to say is that my role in the cannabis industry is twofold. I'm an owner of cannabis dispensaries, and I have also been a cannabis attorney for the last several years, representing at large many cannabis companies. When you're looking at a process like this, and you're looking at a cap of a store and trying to identify what that store should earn for a scoring criteria, you need to look at it on a single store basis and not as a portfolio of stores. So if a company has 10 stores, you don't want to say, do you have a gross revenue of $10 million? Because they could have 10 stores earning $1 million, which means that they're not really doing that well in this particular industry today. So I would be looking at whether or not a store makes $10 million in one single store that they operate. If you are operating a store that is making $10 million or above gross revenue, then you understand how to operate a high revenue, high processing store, meaning that you have 500 or more customers per day, and you understand how to handle that number of customers per day in your store. So that would be the first part. A 5% tax isn't that bad. It's not great. It's not bad. It's pretty average. Fresno has a 4% tax, and companies are doing pretty well in the city of Fresno. What I don't support what you're talking about here is the community benefit plan. Community benefit plans are why I got into this industry. I love working with clients. I love developing the community benefit plans for our stores because it gives you an opportunity to give back. I think you can ask some of the other cities, like you were discussing, to verify what people are doing in their community. What some cities have done, which has been really interesting, is that they have taken the community benefit plan and they have capped what your giving level will be, so that you don't have folks applying saying, well, we're going to give you $6 million, and you're like, damn, we need that person right away. They say, we're going to cap everybody at 2%. So in your plan, you can state that you're going to give no more than 2% of your gross revenues to your community benefit plan, but they still have to show you that they have a plan. And you can make it a pass-fail. You get 50 points if you do this, you get 0 points if you do not. And it doesn't matter who you're giving to, it's you discussing the plan of what you're going to do in this industry. And that's something that's very important. Now I'm down to 28 seconds. I wanted to touch on delivery. There's been this big discussion about having delivery-only licenses in the city of Redondo Beach, and that is a complete and total fail. No delivery-only standalone companies are making it in this industry unless they own delivery licenses in every single city, and they are literally the only game in town. The insurance alone is completely cost prohibitive and will eliminate that as an opportunity. So I would highly recommend that we focus on retail and not delivery only.
Liquid assets on hand.
Are you talking about money in the bank?
Yeah.
Oh, like,
Well, I don't know what other liquid assets are referenced in this draft ordinance, but yeah, I assume that on average.
you want to know how much somebody should have in order to apply for one of these licenses, or how much they have in
If
operating?
that should even be a criteria. I don't know that it's a legitimate criteria to begin with.
Okay, so yes, I do think it's a legitimate criteria, and the reason is, to open one of these stores, you're talking about $1 million upfront. What happens in these application processes, and I've reviewed hundreds of applications in the past, 6 to 8 years, is that people will give you 15 bank statements that's like between all of these accounts, and this is one for each store that they have, it's like, we have this much money on hand. That money is not earmarked for this project. That's operating expense money that they're utilizing for those actual stores. But in order to meet this threshold that you're putting forth of $1 million necessary in the bank, or whatever that case may be, they're pooling together all of this money that doesn't actually exist. And what happens at that point is they win this license, they hold this license, and they never open the store, because now they're actually running around trying to scrape together the funds.
What's the number that we should require somebody to have in liquid assets?
To apply for a license?
To qualify for a license. Yeah.
Well, what I've seen in most of the other cities is that you have to have 6 months of operating costs. So whatever your pro forma is showing for your operating costs plus your build out. So if you're building out a legit store, you need $1 million to build out this store, if not more than that. And then if you've got 6 months of operating cost, I mean, I'd have to look at a pro forma based on the number of people that are in the city that we're expecting to come in. But, you know, I would be expecting another $500,000 to another $1 million probably in a 6-month period of time. And don't quote me on that exactly, because I'm not looking at it.
Thank you.
Okay.
I got a couple quick questions for you. You said you're an attorney.
And yes.
You have done a lot of applications, a lot of different stores, a lot of different cities. Of the applications that you have successfully won, have there been any cities where the city and thereby you not getting sued?
Has there been any cities that have not?
You didn't end up with a lawsuit?
Okay, so West Hollywood did not have lawsuits based on their application process. West Hollywood's lawsuits were in relationship to the grandfathering in of the original operators. So I thought West Hollywood had a pretty good process as far as the way that they went through all of that. And the clients that I represented in West Hollywood won all 4 of the licenses that were offered and were ranked in the first place position. So we did really well in West Hollywood. Let me think. So Oxnard, we've won licenses. That was a total disaster. But I did want to touch on your point on Oxnard. And you had stated that that they redid their entire process, which is true, but they redid their entire process because their appeal language and their ordinance did not meet. So it's really important that whatever your ordinance is stating also matches what your appeal process is. It's got to be the same. So there was that one tiny loophole that those 3 operators found and then teamed up together because they did not win one of those top 8 licenses.
100% agree.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that part was clearly understood. So they found the loophole.
I was just saying, what one of the...
Okay, let's keep this.
Thank you.
Okay, and you had
Any questions?
And then with the appeal process, what have you seen when you going to the, from the scoring selection process to the city council?
I don't have a problem with the city council making the decision if the city council is making the decision based on a criteria that is the same for every single candidate. So the city of Linwood did not ask the same questions of every candidate in their city council meeting, and it led to a really big problem. So if you're going to be a city council that's going to address each and every one, you need to make sure that you have a criteria and that you have the questions and that everybody gets a fair shot at answering those questions and that it is not one-sided based on whatever personal agenda may exist. I would hope that there isn't one, you know, in that place. But I do believe a city council can make that decision. Is it risky? Sure, but this whole process is somewhat risky. So,
Okay.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Svetko, and then Jashna Melendez.
Good evening again, if I may submit the file.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
All 4?
Aye.
Aye.
I have a copy here for the city attorney as well, too. May- Let that get passed around.
Is this legal paper or tabloid?
Little of both, I guess.
Let's go. Keep going.
Okay.
We've got a long night.
So when it comes to this ordinance, I think a lot has been said here tonight that I will repeat. There is so much wrong with this ordinance, so much that we can get attacked on. We don't have enough time for me to get through it, so I'll give you some of the top ones on there. First and foremost, the 15% of the points given go on whether the company has $10 million in revenue beforehand. That is absolutely un-American, if not discriminatory, to say the absolute least. To say that you cannot start a business here unless you already have an existing one that's already starting somewhere else? Where the heck is that ever possible? All right, next up, distance from youth centers. This seems extremely suspicious to me. How did we have extra points for giving a distance from a single sensitive use and not all of them? Why shouldn't we have it from each and every one of them? To me, that suggests that there's something else going on here, and we've had those kind of problems in other cities before too, where certain operators are getting favored well and ahead of time as we're coming up with a criteria. Impartial selection committee. I'm sorry, I mean this with the deepest respect. This council is absolutely not impartial. It was already stated tonight, Councilmember Narenheim has taken funds from Elliott Lewis before. Previously, I have mentioned this to you as well too, Councilmember Obaji has taken funds from the CEO of Steezy as well. Should this come up and you guys end up having this?
$200 just to.
I understand, but that is the point.
Just to smack Elliott Lewis in the face.
I understand, but that's not the point. And this was why I told you back then that you should have returned it. These are the things that become
Wait, hold on for a
problematic
second.
us.
Didn't you try to give me $500 back in 2017?
Not that I remember.
Okay.
You did, actually, and I returned that to you. So I think
Councilmember
very much.
Narenheim, let's
Yeah, just
So
want to
let's
make
go
sure.
for that. So thank you. At least you understand the impropriety of what that is, right? But you should have given it to Elliot as well, too. Objectiveness versus the subjectiveness. There are questions in here, for example, one of them, the colored interior of renderings and exterior elevation renderings. I'm sorry, we're gonna have that as being a objective question? Someone likes a certain color versus another one? How is that an objective question on here? You really need to look at this when it comes through that. Last and least, now I'm gonna go through this stuff in here. The first page you have on here, this is extremely relevant. This is a lawsuit in the city of Fontana by none other than Elliot Lewis, suing over the subjectiveness and on the property requirements, and that is what is happening to them right now. You should really study this. This is why I wanted you to have this copy of it, okay? Next up, we have a massive problem in the States. I would be shocked if you guys would not take serious consideration of this. You have now, it's been reported, if you haven't seen it, it's been well reported, multiple reports that our state's testing system is completely broken. We have the legal industry where you keep saying it's safe, you can buy products and things like that. That is no longer true. It is no longer accurate. It is so bad that on the next article we have in there, as well as the lawsuit on there, you have a whistleblower from the Department of Cannabis Control who was in charge of this testing, who ran this stuff and ended up putting the whistleblower on the stuff in there. And they are even claiming they even had, beyond pesticides that are bad, they have claimed that there's fentanyl on some of these things as well too. Or they've had reports of that rather. It's gotten so bad that they got fired for it. And now the second in command for the department is stepping down at the end of the month. Tell me how it is a responsible policy for Redondo Beach to say that we should have cannabis in here until the state figures out and can absolutely ratify that we have safe and tested product. We can't do that yet.
Okay.
Are you saying that we should ban cannabis in Redondo?
I'm saying that we should take a pause until the state can actually cut their act together and figure this out.
Pause. I
Pause.
think we've been
Pause.
on a pause.
I don't think how much more pause we
Okay.
can do.
Safety, I certainly hope you're not laughing over something like that.
Enough of the banter. Understood, thank you.
Thank you.
Joshna Melendez and then Trisha Murakawa. I'm sorry if I butchered your name, sir.
You're okay.
Honorable Mayor and council members, my name is Josh Melendez, and I'm a current resident of District 4. I've been a longtime member of the Redondo Beach community and a passionate advocate for our youth after years of serving as a local basketball coach and a referee. And I'm here tonight to express my support for the community-based program. Being a local resident, I was really excited coming into this hearing, but I have to be honest, I'm generally confused and concerned that we don't feel like we can actually implement this community-based program. There's some cities that have already done this successfully, Chico, Fresno, Madera, and Santa Barbara, and I think our city is capable of doing this. Implementing retail cannabis is a big step for our community, and I appreciate the work that this council and the consultant have done to ensure that our city runs a rigorous licensing process, ensuring only the most qualified applicants are selected to serve our community. As the first of the beach cities to implement retail cannabis, I'm excited to see our city set the standard for implementing responsible retail cannabis. It is important that our city leaders evaluate each applicant on their proposal to provide meaningful benefits to the residents of our community. I believe in the importance of investing in our community and support the council's approach of encouraging applicants to put forward their best proposal. And I also feel it is important for the council to review not just what applicants propose to do in this community, but to also evaluate what they have done in the communities they serve today. I agree with that as well. Additionally, I'm encouraged to see that the property will be required as part of the selection process. Location matters. The work that an operator does to address neighborhood concerns and ensure neighborhood compatibility matters. By requiring property as part of the selection process, I believe the city will be able to properly evaluate the totality of the applicant's proposal while ensuring residents of our community have the opportunity to weigh in on site-specific considerations. I am supportive of the approach our council has taken and appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this. I respectfully urge the members of this council to adopt this ordinance and move forward with bringing responsible retail cannabis to the residents of Redondo Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Trisha Murakawa, and then I'm having trouble reading this. I think it's Timothy Dodd from Sweet Flower.
Hi there.
Hi, Trisha.
Aloha, Mayor Light, council members, city staff, consultants. Thank you so much for your work. I also am a proud longtime resident business owner in Council District 4, and my business, I think, is in 2. I want to express my appreciation to all of you, as well as city staff and your consultant team for your leadership, vision, and thoughtfulness in considering the introduction of retail cannabis into our city and the critical importance of a merit-based selection process. I actually originally came to thank you for including the community benefits as a central component of your criteria in the merit-based process. And I really don't want to say that I'm disappointed now if you decide to remove that as a criterion. In March, I was here when you were having this discussion, and you, the council, were very passionate about including the community benefit component. It was almost like you were adamant about it. You were so passionate. And so I thought at that time that your thoughtful decision reflected your understanding that retail cannabis, like other business, must not only provide economic benefits, but also positively contribute to our broader community. And so I ask you to please not go backwards. We want to make sure that cannabis retailers are held accountable and including the community benefit piece is also a best practice in a merit-based process. As Josh just mentioned, other cities have included community benefit in their process. That's a best practice. So why are we not doing this? Why are we running scared by removing this process? By changing tax and adding one more percentage or a few more percentage points, however you decide, in tax does not guarantee a community benefit. Some of you know that I served 2 terms on the Budget and Finance Commission. And so a big, huge issue that we battled every year, in addition to doing that whole budget process cycle, was addressing our city's unfunded PERS liability instead. And I would hate to see a community benefit be removed. I understand we need to meet our obligation, but including community benefit aligns with our need to promote a healthy, vibrant, and sustainable Redondo. Cannabis establishments should be welcomed as neighbors, and they need to be held accountable. Please include community benefit. Please, let's hold these retail cannabis businesses accountable, and let's not go backwards. Thank you so much for your consideration. I know what it's like to be in your position to have to listen to public comment. So I am not angry at you. I thank you very much for the work that you do, and I believe that you are underpaid for how much abuse you get. So thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Murakowicz. May I ask you a question?
Please.
Do you have a business or financial interest in any potential community development plan that may be implemented in the city of Redondo Beach?
I do not. I am a stakeholder here. I've lived here since 1991. I bought, a property here. I raised my family here. Both of my kids have gone through Redondo public schools here, and I'm a business owner in the city of Redondo Beach. I do not have an interest in this cannabis business should they come in. I am working with a consultant, but that nevertheless.
Consultant?
I am a consultant.
Cannabis consultant?
I am not a cannabis consultant, but I am a consultant.
For a cannabis company?
I am working with one business.
Oh,
Nevertheless, that does not change where I come from because I am also an elected official. I am also held to the highest standards. I am also, because I'm an elected official, ethics are very important to me.
Thank you.
I don't necessarily support cannabis, but what I care about is that it's done right in my city. And I'm very happy that our city will be the first in the beach cities to
Tricia,
get
I think you've
this.
answered the question, so
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, Timothy Dodd and then Jim Mueller. If I read your writing right.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I have terrible handwriting. Yeah. My mother talks about that a lot with me. Yeah, so my name is Tim Dodd. I'm the CEO of Sweet Flower. I'm an owner and operator of a number of cannabis dispensaries, primarily located in Southern California. So Culver City, Pasadena, a number in Los Angeles, City of Los Angeles, Chico, Fresno as well. We've been successful in a number of different merit-based application processes. So I'd like to talk to you a little bit tonight about that process, I'd also like to answer your questions, Mr. Abaji, as well. I would commend the staff on the process so far. I think it's a lot of, we know it's a lot of work to get here. So I think they've done a fantastic job. They've been very diligent. I would like to address some concerns that we have with the current regulations and the scoring metric as it's been laid out on Friday afternoon. The current scoring matrix presents several inconsistencies and biases that could unfairly impact qualified operators. For example, it allocates 75 points out of 150 based solely on a retailer's distance from youth centers. This ignores other more meaningful factors, such as an operator's compliance history, community engagement history, commitment to local employment, and contributions to the neighborhood. Simply put, this location-based scoring rubric could favor an unqualified operator in a remote area over a much more qualified operator with a community focus. We query what favoring distances from a youth center specifically achieves and why youth centers so specifically. I think there's a lot of room here for mischief. Additionally, requiring $10 million in annual gross sales per store, I believe is arbitrary and unrealistic. That's $10 million. I think Courtney Caron before misspoke potentially. It's not $10 million across the business. It's $10 million per store per year. That is quite an arbitrarily high number. Now, in some stores, in other areas, we do that. But in Los Angeles, it's a matter of saturation. I would like to say that I'm a genius marketer. What it comes down to is a number of stores per town. Redondo Beach is surrounded in many cases by Los Angeles or nearabouts. You have a lot of commuters coming in here. I would be, I think, correct in saying that it's not going to get that high. I think a $10 million cap is a hard number to hit. So I think the focus on revenue unfairly favors larger, vertically integrated cannabis companies and overlooks smaller operators who have successfully established themselves as community partners. You can be very successful on a lower revenue cap. I don't have stores that all crush it, but we do very, very well where we look at the store and the community and we focus on our community partners. This matrix also only allocates 50 points for community benefits. I'm going to echo what everyone else has said. I love community benefits. They're a significant part of our business and our success. People want to shop at a local community store. Having a community benefit program that's meaningful with locals is a big part of our success. So I would be against dropping that commitment. On the tax, frankly, we pay 5% most everywhere.
Time.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I have a question when you're done. I have a question.
No, I was just going to say time's up. but
Okay.
Quick question.
Yeah,
quick
I
answer,
I want to
please.
be consistent with my questions across the board. You've come down here before, I already know you plan on applying. And I know you're up on your fees and taxes and licensing and blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to go into those. I would like to know, though, discussion has been denied regarding the process and who has won, who has lost, and through the winning, have you, as a city and you thereby.
I've been involved in a lot of processes where we've been sued.
And have you been involved in processes where they haven't been sued?
Yeah.
And you end up paying for the defense? Are there cities winning a license that you won did not get sued?
So I'll give you two examples. Pasadena did not get sued about the process. It got sued about the conditional use permit process and the license surveyor. I was unfortunately involved in that. We were sued as kind of collateral damage to the city. We indemnified the city. We settled with the city. All operators settled with the city. That did not come out of the selection process. And I don't want to go into it too deeply because I have good friends in Pasadena, but the process broke down because the conditional use permit application came out basically the morning of the opening of the conditional use permit process, and there were only 2 or 3 spots. So it was a race to the kind of the gate. And I won't go into all of it, but you mentioned some of it, but it had nothing to do with the selection process. The staff and the city did not create the process in place for the CUP process. So that's an important, subtle but important distinction. Culver City, Chico, Fresno have not been sued. They had a program based on selective criteria that was subjective, primarily. They had, in Culver City, you should go there, great, right up the street. Fire department, police department, mayor, not involved, right? So it was basically like, we're gonna have a few people involved in this process. Finance, PD were involved, sorry, and a couple of people from the kind of public health and safety group looked at each of these applications. We did a final hearing in front of those people only. City manager made the selection, city council were the appeal body. There were 3 appeals, they all failed, no lawsuits. Chico, no lawsuits. Fresno, no lawsuits. So there's a way to do this that's both subjective, that gets to community benefits, that gets to good operators, that gets to who you want to have in your town, who's meaningful and not just based on kind of a pass-fail rubric.
So real quick, the appeals process, what have you seen? Is it best to go to,
Well, you can do it many ways, but I think the best process is an outside attorney. So Ventura did that. Outside attorney steps in, there's an outside judge. There are a lot of judges in California who do this work. They do a good job. Ventura defended its appeals process very well. I thought that was really well done. Chico didn't have any appeal, I believe. Culver City had 1, same process.
Okay.
City council was kept out of it. You have a lot of other work to do.
Okay, so, the last thing I'll say is congratulations. I actually called city staff and the city electeds that I know over there, which is all of them, in Culver City. And I said, do you guys actually verify the community benefits plan? And they said, absolutely we do. We call. And they, what do you mean by you call? And I said, we actually call and make sure everything's been done. We check it off and we go through a checklist. It takes us an hour or 2 and we're done.
We file an annual report. They call whoever we say is in the annual report and they verify it.
All right,
And Pasadena does, Chico does the same, Pasadena does the same, Fresno does the same. These things are verifiable. If you don't comply, license is revoked.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
You have a question? Sorry.
My understanding is not that it's revoked, it's that they don't renew it. That's a big distinction for a 5-year initial permit.
What's an annual renewal process?
Yeah, so for us, it's not revoking, it'd be a 5-year term. If they don't pay any of it, then the council could choose or
Annually
staff.
review.
But, so the,
Look, I don't want to debate. it.
okay, so just,
It's a point to bring up when we're
Can
deliberating.
I ask a question? What is the community benefit that you're conferring these other communities? And other folks can feel free to volunteer that too.
This is a public number, so I'll quote it. In Chico, we just paid a gross receipts benefits tax of over $750,000 for the first 16 months of operation. We wrote about $75,000 in checks to about 5 charities, and they were not selected by me. They were selected by our community advisory board, which is composed of 4 local Chico community advocates who have got nothing to do with cannabis or sweet flower, who were selected independently and are selected by and work with us and are audited by the city.
Okay, thank you.
Just a point of clarification, we do have an annual review incorporated into the ordinance.
Right, that's what I thought. I was just looking here. Permit time. limit.
Any other questions?
No,
Okay, thank you. Okay, Jim Mueller. And then Devin Wardlow.
Jim Mueller, District 5. Thanks for allowing me to speak tonight on the topic of cannabis sales and related goods in North Redondo Beach. The North Redondo Beach Business Association Board of Directors has submitted a letter regarding the ordinance and supporting a duly licensed, tax-paying and regulated cannabis vendor in North Redondo Beach as a counterweight to the 4 unregulated smoke shops now operating along Artesia Boulevard. Now, I didn't know that smoking materials were in such great demand as to require 4 stores within a half-mile radius of a residential neighborhood. Wow. I have heard from my fellow citizens that these unregulated smoke shops operate without proper security, no ID checks, and that they sell
So, Mr. Mueller, do you have
hemp-derived-
comments on this ordinance and what we're deliberating here?
Yeah.
We're not talking about smoke shops, we're talking about.
I'm talking about, may I finish?
Are you going to?
Okay, that's all right.
No, I'm asking you a question, sir.
Are you going to allow me to
Are you going to
finish?
tie it back to what we're talking about?
Yes,
Okay,
it does. It relates to what you're talking about.
okay, go.
What is your problem?
My problem is I'm trying to regulate a meeting that's going along, and we're supposed to talk about
Well,
the
I've been
agenda
sitting here
items,
the
sir.
whole time waiting to talk to you.
Yes, and
So
I just
would
want to
you
make
be
sure it's
polite
about
and
the
allow me to
topic.
finish?
I already said I would.
I've heard from fellow citizens that these unregulated smoke shops operate without proper security ID checks, and they sell hemp-derived products to all comers. And you heard that from Mr. Svetko, who showed these products that are being sold, in some cases, to our children. Other cities, for example, Denver, have had experience with cannabis sales. When cannabis became a legal product for sale in Colorado, Denver carefully crafted a plan to license and regulate retailers and rake in the tax revenue. Sales boomed, especially during the pandemic. But check with Denver now. The sales are not as what they expected. Black marketers soon discovered that they could operate well under the cost overhead that the licensed operators required. So the police needed to be vigilant in the neighborhoods around the licensed outlets, since potential customers on their way to licensed stores were approached. And I'm not saying that'll happen in Redondo Beach. I'm just saying it was the experience of another city that we could take a benefit from. Thank you.
Okay, Devin Wardlow, and then my last card is Robin Eisenberg.
While the next speaker comes up, Mr. Mayor, can I ask Councilmember Barron a question? Should we put in some sort of guarantee to ensure that we
Into
get
the
a cannabis
microphone.
shop in North Redondo? Think about that. All right.
What was the question? Should we put?
Put in some guarantee to ensure that there's a cannabis shop in North Redondo.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Devin Wardlow. I'm Vice President of Public Affairs at Embark, and I want to thank the council for your continued efforts to develop a thoughtful, merit-based approach to retail cannabis. We appreciate the significant steps that this council has taken and are excited about the progress that has been made in the ordinance before you tonight. I have to note that given tonight's discussion, I'm a bit concerned we're going in a different direction now, but I hope that this council will bring this back to the tenets of what was proposed in the ordinance. In reviewing this ordinance, we were enthused with the updates per council's direction at the last hearing, specifically in respect to a strictly merit-based process that will require property and that will incorporate community benefits in the grading criteria. Community benefits, and specifically the emphasis on youth drug prevention and education, is a critical component of successful retail cannabis implementation. Evaluating the operator on both their plans to deliver tangible benefits to this community, as well as their demonstrated track record of delivering benefits to the communities they serve today, is critical. And I want to emphasize that this is a standard best practice in merit-based licensing processes. Given tonight's discussion, I want to stress that community benefits is not a point of litigation. It is development agreements that can be construed as a tax that have faced litigation, which is not an issue for the city given you have passed a tax and have the ability to set your own tax rate. Given these important updates, we respectfully urge the council to move this forward with just 2 modifications that I would like to bring for your consideration. First, in the many communities that have undertaken merit-based processes, the city develops a number of metrics to determine qualification of owners. Yet in this ordinance, qualifications is centered on a gross receipts threshold. And given most applicants throughout operate a fleet of dispensaries in a variety of markets that range in saturation and in population, this gross revenue-based approach does not thoroughly encapsulate the true qualifications of ownership. As an operator with 15 storefronts throughout California, our annual revenue per store range from a few million to well north of 20 million. And though I am confident we would meet this threshold, not every operator will, as it is dependent on the size and saturation of the communities they serve. And to penalize an operator in a smaller community that cannot achieve those numbers seems very inequitable. Second, I commend the council again for pursuing a merit-based approach, which in the majority of California cities implementing merit-based processes include both a written score component and an internal staff-led interview component prior to moving top applicants forward to council presentations and final selection. It is often the combination of these scores that determine which top 5 applicants will proceed to council. This ordinance does not include that. And this is often a defining component of a merit-based process, as it ensures city staff has the opportunity to understand who the owners are, their level of knowledge and involvement in the management of the operations, and ultimately who will serve as a true partner to this city. I hope this council will consider these points, as the city has taken a tremendous effort to ensure Redondo Beach implements a rigorous merit-based process. Again, I truly appreciate the work that this council has done and hope that we can go back towards the ordinance that was proposed in the beginning of this hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Questioner, I've asked the other
Jane had his
operators.
hand up first.
Okay, yeah, go for it, sorry.
I won't ask you the same question I asked Mr. Dodd, but so I'll assume that you have a great community benefits package that you give out. Why is it that we're hearing from all these cannabis retailers and yourself that you like this community benefits package so much? Why would you rather give tens of thousands of dollars to nonprofits chosen by some board versus to the city of Redondo Beach that provides so many great community services, streets, lights, police, fire?
I greatly appreciate this question. So I'd say there's two main reasons. One, at a high level, integrating cannabis and having community benefits is an important component of ensuring that members in this community that want nothing to do with cannabis, that are not supportive of cannabis, see a real benefit in their lives from cannabis operators making a meaningful investment in their community through building relationships with local nonprofits, from listening to Dodd's point, a board of community advisors that know this community, and that in perpetuity of the license, that these benefits are given on a quarterly basis. It ensures that we as a company are really rooted in this community and that we continue to develop and build those partnerships. It's a really big component of what I do, like on a daily basis. In the 15 stores we operate, I have 15 community advisory boards. We're giving millions of dollars a year through those community boards. And it is a huge way in which we are really integrated, both through volunteerism, but also just in having those meaningful relationships in the community. The second point of why we really care about this, and you hear a lot of operators talk about this, is that when you're selecting an operator, community benefits is one of the biggest differentiators between operators. How do we propose that we're going to benefit this community is something that is unique to us. And I think it's an important part of the selection process, because our demonstrated track record speaks volumes about who we are as an operator. And that's why you see a lot of operators want to have the opportunity to present and show who they are, how they go about this, and what kind of impacts they've made in communities and what they're willing to do here. It also shows the level of dedication and kind of engagement that we do to understand each community we operate in. And if you take community benefits away, it really limits the ability for the council, for city staff to really understand who we are as operators. That also brings me to the qualifications of owners section. There is so much that goes into the ownership team and what a big deal that they play in the day-to-day operations. If you take it, the way that qualifications of owners is written right now really misses the mark on that. I think Courtney Carone made a really good point of kind of explaining that, to say that, $10 million revenue store is going to get X amount of points more. I mean, we have stores that do, over $25 million, but that isn't reflective of the ownership. That's also reflective of the market saturation and the population of that community. So I think that's a really dangerous tool for such a huge percentage of points. And so both community benefits and the ownership team, those are things that really need to be evaluated, which is why I say that you should incorporate the best practice of having community benefits, but also the standard best practice in most, I would say 95%, I can't even think of one that didn't have this. I've done over 25 processes in California that incorporate a merit-based evaluation of the application. Then you move to internal staff interviews where police representatives.
You've made that point, so.
Okay. Yeah.
I do have a question, though. You said your community benefits package. You have a community advisory board.
Yes.
Who picks that?
So in every community, I go on a listening tour where I meet with.
So you pick it. The operator picks it, not the city.
No, the city,
Okay.
but the city then through the community benefits proposal, you would evaluate and say,
Okay,
oh, I like this
got
or I
it.
don't.
Okay, you answered. Councilmember Narenheim, you had a question.
Thank you. So you've said you've gone over 25 processes in the state of California. I'm sure you've been sued by some, not by others. Have you been sued? Have you not been sued? Have you won a license and not been sued?
Yes. So there are definitely a lot of examples of cities that have not been sued. I think that one of the things that is getting a little construed is the threats of litigation versus a company actually successfully suing a city.
Right.
I am not aware of a city in your situation where because you are not pursuing a development agreement approach that has been successfully sued. Cities that have pursued development agreement approaches, some have successfully been sued because they are construed as a tax when that tax has not actually been passed by the people. You are not in that situation. This would be a community benefits agreement in terms of when we're talking about community benefits. So, I think there's a lot of concern, and I do hear you and understand because, the threats of litigation are scary, but in reality, they are mostly just threats. The pursuit of actually successfully filing a lawsuit and taking the city to court, that
Winning.
yeah.
And winning is,
Right, and
is
winning.
very, very
Yeah,
small to.
I'm really not familiar with those situations.
Okay.
And
the-
that's out of a lot of cities.
Perfect. And the appeals process. So top 5, top 2 getting appealed. Thoughts on that?
So, in every city, everyone appeals that loses. This is pretty standard practice, and that's why it's important that you guys have a good process laid out for that. I would say a third-party outside attorney is an appropriate avenue to have as an appeal body. But again, this is standard. This is nothing to be afraid of. Every other city that has implemented cannabis has been able to navigate these issues. And so that's why I was quite surprised by tonight's conversation that it seems to be that a fear of litigation is dictating this policy when many cities have overcome this. And I'm just a little perplexed as to why fear is having such a significant role in this when you guys already are in a better position than many cities have implemented cannabis because you have already passed the tax, which is often the main basis for those kind of lawsuits.
So what I'm hearing is we're not inventing the wheel. We can take cookie cutter other cities have done and a fully baked solution, to use it one way, and be able to move forward with protections. And if we do get sued, my point earlier was the top two who we select end up paying. So you want to make sure that we have a quality process.
Yes, that's another reason why you see so many operators weighing in on this process is because the winning applicants indemnify the city. So we have a vested interest in ensuring that you guys pursue the most straightforward and good policy, because at the end of the day, if you are lucky enough to be selected in this process, we lock arms with the city and defend your process. So we really have a vested interest in ensuring you do the best process possible. And some of the discussion tonight has deviated from that, and it's concerning.
Okay. And we're 98% of the way, 75% of the way there.
Close.
So close.
You guys are so close. I was so excited coming to this hearing. So I really hope we can get back.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, before Ms. Wardlow leaves, may I ask?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you
So
again.
sorry.
No, thank you for coming tonight. I think you really did put your finger on one of the key issues, which is litigation.
Yes.
You said it's scary and it's everything else. In your company's Embark,
Yes.
have you been involved in any litigation regarding cannabis?
So we have never been in a successful lawsuit. That has
Been
never
in any
happened.
lawsuits involving
There has
cannabis?
been a lawsuit that was levied against the city that we were a winning applicant in, that we helped, navigate that, but the lawsuit never moved
Which
forward.
city was that?
The city of Ventura.
Lawsuit never went forward? It was filed?
I think it was filed. I'm not the attorney. There were a lot of debate about the appeals.
Yeah.
Actually, Tim Dodd may remember. A lot of debate about the appeals, but the lawsuit never moved forward. There was
Why
a
did
lot
you
of
file the
threats of it, but
lawsuit?
it stopped. What?
Why did you file the
No,
lawsuit?
we didn't file it. Somebody else filed it. We were the winning applicant. We had to defend the city in the process.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Any other lawsuits that you were involved in?
They're not that we were involved in. The only city that's coming to mind where it was, significant work of us working on the indemnification was when other folks threatened lawsuits in Ventura. Again, I'm not our general counsel, so I'm not super involved in that side, but I'm trying to
Do you
think
know
off the
what
top of
law,
my head.
if the company was involved in a lawsuit or not regarding
But
cannabis?
that's what I mean, we are not involved in the lawsuits. If
Okay.
the city gets sued, or if the city gets a threat of a lawsuit, then our team will help defend that. But the only city I'm thinking of where that really became a real issue is the city of Ventura.
So the only lawsuit that Embark's ever been involved with respect to cannabis was to indemnify the city of
So now I'm
Ventura. If I could
remembering another
finish,
one. The
if I could
city of
finish the point, it
Fairfield.
was to indemnify the city of
the
Ventura.
indemnification.
And that was it.
Yeah, we
But
would
now
never,
you're
never
remembering
sued a city.
another, which is what?
No, we've never sued a city.
But you were saying the city of Fairfield, what was
So the
that?
city of Fairfield faced a lawsuit from an applicant, and in that scenario, the city deviated from their process significantly. And in that process, I think we had to, defend the city in some capacity. We worked with the city because we were a winning applicant. But I think that also went away. I think that was also dropped.
All right.
But so to reiterate, and again, I apologize that I'm not as good at this part, but
Yeah.
we as Embark have never sued a city. We have only been involved through the indemnification agreements where the city is facing a lawsuit, but I have not seen those lawsuits actually go through where they're actually successful and the city owes money and things like that.
Okay.
Does that make sense? I
Yeah,
hope
it
I'm
makes
answering your
sense.
question.
I think you have
apologize.
City of Fresno. Was that the Fairfield lawsuit or was that
No,
different?
that's a totally different one. So the city of Fresno, we were a successful applicant in that. The city, I think, faced a lawsuit, but again, it was dropped. Because again, in these processes, everyone that loses files an appeal. Then after the appeals, they start to threaten lawsuits sometimes if they really think they have grounds. But typically, it really just dies after the appeals. But in the city of Fresno, I do think somebody tried to file a lawsuit, but I think it went away.
All right.
'Cause I don't recall any I don't remember a lot of efforts around that.
Was
We've
that-
opened 2 stores there and
Was that the same or different from the Pinedale issue with,
totally different.
so that was a different lawsuit?
That was never a lawsuit. There was no lawsuit with Pinedale. Pinedale was a CUP hearing. Completely different. So after the application was won in the city of Fresno, as in your city's ordinance, you then go through a CUP process. The CUP was denied in Pinedale for that specific location.
Okay.
And that had nothing to do with the lawsuit. There was no lawsuit.
All right. And then the city of Manteca, what's going on with
Manteca.
that? Yeah.
I used to
Another
say that all the time.
All right, so there are a lot of lawsuits out there. It's a real risk. You said it's scary, it is, and we need to do what we can to flush that out.
There are a lot of threats of lawsuits. I have not experienced cities actually having to pay money because of a lawsuit. So that's my big point, is that the appeals are big. Then I would say most of the time it drops off. Sometimes one applicant may feel they really have grounds, and then they will threaten lawsuits. But I have really not seen lawsuits move forward in a meaningful way.
Thank you, Ms. Wardlow. Thank you, Mayor.
I hope I answered your question all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other member of the public? I am out of cards.
Taking this mask off. First of all, I want to agree with Mayor Light, and I'm not just sucking up, but you've been doing this in as timely a manner as you can. There are things to, consider. I mean, plus you'll have that silly budget and those bonds to deal with, and, we know that's not important. Look, I want candy corn January 1st, but they don't bring it out until like August when it's Halloween. So we all just have to be patient. As far as the community benefit, I can't tell you I'm smart enough to understand it. I'm the director of plan giving for Supreme Cannabis, and I made up that title because they offered director of cats, and I said, come on, let's not do that. So as far as community benefits go, I don't care how you do it, whatever's legally best for us. And when I say us, I mean as a city. My group already, ever since I got involved, we've been doing things for community benefit. We're not throwing tons of money around because we're just getting the investments in. But we've done things like at the homeless shelter, the pallet shelter, we've had a party for Christmas, and we also had a party for July 4th, because, when you're without home, those things are important because you're also usually without family. And we've done other things in the community, but we don't care. However the community benefit works best for the city, that's okay. Litigation is important. We do care if you get sued. As far as, I'm just a little, taxes, 5%, who cares? That's really not important. It's a good number. I don't really understand some of the qualifications because I didn't read what was on the website. I didn't know I had to. I'm just curious, and I know you can't answer questions necessarily, but what if you're a new company that has investors who have had companies before? So you have the experience, you have the capital. Just wondering if that's going to be a problem. Okay, what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address the council?
Hello, everyone. This is Andy Porchard, the only one and the real thing. I'm going to talk about the application guidelines because some people talking about other things. I think it's very simple. When I come to America, I just ask the dude how they do it. You know what I mean? So other cities already do it as how they did it. And the other thing you could go, instead of setting up like new ordinances or how we do it or what's gonna be the guidelines, the application, you could just see like, okay, there is like alcohol licenses, right? So alcohol just as much, a bad thing as a good thing, because when I drink, I'm happy, so it's a good thing. But if I drive and I get arrested, that's a bad thing. So liquor stores are regulated. So what is a big thing, spending all this time and money? Regulate it the same as a liquor store. Or look at other places where they're already doing business, how they do it, how they did it, and it's a simple thing. So anyway, I just try to help you. I'm not a very educated dude, but if I don't know, if I want to do something, I always look how other people did it. You know what I mean? When I went to business, I looked how that guy did the business, and I copied him. You know what I mean? And I did pretty good, So you can just copy other cities, and it's going to be great. But it's already past, that boat is under the bridge already. I used to did not care, I even voted for, legalize marijuana. But, after I was thinking, it's not even that, you know what I mean? It's not good. I thought people gonna buy it legally, it's gonna be safe, and, get rid of the drug dealers and this and that. But unfortunately, a business who opens up, they have to compete with the drug dealers. You know what I mean? And the drug dealers are not regulated. They do drug dealing very good, and they are very successful. They're all billionaires. So that's a business I wouldn't go into. Anyway, if you have any question, I'm here to answer. Okay, so I have 21 more seconds. I just want to do a shout out to Phil. Phil is very, very sad,
Off topic.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so what is this? Oh, he would like to buy some marijuana. Is that topic? Okay, he would love it.
Any other member of the public wish to address the council?
Good evening, members of the council, city staff, Mr. Mayor. Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach City Treasurer. I'd like to contextualize the discussion around the cannabis tax, please. From the MJ Business Daily, approximately 63% of the purchases that are made in a retail store are less than $100, and approximately 83% of purchases in a retail store are under $200. The difference between the 5% and the 3% tax, recommendation was made that we had a 5% tax. It was adopted 3% by the council. I would respectfully request that we would stick with the 5% that was proposed before. You're talking there, if 83% of these transactions are less than $200, somewhere between a $2 and a $4 difference to the end user consumer. That premise, the idea that $4 for a person who's spending in excess of $25 to $50 in state excise taxes, that the additional $4 would dissuade that person from patronizing one of our shops, that would force somebody to the black market, I think is, I have issue with that as a premise. I think the state excise tax could, but we have no control over that. There's an old adage that says, person who doesn't think about the little things has never spent a night in a tent with a mosquito. So I would suggest that if we do get $10 million from a retail store, or from both of our retail stores, that 2% difference, that $2 to $4 for 83% of those consumers is over $200,000 to the city in lost revenues. That's a police officer. That's a firefighter. That's slurry. That's work on our public works. That is community benefit. So I respectfully ask that we stick with the original recommendation of the 5% when you're revisiting this issue tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Anybody online?
Yes. So Hirsch, Jane?
Good evening, council members. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Hirsch Jane. I'm a resident of West Hollywood. I've worked in the cannabis industry for 6 years, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the artistry. You heard from my colleague Courtney Carone earlier. Just wanted to make a few comments. I know we're late in the evening, so I'll try and be efficient. First, regarding the tax rate and whether 3% is reasonable. One thing I would just highlight is that many other states cap local taxes at 3%. For instance, the states of Massachusetts and New Jersey, states that actually generally have high taxes have capped taxes at 3% in order to mitigate the illicit market. And what the gentleman that just spoke, the treasurer, said earlier is true. Unfortunately, the state of California taxes cannabis at a very high rate. That is unfortunate and is unfair to cities. And that rate will increase from 15 to 19% next year. And unfortunately, that makes legal cannabis not competitive with the illegal market. And so I would just urge the council to be cautious about that and recognize that in many other states, local taxes are far lower. The second point I would make is there's been a lot of discussion about buffers. I would just recommend to the council, the maybe obvious point that one of the benefits of lower buffers is that it increases the number of eligible properties in a city. And generally that allows processes to move much, much smoother and means that the cost of those properties are not inflated. And so while I recognize the concern of sensitive uses, just want to highlight again that in many instances, overly restrictive buffers have really eliminated the number of eligible properties, and that has been problematic. The third quick point I wanted to say is, there's been some talk about seniors tonight. I really wanted to echo that. I think inevitably when cities adopt processes, there's some blowback from people that think that legalizing cannabis will contribute to youth use. But in fact, what we've seen empirically is that cannabis legalization decreases youth use and access. And in fact, it increases adoption by seniors who are using it for medical conditions. So I think a lot of the old myths about cannabis are being sort of punctured by the fact that seniors are the ones, sort of adopting this use. And so I'd urge that, us to keep that in mind. And I think, Mama Sue highlighted this well earlier. A few more points that I'll make. I want to echo the comments of some of my colleagues that community benefits can be a really good way of destigmatizing cannabis, to communicate to those that have no interest in, consuming cannabis, that cannabis companies can be good operators. That's something that we fought for a very long time. And so I just want to echo those comments that it can be a good way of building bonds in a community. And, perhaps finally, looking at my notes here, maybe one question that I had was regarding public parks. There was some discussion about whether public parks were or were not a sensitive use. I believed it was mentioned in some parts of the process, but not in the zoning. And so I guess that's more of a question on my end. And I thought I'd just surface this issue in my remaining time. So I'll pause there and thank you for the opportunity again to share my thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes,
How many more speakers do we have?
this is the last one.
Thank you.
Devin, Julian. Oh, we got one more.
They're gone?
No,
Hello?
he's here. There's one
Hello?
more after that.
Hello, Honorable Mayor, City Council staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Devin Julian. I'm the CEO of Culture Cannabis Club. I appreciate the time, and I'm really looking forward to moving this process forward in Redondo Beach. I did send an email very late today with a couple of my comments and input on the process. I know that it's late, and it sounds like I may be the last speaker, so I'll be as efficient as I can with my comments and try and answer some of the questions that were raised from some of the council members tonight. I echo a lot of the feedback that's already been given this evening. First and foremost, community benefits, I think, are very important and should be included in any of your merit-based processes. It's important to us as operators, which was posed as a question of why we want it. A couple of points there. First and foremost, it normalizes cannabis use for those who maybe perhaps aren't using cannabis, and shows them that, everyday folks, including seniors, business professionals, all kinds of types of people are using cannabis, but not only that, they're actually enjoying the benefits. Putting it into a general fund can typically kind of bury those benefits, and some of those folks that maybe are against it or aren't paying attention to city budgets and things like that won't really see the impact that we're having on the community if it's just given to the general fund. The other piece, it can increase visibility within the community amongst those that do use cannabis for medical or adult use purposes, which is important because it's difficult to tell the difference between a legal and licensed cannabis shop and a potentially illicit black market shop, or even understand that when going to some of these vape shops or liquor stores and purchasing, hemp-derived THC, Delta-9, all of those different products that are posing as cannabis or legal cannabis may be actually not legal and may not be tested, safe, or regulated for them. So it does help with that, and it helps with general education and prevention for youth, because it does allow us to put the funds towards that, which is in your current ordinance before you. So I encourage you to continue to keep community benefits. It definitely shows the characters of the applicant and can help us to become integrated within the community. The qualification of owners piece, as has already been mentioned this evening, revenue doesn't lead to, a qualification of an owner. There's so many other factors, as some of the colleagues tonight have spoken about, that lead to revenue.
Your time's up, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, back to the council. So,
Mayor, I got one more person.
oh, I thought you said that was the last one.
That was, and then another one put their hand up. Miles Peck.
Hi there.
Hello.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, City Council members, City Attorney and staff. First, as echoed, I would like to thank everyone for all your work on this process and moving forward with this initiative. So my name is Miles Peck. I'm the founder of Supreme Retail, which is a Redondo Beach cannabis group. I've been working in the cannabis retail industry for the past 6 years, and I just wanted to touch on some of the points that have been raised tonight. So first, as mentioned by many of the other operators who have spoken tonight, store revenues has a tremendous range, and that's really, based on the market and the population and the number of licenses in that market. So to base that as a sign of a trusted operator is really not a valid point, in my opinion. Regarding the taxes, I think 3% sales tax, this seems to be about average with what I've been dealing with in other markets, and I think this works from our perspective. Regarding the proof of funds, I think that the $10 million proof of funds is an extremely high mark. Cannabis is a cash-strapped industry due to all the high regulations. I think what would be a fair and legitimate and valid point here for this application process is to require the 6 months of operating funds plus the cost of the build out. And that should be modeled out in the pro formas and detailed out in the application. Regarding the community benefits, I would have to agree with basically every other operator who has spoken tonight. I think this is an extremely important part and responsibility of each operator. And it's really the operator's chance to create a connection and create an impact with the community. So it allows us to really show our unique relationships and stay engaged with the community. So I think this plan should have some parameters when it's in the application. I've seen a lot of times where applicants have overcommitted just in order to score really well on this portion of the application. And then once they get into it, they're unable to fulfill those promises. Finally, I think, that with the community benefits, it's, in order to stay accountable, it needs to be held through a developer agreement and tied to an annual report, which needs to be backed by detailed documentations to ensure compliance. And, as soon as there's as soon as there is failure to meet the commitments outlined in their application, that license should be revoked. So thank you very much for your time. That's all I have this evening.
Okay, thank you.
And then one e-comment support. That's
Okay,
it.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, So back to the council. So, I felt like we had one decision, and that was to remove the community benefits plan and up the tax to 2%. But it sounds like every single vendor has recommended we keep that in. Does anybody want to reconsider that?
Advice of council, no.
No.
I don't want to reconsider it. I would just say that, I think one of the criteria that I would find important would be stable business history in addition to a positive community report in other areas that they've worked. And I think that rolls into what have they done in other communities, and it would be in their best interest, should they win a permit, that they would, on their own interest, do those community outreach activities to, prove that they want to renew their permit or whatever it may be.
Okay.
I agree with, if I may.
Yes.
I agree with that insofar as looking back, having that as a criteria by which the decision makers can judge and give them points to determine whether they should be in or not. I imagine that with the 19% state sales tax and the 5% city sales tax, they're not going to have a whole lot left over to do any sort of additional community engagement. But maybe we can do some ceremonial check, I don't know, some sort like that.
Well,
of
I
the
mean,
tax
if
to the
they're
city,
looking
but-
to do community outreach and education,
Sure.
that's different than writing a check.
Right.
So they can still do
Right,
those
right,
things.
absolutely.
Okay.
So we should keep to that point, we should keep it in there, right? If they decide to do outreach and they want to do outreach, we've clearly hear them saying they want to do outreach, we should let them do the outreach and tell us what the outreach, we shouldn't be throwing that out. That's a free gimme.
No, that's what I'm saying, is
Yeah.
that in the rubric that they would be scored on, would that be their history of community outreach and benefit in those
Yeah.
areas that they've already worked in?
Mr. City Attorney, is the problem that a community benefits plan, let's say even if it's non-monetary, it's just education and the like, is that it's too difficult to adjudge what they're prospectively going to do in the future?
Well, the motion by the council last time was you have language in there that's not what the
What they're
dispensary are talking about. And there was language for me to look at and research whether or not we can make it binding. And I said, we could potentially make it binding, but there's a problem with if the money is to us, just put it in a tax. And if the money is to the nonprofits, then you have a whole series of problems in terms of scoring it. What you perhaps could do is put language in there. And what they're looking at is they want points. They want to score. Everybody who speaks in favor of 10 million probably represents a business with 10 million.
nobody has.
Everybody who has, a community plan that they feel is scored well will speak in favor of it. But you certainly can do it if you don't make it binding, and perhaps you could put it in the scoring for whether the city manager extends the permit, because it's a fairly hefty 5-year permit. And it could be, they don't get points for the plan. Or you have, right now, I think it's 50 points and it's just for, right now it's not mandatory, and that's what I was tasked with researching. I think right now it's 50 points that's separated into 2 segments of 25 for their plan. And then you could perhaps put that in the, whether the city manager extends it in 5 years, like how well do they follow that plan? So there are ways to do it. It's just, if you're making it a mandatory payment to the city, better ways to do it. If you're making to nonprofits, how are you going to score that?
Okay.
As part of the policy decision, right? If they come in and make this contractual obligation, it's binding, and we make it binding. And then when the annual renewal comes up, we just simply say we don't annually renew it. 5-year term, annually renewed. That was part of the
And like I said, and that's
So-
why I said you could do it.
And we can just
How do
keep
you
it,
score it? By the value that they
and we just,
propose?
just say whatever the points are that in here, what
Okay,
section
what
it
does
was.
that mean? Because the problem is, I brought up the city of El Monte because that was most about, when I talked to their outside counsel, they said, and the person who scored it, we had entirely different ways of figuring out how the amounts that they're going to voluntarily contribute, they're giving it to different groups. Some were more specific, some were less specific. So it's not that you can't do it.
This is America. We can ask them to do both. We can do our tax and we can do the community benefit plan. And we can make it binding upon the renewal. So that's what I see it.
Then you're favoring the super, the super financially strong entity that can afford to do all that.
So are we back, are we still, it sounds like at least three of you are committed to eliminating it as a criteria.
Well, I think what Councilmember Kaljurevich was saying was include their past history and then analyze what they're proposing from a non-monetary standpoint, right? Is that it?
Right. I was suggesting using their past history of community involvement as a part of the scoring for their qualifications as owners and operators.
So for example, so what you've got right now is not what I was tasked with looking at, that must be mandatory. So if you look on page 16 of the blue folder, what you have, absent the making it mandatory, is 25 points of just the description of the plan and up to 25 points to develop a plan for public health and outreach. Now, still very subjective. I don't know how you do that, but perhaps you could do up to 50 points. They could submit proof that they've followed through with their community benefits plan in the cities under which they have organizations. That will penalize someone who doesn't have one with the benefits, but that way you could say, okay, they're going to submit letters from city managers, permanent administrator. Yeah, they've met all their obligations under the benefits plan. That's more, it's more scorable, and but it's not something, the annual review, if it's a voluntary thing, it's not cancelable for that. If we make it a mandatory thing, which we can, then you're going to get into how do you score which nonprofit they're giving, how you score the amount, and that could delay this process further.
To me, the objective measure is a solid number that they commit to. And that's about it, because anything else gets in.
Right, and so, and I like what the treasurer said, talking about community benefits, police officer, firefighter, slurry seal, that's a benefit plan.
Yeah.
So again, I'm still confused. So is a community benefits package not something we evaluate, or is it?
So
You said it under the qualifications, but do they still turn in a community benefits plan?
No.
No?
No.
Councilmember Barrett?
He said no. He said no.
Okay.
All right. So,
Member Nierenheim.
Mr.
Keeping it in, letting them do.
So that's one against three.
All right. Can I propose that we will go through the criteria starting at the top and just make sure we have consensus on every one of these items?
Yeah, let's start from the beginning.
Majority
That's what I'm
start at the
trying to do,
beginning?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And before we do that, can I pose a question to TR West, because this issue's come up with no answer? How did we get the 75 points solely on the distance from youth centers specifically? Also, how did you come up with $10 million per store?
That was basically our internal discussion and looking at other client cities that we've worked with and trying to get to a scoring system and matrix that would work out in terms of trying to determine one better than the other. Because I have to say that in listening to all of these discussions and others, there's not necessarily one perfect format. There are multiple ways of looking at it. We could give even scores to all the various criteria, but then that doesn't discern anybody.
Okay, but just when I do, Google AI search, what's the average income of a retail cannabis store? It says $2 million per year.
I'm not going off
I'm not
that.
saying that that's right. No, that's right, but
Okay, so, yeah, qualifications, you know, $10 million a store,
Well,
50
we're
points.
we're getting ahead of ourselves. So what's,
So should we just put up the criteria on the
Yeah.
screen?
No,
so we can
no,
go through it?
no.
Why not?
Let me-
Yes.
Why do we do that?
Yes,
Yeah.
let's do that.
I'm running the meeting, so let me run the meeting. Okay, so I want to understand, I think we all have consensus that we need criteria that are scorable and some that are pass-fail. Right now, they're all pass-fail, because they're all ministerial. Can we at least get agreement on
Yes,
that?
yes, we agree on that.
Okay, so that's are you in agreement? Yeah. No?
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Okay.
Could I ask maybe not, but may I ask a question about the youth center that was mentioned? Youth centers? Yeah?
No, I thought we were starting from the beginning.
Yeah.
Let's keep the task at hand.
My last thing before we jump into the individual ones, can we agree, or do we have a consensus on the role of the council in the deliberation? Are we,
We already said this. I think everybody agreed on
no, I don't think everybody
staff's
agreed.
gonna choose two. We're gonna be the appellate body, so we will have final decision.
Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Do you agree with that? Oh, we're gonna make the final, we're the
You should
appealable
write this
body.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not what Councilmember Narenheim is saying. Are you in agreement with that?
Yeah, I said yes.
Okay.
Yes, he said yes.
Okay,
I'm in agreement with what you said.
okay,
We're gonna have to put that in here.
okay. All right. So those are some pretty good basics that we got going
So
here.
can we, let's write that down, bullet it down so we move it forward.
I've got. So the source selection, the criteria on the community benefits package is out. We're going to include an additional 2% is what we agreed on, I think, or did you still?
I'll go to 4%.
4%?
4%.
I thought that was a fair compromise.
Yeah, fair compromise.
What do you guys think?
5%. I don't wanna, you know,
Percent.
that everybody said, actually, specifically what was said was,
So we have 4, 5.
specifically,
Waiting to hear
what
it.
was said was, we pay 5% nearly everywhere. Another person said, it's not great, not terrible, the 5%. The cost of providing city services is high. We're trying to get we've gotten every single employee group to median salary at least, and with cost of living increases of up to 3% per year going forward. We need to keep up with that.
So we have 4, 4, 5.
Yeah, I would just say it's not a free swing. We do reach a critical mass. You know, we're going to be at 35% if we go to 5%. When you put in the excise tax or sales tax, at some point we run up against it. I'm just looking for a fair compromise. I think
Councilmember
4% is the way to go.
Yeah, 4%.
Then we're conceding to the state, and basically they have no incentive to lobby against the state to
Okay.
reduce the tax. It's the state that's eating up all this money.
Put you on the spot,
I
Councilmember
know,
Culp.
I know, but I'm at 5 because we are asking a lot of our residents, and I think it's fair to, it's a good point with the
So 2
businesses.
5s and 2 4s.
Yeah.
What's the tiebreaker?
Well,
Well, I can break a tie, but it's going to come back with another council member, so.
So this,
And I will break the tie tonight, but.
You can come back with both. You know, we need to have another discussion before first introduction. So
Yeah,
we just
so-
need direction from
So
the council.
Let's, for right now, 4 to
4
5%.
to 5%.
Okay? And we'll let,
Fair, 4 to 5.
yeah, well, then when
4 or
Councilmember,
5.
when Councilmember Lowenstein's back, rather than me
4 1/4.
flipping this, you can flip it back, let him make, be the
Councilmember.
tiebreaker.
We're going to bring it
Look at
back
the
anyway.
difference, 75 cents.
Okay,
all right, next one.
$100.
the next one, we agreed that there's, we'll
I don't wanna
specify
run
some are pass-fail and some are scorable.
Yeah.
Okay, and the last one is, that we've come to agreement on, is the council is the appealable body, and the city, however we define that organization, will come up with the top 2, and then it would get appealed to us.
Yes, we've addressed that like 5 times now, Mr. Mayor.
She asked me to summarize somebody asked me to summarize what we came to.
Okay.
So that's what I'm doing. So, sorry. Okay, now, Do we want to go down through each item the rest of tonight, or do we?
Yeah, can we go through the goal of the criteria, or make our goal the criteria, the point criteria, and just leave it at that and come back to this?
No, let's just go through all this and then get them working and then come back in a couple weeks.
So you want to go
Like they
through
said.
each of the point criteria,
So
which is
what I suggest, and it's just,
substantial.
it would be helpful for each of you, or in consult with your Brown Act buddy, to be able to take some time, not at 10:30.
No.
to- Okay, can I finish the sentence without you
Yes,
interrupting?
please let the city attorney finish.
Because I think what we don't want to do, we've bounced around a lot over the history of this document, from the Cannabis Steering Committee to HDL to this model. And I'd like to quickly resolve it. And so all I was going to suggest is this comes back at the next meeting, and you have written down what you think. You know, I know, Zane, you already, Councilman Baji, you already showed some of the things. It'd be helpful for you to go, okay, I think these things should be pass-fail, and this is the point. And these items should be scorable, but here's how we should draft it. Because the history of councils late at night drafting on the fly.
The sordid history.
So this is not a legal opinion. This is not a legal
We
opinion.
don't need to
We need to get
wordsmith
through
draft
this.
it right now, but just provide general direction on
I'm
the
fine.
Exactly.
subject.
General
And then we
direction.
got
Let's just
the
go
authors
from
over
the
there.
beginning.
Yeah, the people who can write it up.
Page,
Let me just, sorry, if we could light up 2B for a second.
I have an alternate suggestion.
no.
I can make the suggestion. I'm running the meeting here, Councilman. It's that we, each of you, or with your Brown Act buddies, go down through this and email.
We have.
We have done
We
that.
have.
We sat for an hour and a half today and
Yes.
went through that. So
Did everybody do that?
No, his partner's out and across the.
Yeah, so not
the
everybody's
continent.
done that, which should be scorable and which shouldn't. And if you have suggested criteria, and then they can come back with a consolidated input from what the council has individually fed them.
No, that doesn't make any sense. We should go through this tonight, go
Does make
through this.
sense.
No, it does not, because we've been, as everyone's been saying, we've been sitting on this for years.
We'd like to
Right.
share among our other
Exactly.
council members in this open forum, the
Yes.
ideas we have.
For an hour and
So
a
they
half.
can think about it in their own time with their own Brown Act partners. Is that okay with you, non-voting mayor?
I don't like your tone, but I'll consider going the other route. But I just,
Okay.
I'm predicting we will not get, if we get through it, we will rethink it.
And given that, I'm, like I said, you have criteria. It'd be good for us to hear it. It'd probably be problematic to take a straw poll from the other council people who haven't had the opportunity, who haven't reviewed it.
remember, Councilmember
Does that
Lawrence-
make sense? You can give, hey, here are our thoughts,
Yeah,
and then they
sure,
can come
that's
back.
it, right.
That-
It'd
be
so
like
we're-
budget.
we're
Let's do
saying the
budget
same
item, let's
thing.
talk about
Right,
it.
exactly.
Yes, perfect.
Put
That's
it up,
perfect.
think about it, figure out how we can come up with objective criteria
we
later.
can continue doing straw
Lawrenstein's
polls.
not here.
That's fine. We do this all night long, and I wasn't here in February, and people moved along. City doesn't stop just because a council member's not here. So,
Well, but it will be coming back for a vote.
exactly, and
That's
he can,
right.
he can opine then. So let's just go back from the beginning and just start over.
If we could light up 2B,
Thank you.
there's a typo at the very beginning of purpose and intent.
We're going to go through typos.
Well, I mean, you want to get the ordinance right. It says accommodate the needs of medically ill persons and adults over the
No.
age of 21. No, it's not.
We're not going to go through typos
Are you
tonight.
going to veto what a discussion
We're not going to go through, we're not going to go through
Fix the
typos.
ordinance.
Let's get to the meaningful stuff. If you want to go through, let's go through that. We can send in typo corrections. I've
page
already done that
502.
independently. Why do we have to take up time with typos?
All right,
you want
we
a
get
micro,
going.
what we're gonna do
502,
here?
page 502,
Yeah, I know, sorry.
What page?
page 502,
I don't have, I have page 12 and what page by?
page 8.
Hmm?
Page 8. Under section 6, location zoning requirements. Section D, it was in red lined. I accept that change, changing from 650 to 600.
Where? 502.
Which one?
Yep, right there. Yep, it was red lined in the staff recommendations as well.
President. What page is that on the
Page
red
8.
line?
8.
Eight.
Keep going.
So
I think he's saying
change
we've got it
600
correct.
feet.
Yeah.
Yes, are we good with that? Change it to 600
Yeah.
feet?
Uh,
Everybody else?
Well, is that a change or?
No, that's
we
just a
always did 600?
reflection that's consistent with previous recommendations from
And
Planning
that's what was,
Commission.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's just a previous recommendation from the Planning Commission is something agreed upon by council
We've always
previously.
had 600.
Mhm.
And every buffer map we've done has
Yes.
incorporated 600.
650 was the error. We were correcting that error.
Okay, thank you.
Question for the council. The 1,000-foot rule in section B, we already have a one retail license per district. How would we deal with top two applicants if they're within 1,000 feet of each other?
Right.
Right?
And which one will you give priority to?
Which we get priority to?
So what Councilmember Narenheim and I discussed was that there's an exception to this rule except for applicants who can currently apply in the same application period. Because if staff was to have to decide, one's in District 2, one's in District 3, they're right on the border, or sorry, 2 and 1, right on the border near on PCH, within 1,000 feet, staff would have to decide which one of them to eliminate, right?
Well, which one is the higher score, but so you would pick the first score, whichever district it's in, and the second one wouldn't get it. And again, it's a policy call for you. The idea is to prevent concentration in one
Alternatively, we
area.
could change F to reflect that one will go in districts 1 and 2, and one will go in districts 3, 4, 5.
Or maybe not, you can't have two adjacent districts.
No.
What?
Can't have two adjacent districts, but that would accomplish the same thing theoretically.
I'm trying to basically divide up North Redondo, South
Right.
Redondo. Okay, or one in 90277 and one in 90278.
There you go.
That works.
That works better.
Okay.
So let's change it
So
to
let's
that.
change
That's
it to
actually
that.
perfect.
So change B to
Yeah.
1 in,
No, it's F.
F.
F1 in 90278,
okay?
1
Yeah.
in 90277.
What?
So I have a more basic one. We never state up in the front that an applicant can only get one permit.
But we state that in the end.
We say that in page 28 under, it's not under something that you,
Can't have common ownership, but certainly we can put that at the start if you
yeah, because
wish.
right now it's under a weird section.
All right, I'll accept that amendment. Does the rest of the council accept that?
Sure.
Okay.
On the one in 90278 and one in 90277, what if there are two, I'll call them ideal locations in, for example, 90277? This would exclude that, and that would knock them out. I'm just looking at like the buffer map. I mean, there could be two there.
Sure, there could be two in
Unless-
North Redondo too, but the
Well,
idea
I'm
is.
just saying, just unless the idea is we want one, and irrespective of whether there may be two good spots in 90277, we want one in the 77 and one in the 78, unless that's the idea.
If
Why
both
would
go
we
to
include it?
90277,
Yeah.
we will have complaints from people in North Redondo that South Redondo gets everything. Right? Have you heard that before?
Yes.
Well, and doesn't our ordinance allow for the council to add another store? Should we want one?
We could always expand later on, but let's
I'm
just
just
start with two.
saying, if the desire is to have more in a certain location, we as a body, our ordinance.
Yeah.
I think the
You can always
logic,
amend.
and the logic is
12 in
to
North Redondo.
try to distance the two retail stores to serve a different community segments,
You won't cannibalize each other.
Right.
both inside the city
Right.
and outside.
Well, you'd have to change the ordinance, because right now, on the top of page 8 is no more than 2 sites may be used for storefront cannabis retailers at any time. So you don't have to give any, but you can't give more than 2. If you want to put more than 2, that's a big change in the policy, and you certainly
we're
can
just
do
doing
that.
2.
I mean, more
But
than
we-
2, you'd have to amend the ordinance.
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
We could amend anyways.
That's fine.
That's, two is fine.
Public hearing, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
I'm concerned it's going to eliminate, for me, it's going to eliminate potentially viable and appropriate spots for a cannabis retail location by requiring there can only be one in 7-7 and potentially has to be one in 7-8 or vice versa. Just looking at the map, there's not a lot of spots to begin with. That's all I'll say.
What do you suggest?
Well, if the concern is about if you have two locations within 1,000 feet, how do you pick them? That would get washed out in the other scoring because whichever of those applicants had the highest score would determine which one moves on. And so if they're both within 1,000 feet, the one with the higher score would be chosen. So it would work itself out that way.
Even if those were the two highest scores and they were still close to each other?
No, it doesn't.
So okay, so those are the final two candidates, right? So how would you resolve that?
That's the challenge, right? Let's say there's one in District 1, one in District 2, they're inside of
well
1,000
then-
feet of one another, and they're the top two.
So the way to resolve it would be unless they're in separate districts. So for example, if they're within 1,000 feet, but one's in D1, one's in D2, you would resolve it that way.
We should just strike the 1,000 feet.
Yeah, strike the 1,000 feet now.
Yeah.
Now that
Simple
if
solution.
we do this split in zip code,
We should-
strike 1,000 feet if they happen to choose the locations and one
Yep.
is in that's 2-7-7, one's in
So
7-8.
strike
B.
Strike B. Agreed. Yeah. Jeez Louise.
Okay, I mean, that sounds okay, and we'll be back with clearer minds and eyes to consider it further.
If we're going to go through these each, then are we accepting the city attorney's recommendations for C?
See?
This red line.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Everybody okay?
No area shall
now,
be established or
we can read
located
it-
within
we
1,000.
We can read that in, with fresh eyes. Can we just focus on the point criteria right now?
Okay.
Well, we weren't in point criteria. I was where you guys were. You were at F on this same one.
In this general category, while you're looking at it, there is one other addition we need to make. It was caught by a couple of you. We did not codify the direction you gave regarding the Dale Page Park buffer. We need to add a section describing that zone as well, just for the record.
Okay, so I agree with that. Add that page to that. Thank you.
And how
Everyone agree
about
with that?
City
All right,
attorney's
yes,
recommendation
yes.
on D.
Perfect. On D, what page is that?
Page 8. It's
Okay,
right in the same area we've just been
open it right
talking.
here. One second.
D's the same as C, isn't it?
New shall be within 600 feet.
It's the 600 feet. rule.
Yeah, it's the same thing. You just changed it.
Yeah, it's the same verbiage, but applied to
Both standards.
elementary schools.
So yes.
Of the
Yes.
city
Item
attorney's.
47 of the blue folder ordinance.
Second blue folder.
Yeah, I agree with it. Changes to 650 to 600. And in full compliance, yes.
So the difference here is high school, middle school, and this one is elementary school. Okay.
Okay, then you've made the changes to F, to 1 in 90277, 1 in 90278.
Yeah.
Yes, please address.
Do we agree with the red lines in the next page under A and B?
Under page 10,
9
9.
of the city attorney's marked up.
Let's see.
Blue folder item, I should say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, then I think the next session has to be cleaned up based on what we already determined, that the city council is the appellant, not the decision body.
Yes.
Okay, page 11.
We have a red line on H, subparagraph 3. Aye.
So
That's on the survey.
section 6, VI.
I'm back at H3. There's two red lines. in
IV?
there. I. Page 11, I.
Demonstration. Taking out sufficient evidence to demonstrate to demonstration. Agreed. Evidence with a report created, reduced by a licensed surveyor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Now jump into, unless there's other changes. I'm
4.
Hmm?
Number 4.
IV?
Yeah. Proof of funds that the applicant has access to control to over $2 million in liquid assets. We just heard at least one person say $1 million plus operating costs for, I could see a build out, tenant improvements being $1 million and then operating costs of 6 months. So maybe another $500,000.
So
We had two say essentially build out and then plus your first 6 months of operating expenses per forma.
Right, okay.
yeah. So I would have that language in there because $2 million is a little bit arbitrary.
What do you think about that, Mr. Webb?
Mr. City Attorney or?
Like,
Well, the question is more for Chair West.
should it be a specific number? Should it be a specific number or should it be evidence of ability to conduct the build out as estimated plus
6 months of operating.
6 months of operation?
It could be either. The problem is the city staff or whoever is making the choice, are they going to have the expertise to do that? And the dollar figure is easier to quantify, but Chair West is the best to opine on that.
Okay, what's your opinion, TROS?
I would recommend having a fixed number because everybody operates differently. And the build-out costs, we don't know if there's a consistent build-out. Every store has a different layout. Everybody has different aesthetics. And so it's hard to describe exactly what they're going to do. But I think we've all heard generally that it's going to take a couple $1 million, $1 million for sure, plus some other additional operating cost. And you ramp up and get going. So it is, as you indicate, somewhat arbitrary, but there's some background information that goes into that number.
The problem that I see with that is we don't know the building that they're choosing. It could be a perfectly great building, new condition. So they don't only need maybe 20 grand of build out costs, right? So I would just say, I would go right back to what they're planning on doing.
But now somebody's gonna have to analyze what their plan says, what their build out is, how much that's gonna cost. So I'd rather err on the lower side of like.
$1 million?
If you did have $1 million build out, you could get your operating expenses once you started to operate from
Right.
your other businesses, like on a
So let's go
cash
$1
flow
million.
basis. So I'm thinking maybe reduce it down to $1 million, a little
Yeah.
more realistic. I can't imagine, I don't know too many businesses with $2 million cash on hand.
Yeah, let's go with $1 million.
Thoughts, open?
Yeah.
So leave it as is with 2 million.
No, $1 million.
Million.
Bring it down to $1 million.
I need to think about it. I'm happy to have it changed and then we can look at it next time.
Further?
Okay.
All right.
So we'll put 1 million in for now.
1 million in.
We'll put it in the alternative, wherever the council consensus, we'll put that figure where we haven't like 4 or 5 or $1 million, 2 million, we'll put it and the council then can think about it and choose a number.
Sure. And does it have to be throughout this section?
And in section 6 here, colored interior and exterior renderings. Can we just do interior and exterior renderings, period?
So on 5 and 6,
right.
How much does it cost to get a set of plans, site development plan, floor plan, building elevation, all 4 sides, conceptual landscape plan with percentage of landscaping in the parking lot setbacks, areas, tree sizes, and species? what is it?
Depends on the level of detail, thousands of dollars to tens of thousands of dollars.
Not $100,000.
Depends on
But
how much detail you want to add. You could get to 100,000, but
I think the issue that Councilmember Baji and I have is if somebody shows up and they interpret this as a $100,000 architectural drawing, rendering, right? They have a greater likelihood of reasoning to want to sue, right? We just need a general overview and architectural idea. What do you plan on doing here? Because if they provide something to us, we don't even know if it means the plans and specs for the city of Redondo Beach, going through the permitting system, right?
it doesn't necessarily. But I will say the more detail here, the more thought out the plan, the better sense of the storefront, the better sense of the quality of the operation. So this is one of the areas where this is going to be foundational to us to having a better shot at a discretionary evaluation. So I think you can do this relatively inexpensively, but it's definitely a commitment to the application process. But all of this will be helpful to staff. This description is helpful to us.
Yeah.
All right.
Without that, how would we know how it fits into the community?
All right. So let me go back to this one.
Are we going to change 6 then to just interior and exterior renderings? I mean, they'll probably.
I can't imagine they wouldn't do them colored, but yeah, I mean, you wouldn't have to specify, I suppose, but elevations mean something in the architectural world. But that's the idea. I mean, we're looking for concepts here to help educate on the quality of the design.
I don't think colored versus not colored is going to be the make or break.
Just interior and exterior. Well, you got to put interior and exterior renderings. We want exteriors in there as well.
Colored interior,
And
exterior, and elevation renderings?
Yeah. No,
So-
color, elevation renderings and exterior
For
renderings.
interior, that's each room?
Well, we have building elevations under 5. So it seems like, I think what we're trying to say here is colored interior and exterior renderings.
Oh, it's additionally, okay.
Yeah, but interior renderings of what? Every room?
What it's going to look
Store, I imagine the storefront, the store and how it's laid out.
Primarily, it's the retail storefront that you're looking at where you're going to welcome patrons. And then the balance is basically a layout because you're just going to have a break room, bathrooms, and those types of things. So you really want to get an idea of what the interior of the store looks like.
So you want
So
a
should we
plan view?
specify that, Mr. Webb?
Yeah.
That detail of what exactly we're looking for here? The storefront plus interior? Oh, I guess that is interior there, okay.
Well, you've got the development plan, you got floor plans, you got building elevations, you got conceptual landscaping. That's your exterior stuff. Landscaping, the parking lot setbacks, building, I think this is the interior. I'm not sure, what were we saying? Interior and elevation renderings. I don't understand that second part of that.
It would really be the design of what the interior is going to look like for the patron. So you have an idea, once you walk into the store, what's it going to look like?
Keep in mind, these are the minimum or criteria, so we're not getting into the scoring.
Right,
If it's something not in there, then the permit administrator has an obligation to deny the project.
I'll tell you what, why don't you let me work on this with community development and work on this
To further
definition.
clarify
Yeah.
this with community development,
Yeah.
that'd be good. Thank you.
Because there are a lot of challenges when someone gets kicked out or someone gets allowed and the other, applicant says, oh, you shouldn't have approved it. The drawings weren't colored, for example.
Back to number 8, though, with the list of the following application components. I thought about this, I didn't see it in here in the ordinance about limiting marketing that's visible from the storefront.
Right.
So when you're walking by, you don't see, whatever cannabis product.
It's not like a
from
smoke shop where you got every
outside.
product plastered on the
You
window.
have to be on the inside before you can see it. So I don't know do we add another component?
I had that as criteria for council that we can just incorporate. That's more discretionary into that, like storefront.
I'm trying to think, would that be CUP? That might be more CUP. I suppose you'd put it in the ordinance.
Again, I would suggest not to worry about where we're putting it in. Get direction from council. If the council says, hey, I'd like this sort of thing, incorporate it where you
Sure,
think, then we'll
right.
work to do it.
No on-site advertising on the,
Exterior.
Perfect.
right.
So you've got that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you give us that direction, much easier to write. That's what I was trying to avoid was the bogging down and the wordsmithing. But I do want to hear what the council's collective direction is. It makes it much easier for all of us.
All right, page 12.
So what does this mean, though? Shall notify the permit administrator within 15 calendar days prior to the application of any material change in the information. Okay. What about if the application is submitted and there's an omission, but the window hasn't closed? Does the city have an obligation to notify the applicant within a certain period of time? Is the city going to be able to notify the applicant? Or no, there's no obligation, you just determine it after windows closed. TROS, do you have this in here?
Typically, when we've served as facilitator and receiver of the documents, if there's time to cure, we reach out to the applicant and allow them the time to cure as long as it's before the application deadline.
And then there's, it looks like an amendment fee.
Should K specify that the city has no obligation to notify? Yes, okay, so we should
I
put that in there.
strongly am in favor of that.
Yeah, so let's put that in there, that we have no obligation to notify an applicant of a failure to meet the minimum requirements or incompletion.
So again, that we have that phrase as a ministerial duty again, so we would probably eliminate that, right?
No, that's it, ministerial.
These are all ministerial.
These are pass fail.
Well, if we're going to get rid of the duty,
No, the
Under
duty is to
K.
reject.
so are we putting it under K?
The permit administrator shall, as administrator, reject any retail cannabis permit that fails to meet the minimum
Yes,
requirements.
sorry, yes, okay.
What
you're
I'm
right.
saying is that the city shall also have no obligation
Got
to
it.
notify anybody
Okay.
of any defect or,
Right.
yeah,
And we need that in case we miss something when we're reviewing it and
yeah.
didn't notice
And
that they
don't
missed
notice until the
something.
window's closed.
Right.
Or we don't even look at them until the window's closed.
No, but the city.
Yeah,
or-
okay.
Yeah, all right.
The additional and, I'm fine with on there.
I'd like to add to
Would
that
I-
third line there, right up below the and there, Councilman, that shall be appointed by the city manager or designated permit administrator. So then I've got some
leeway.
Some leeway there on the panel.
Where's which one's that? Is that
So
6?
under A, 6A,
Bottom of
so
12.
with no business interest in the city of Redondo shall be appointed by the city manager or designated permit administrator. So it could be either. I may want to designate the permit administrator, it's rendered and then separately the panel, 6A, 12.
Third line,
Third line, by the permit administrator.
the city manager or permit.
Or the designated permit administrator.
And that's fine. That's what I pointed out earlier, that the ordinance was different than his.
I don't want to bind,
manager's.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, and that's fine. And this is the language that we borrowed from West Hollywood, and they've had success in having 5 people review it, independently score it.
How do you define business interests in the city of Redondo Beach? You don't have a business, or you don't have a house or any property, or?
Yeah, I think that needs to be changed because the language from, I don't have West Hollywood in here.
Yeah.
I think it should be with cannabis interest and cannabis business in Redondo. But we can work on that.
I shouldn't, well, we don't have any cannabis businesses in Redondo Beach, but just business, no business interest in
Be
the
a
city.
consultant or
Smoke shop?
something.
No business interest in it. Just give it as business interest.
Yeah, but what's a business interest?
We don't need to,
I think we need to define it.
people who do business with the city. Vendors, contractors.
I don't think I'll have trouble finding people that meet that criterion right there.
I'm just asking what the definition is. What's a business, and is that somebody who has a
Business and
company,
ownership
or?
in that business.
Well, you could have a staff
What if you have
member,
property?
you could have a staff member theoretically that has a spouse or significant other that owns a small business in the community, therefore has a business interest.
Is a business interest in the city or business interest with the city?
In the city.
In the city.
But should it be with the city?
No, well, I mean,
If,
in or with?
well, it's
It does make a difference,
Well, if we hire a
actually.
consultant, then they have a business interest with the city.
We could,
That,
we could
that's a
strike
very
it and just say
amorphous
demonstrate
term.
experience in city government. I mean, all we're
And
doing
if you
is
get paid by the city, do you have a business interest in the city?
typically not directly, no. I mean, there are indirect circumstances.
So the language was experience in either city government or the cannabis industry, comma, with no business interest in the city of West Hollywood. So the part
Maybe it's
that
no
was
cannabis
modified
business interest.
from West Hollywood specifically dealt with
Cannabis.
business interest in the cannabis industry.
Yes.
And that was taken
That makes
out
more
because the
sense.
decision was we didn't necessarily want,
Right.
or
So do we wanna
didn't know if we wanted, so it would just be
I would just say
experience
strike
in
it.
government.
Strike
Yeah.
in the city, right?
Right.
I would just say strike the whole and with no business. There's no conflict because we have no cannabis in the city. So
Right.
I would just say with demonstrated experience in city government.
Well, we will after the first
Well,
round.
what about, okay, what if the staff person has an interest in a cannabis company outside the city that is applying?
Yes.
They're not going to be on the panel.
But you won't know that. You don't necessarily need to know that, right?
Well, you'll never know that. They don't, you won't.
Well,
you
then we'd
can't-
be creating a standard that I wouldn't necessarily be able to follow. I mean, why would we
okay.
why would
Fair
we
enough.
put something in there that's
All
going to
right.
jack us up later?
All right, let's move on.
So we're striking that.
Yeah, and
I
with
just
no
strike it.
business interest.
Why
So-
bind ourselves?
Okay,
Qualifications of the applicant owners and managers, 200 points.
okay, so we had some concerns here, right?
Yeah,
So, okay, first 200 points may or may not be ministerial.
Right, that's,
Whether
and so
that
you
should be
want to look at, as you go
Yeah.
through one by
So,
one,
yeah.
which is ministerial and which
So
is
all three of these have
discretionary
to be
scorable.
ministerial for that ministerial to stay, so probably, I imagine it's not staying.
Yeah, C
Well,
is
it
not
may go, it
ministerial.
may go
So
down to the
What we were-
subsection.
What we were gonna do here is, maybe 10 points, sorry, what is it? Okay. 10 points for every million per year,
well,
and the maximum number of points.
Per store.
Hold on.
I think there's some compelling arguments that say different markets would produce different results per
well, that's
store.
exactly what it is. And that's why
Right, that's why we don't wanna lean on this too much,
we
right?
want to just very lightly give it a maximum of 50 points and the rest of it to the S section that we had, that we're going to propose.
The goal here is to identify candidates that have experience operating successful
Right, and we're
stores.
not doing this. What this section is
Yeah.
doing here is allowing a cannabis operator such as, I don't know, get maximum points. Operators such as MedMen, going out of business, massive revenues, huge failure. So why we would want to judge the amount of revenue in a store is ridiculous. They completely mismanaged their operation. They're going
I mean, yeah,
Bankrupt.
you should be looking at profits then, right? As a
right,
percentage
and debt,
or-
and debt. You got to bring in debt. So without going into that, I'd much rather get. Do you have the language that I have regarding those three sections? I could pull it up. if you
And I
want.
would say successful operation without incident, right? I mean, some of this isn't just the money they're making, it's.
Okay, so this is language Councilmember Nierenheim had pulled up from another ordinance. The question is, how do you make this
Scorable.
scorable?
That should be section 1.
This is maybe a place that would be a little more, there would be a little more discretion or vacillation in terms of scores, but.
Do you know if cannabis businesses get rated by Dun and Bradstreet or a similar, accounting grading?
See, here's the problem with that, Mayor.
The city attorney is reading it. so-
Is you can't rely on that because what if you get an A-team group of people who are well-funded with big money and are in the industry and know exactly what they're doing, and this is their first store they're gonna open up in Redondo Beach. Right? So if this is the first store they're gonna do in Redondo Beach, and they are the A-team, they got the money, they got the organization, they can execute, by putting this down and doing Dun Bradstreet, it won't exist.
I'm not sure what you're saying. Dun & Bradstreet rates companies across.
Right, if this is the first company they're building in Redondo Beach, they can't be rated.
Yeah, but if, so they wouldn't have a Dun & Bradstreet, yeah.
Let's just ask,
So that's,
city
that you
attorney,
grade
do
that
you think
against them?
that we could
No.
allow, a certain number of points based on the qualification of the owners on these
Yes.
criteria?
You're Mr. City Attorney now? This is great.
I wasn't speaking to you.
Well, the question wasn't to you. Yeah, I think you could. I think the problem will be if staff is doing this, do they really have the expertise to evaluate those criterias? It may be worth mixing ministerial, like 10 million may be the wrong amount. And you may ask Tierra West, what could be an amount that's lower that could be pass-fail, where most reputable companies have have an objective component and a scoring subjective.
But why would you do up to X points, up to 10 million versus, hey, a certain number of points for every million? And now there's an objective way to have some variation between.
You can absolutely do that. You absolutely could. So that's no problem. I was reading the subjective, the knowledge, the ownership. I don't know that city staff has the ability or the knowledge to evaluate that properly. I like the idea of, I was saying you could have a component of, X many points, not up to X number of points for every, $1 million of sale. I think that's great.
You could do 10 points per million up to a total of 100 points, which would be maxed at 10 million. And then you could scratch the B section
Maximum
and
points
drop it
I'm
to
willing to
C.
give for this is 50 points. And score, because somebody's experience and ability and knowledge in the industry is.
100 for revenue, 100 for experience.
Revenue makes no difference. MedMen going out of business, massive revenue, number one in the state, number one in the country.
Okay, well, we got other council members. What are you guys thinking?
We heard a lot of testimony that revenue didn't really represent the quality of that business because of
Differences in
the
the market.
density of other stores in the area and the population in that space, so.
All right, so back to 50 points total, 50 total max. And some rating system for revenue? Could you do it by the million or by the 100,000?
Yeah, we can. Like, for example, if you're doing 50 points, you do, let's say you didn't want to exceed $5 million, and this is a question more for Chair West, you could get to 10 points for every, million, or if you wanted to capture up to 10 million, you could do, you're shaking your head. So you
Five
can
points
do,
for every million.
yeah, so you could do that if you wanted to. And then you're not going to the, you're not giving an advantage for the biggest
Yeah, but
company.
they're not getting a huge advantage, right? So a maximum of 50 points, and then you get 150 points for
the management team.
Experience,
Yes.
cannabis industry knowledge, ownership team.
Yep.
And we need to figure out what kind of objective criteria we can put in here for staff to rely on. How to determine what an ownership team, or I guess describe the involvement of ownership.
It's basically expanding on C. I mean, there is a description there. It would be putting more points into the C category and maybe expanding on that criterion.
Yeah.
And the first would be ministerial, and the second would be discretionary and score.
Up to 150 points.
Yeah, but I still don't understand why we're rating them on, we're basically going to downgrade people who are in a competitive market.
Right.
We don't know what market they're in. Redondo Beach could be worth $1 million a year or $100 million a year.
You're talking.
LA City could be $1 million.
You're talking out both sides of your mouth.
No.
We're not talking about what they're projecting to make in Redondo. We're talking about money that they have booked.
Yes, and it makes no sense to sit there and judge them in a saturated market.
Okay, Tierra West, why wouldn't we change this to profit instead of gross revenue?
That would be ideal, but I'm not sure.
We can quantify it.
We
They
know.
can't- Not sure any of these cannabis companies are making a profit.
Would we know, is there a way to access that?
That would be difficult. That's proprietary information. I don't think that most companies would release that.
Right.
And then the issue is how many are making money? I mean, at the end of the day, as you pointed out, Councilman, MedMen went under. So there are a number of issues, but I think the information that you're suggesting is going to be very restricted and would be very difficult to get.
So why is gross revenue easier to get? Because taxes are paid on it?
Yes, they have to report that to the state.
Is there a way to ask like a criteria about the last year's taxes that were paid?
They do have to pay
it's
federal
per
taxes,
store.
right? Revenue taxes? That's how they catch people engaged in this federally unlawful.
You guys are going by per store or by per business?
It's per store.
Right. So they can pick and choose. They have multiple locations.
Yeah, a store.
So again, it's becoming way more nebulous. Keep it at 50, do these three, which has been used before in the industry.
How about max of 30 points, 20 points allocated to the competitiveness of the geographic of the store?
No, just keep it simple. 200 points total, like it has in here
Okay.
before. 50 points for revenue, 150 points for the 3 bullet points we have: experience, cannabis industry knowledge, and ownership team. I mean, what else do you need?
Is that okay, Mr. Webb? You
Well,
go with that?
it's your confidence that our staff has.
Okay.
the-
Whatever.
Okay, can I finish a sentence? I can ask a question. I'm halfway through my answer and you're talking over. So the question is, I would want to look to the other cities. Do the other cities use an outside consultant who has knowledge and experience in dealing with the cannabis industry? Or I'd ask the city manager, do you think our staff with no training and no experience in this can correctly evaluate that? Because the challenge with Scorable is you're going to get attacked from anyone who thought they didn't get enough points or the other got too many. So
Actually, one question real quick before is, did we put in what they are required to turn in requirements for documents showing their experience, cannabis industry knowledge and ownership team relative to their own?
Well, we said they have to turn in
They're gonna have to,
qualifications.
well, they're gonna have to
of
give
the-
us a description of this. I mean, that's
Right, so
what
we're
they're
have
gonna
to
be
make sure
judged
we
on.
amend the required documents to include a description of this.
Well,
right?
if they provide no description, they get no points. I mean,
Right.
if
This
we
is-
put this up to 150 points, it's
This
gonna.
is listed under qualifications of applicants, owners, and managers. You have to, well, your application component includes qualifications of the applicants, owners.
Okay,
And so
all right.
we're specifying the details of what we're going to grade that on.
Okay, but in addition, how the ownership team intends to participate in the operation of the business?
So, right. So I have a question for Ms. House. We started off this conversation with a big thank you from the city manager. You've been working in this, on this project for 2 years. I know that you've been at least 2 cities in person. Do you feel that you have an ability to be able to judge an application that comes in on these 3 ideas: experience, cannabis industry knowledge, and ownership team?
I'm gonna say, that's a loaded question.
That is a loaded question.
You gave her the answer.
Here's what how about we do this? Let's.
This application is, these 3 things I
Let's
took
think on
from
it. It's
other
not a final
cities that have
decision
had
tonight.
no, but hold on, had no lawsuits.
Okay, let's just move on. This is tentatively what we're proposing.
Okay.
Let's get feedback from staff and the city attorney.
Yeah.
can you look at, like, for example,
City
it
manager.
was, would just B and C be okay? If you got rid of
That's what I'm
A.
thinking.
So it's split between 50 points, which is ministerial. They got to have $500,000 in sales per store, get 50 points or none. And then you have 50 points, so it's even. You're not booting 3/4 of the points because of the scoreable section, you're balancing, so you get discretion and you also have an objective factor. Would that be okay? And you don't need to answer tonight, but just so B and C and what's in the ordinance currently, because right now it's up to 100 points for 10 million, up to 50 points for 500,000. We just changed we'd strike A, B would be 50 points if you have 500,000, and then C would not be ministerial, and it would be up to 50
500,000, that's
points.
5 million in B.
5 million, that's what, I'm sorry.
The one thing I would suggest as it pertains to C is we'll look at whether or not we can add some more described criterion that we could point to that might help our evaluators look at that with more detail.
Why don't we just use the 3 criteria that have been in other cities that have the user applications that I have there, and that specifically lists out their experience and their industry knowledge and the team. And use that, and we can sleep on that until next time.
The question would be, who scores them in the other cities? Was it Chair West, an HTL, an SCI, who has experience in evaluating those things? Or was it 5 members of city staff who may not have experience? That's the point.
What's the total possible points as drafted right now, 1,000?
1,000 total, 200 of this
Okay,
section.
so 15% is a huge number to award to
Let's just
discretionary.
keep this here for now. We can sleep on it. It's coming back to us, right? I do not feel good about this 50 points for $5 million a year. It's and 100 points for 10 million. That's just.
So maybe 50 points for gross revenue and 50
I
points
think
per
we're getting
for
into the
profit.
weeds on this.
Okay,
You
let's
guys
move
have,
on.
proposed what you're thinking. That's great. We're going to think about it and move on.
Yeah, I think we'll try to find a way to adjust this section to reflect the concerns given about the total amount of sales being the sole criterion here, and see if we
Okay.
can suggest some alternatives.
Oh, go scroll back up to page 12 there, right below that, right here, this section. Okay, so something here does not make any sense. And I have a question for
So
Chief.
we wanted to strike this subsection, or this paragraph under 2 about the use
About giving additional points to the farther
Additional
away.
points.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we're saying here in this section is, yes, you hit the requirements for the buffer, you are good to go. Now we're sitting here and saying that if you're 1,500 feet or more, we're going to give you an extra 75
from a youth
points,
center.
right? Extra 75 points, which is actually worth more than the 50 points right above for the applicant's owner's and manager's qualification, which doesn't make any sense. So the end result is this. You could have a good location with a really bad operator, or that location could be really far away outside any really business district or any really traffic, and you have very little traffic there. And then on the other side is you have an operator who is a really good operator, but his 700 feet, 800 feet, 900 feet, 1,000 feet away, and they're not going to score as much. So what we're doing here is putting location above the ability for the business to perform, which I think is completely wrong.
So I suggest we come up with the criteria we want to judge, and then we can put weights on it after we see them all.
Okay.
And we want to determine
So-
how to.
So what I'm hearing is you'd like to get rid of any additional points for,
Yes.
basically buffer maps creates the eligibility
Assuming it
zone.
has no on-site advertising, and we have criteria, hopefully that we'll get to, that's like they're not advertising, they're not targeting pedestrian traffic or youth, this shouldn't really be that much of a concern.
Sure, we can strike that. That's relatively easy. We would just assign the rest of those points to the remaining criterion there.
Yeah, I agree. It was just, if you look at the first sentence, it was a policy call from, because we had discussions about whether you would want them further away. And this gives teeth to that, hey, we think it's better the further away, but you can absolutely remove it without any problem.
Well, what do you guys, Councilmember
fine with
Calzier,
striking that.
You're fine with striking it?
Yeah.
And I would argue this is one of the sections where staff will be, I think, better suited candidly to evaluate on a discretionary basis the point totals, plans, renderings, kind of location, site map stuff. That's something that is in staff's wheelhouse. So to me, this one wouldn't be ministerial, it'd be more discretionary.
So this is page 507 of the agenda packet. So we'd allocate 150 points awardable. So we'd strike ministerial duty.
Yep.
Pursuant to the following criteria, we'll strike objective as well. A premise diagram. So here's the question, Mike, is up to a premise diagram. In what scenarios is staff going to give 9 points or 5 points versus 10 points?
It'll be based on the quality and the, and overall presence within the property. I mean, it'd be something that our community
Okay,
development.
so I mean, then we need to add in objective criteria that they're going to be assessing it by, right?
Well, they say in accordance with section 5,000. This is one that's actually,
Of the CSR?
oh, I'm looking at the red line.
Okay, no, here, I'll pull up the red line, sorry. I'm wrong one. Up to, premise diagram, yeah, section 5006 of the Division
So
42.
that's scoreable against subjective criteria.
I guess what is 5006 of the state code of regulations say?
Anyone? Does anyone know?
Oh. Well, paragraph A or B.
5,006.
I don't even know that's Googleable. 5006.
How about we look
Do you
into
know
that
TR
and move
West?
on?
Oh, that might be the ADA requirements. I wonder if there's going to be parking.
Okay, so let's just put a pin in here that staff is going to come back to us, community development, as to whether this is something other than a yes or no answer, and whether it's truly an up to, and what would make it qualitatively better, a premise diagram qualitatively better. Either it's complying with the ADA or it doesn't.
Yeah, simple.
Well, no, you could be partially compliant.
No.
That one in itself might be compliant. That one maybe is ministerial.
Okay, so from that one, we'd strike the up to and just say 10 points, a premise diagram in accordance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Meets or doesn't.
Next one, a site development plan that provides information on existing conditions and proposed improvements at the site, how it meets will meet current development standards, exterior photographs, all this. So this seems like pretty hefty. Could we allocate more points to this, especially if we had struck the 75 from the prior section? Although it's going to be photographs of existing structures, so.
Well, I think your goal here is right for plans and renderings and overall location to have 150 points. If we're taking 75 out for distance, then we're going to reapply it throughout the balance of the criterion.
In this section or elsewhere?
I think in this section, although I'm not quite sure how business and operations is 100 points and we're still only getting to 150.
That's why I think we should develop the criteria and come up with the weighting later, because
Well, this, we can have you guys, staff, redistribute the 75 points. Right, as part of it. Do you guys agree with this, Councilmember?
And I also would say that it doesn't have to be 1,000 points, right?
Yeah,
Make it a different number.
it can be 1050, 950, it doesn't matter.
Okay, but this again, is this is this ministerial or is it not?
So I would say,
PR West, can somebody allocate 5 points on this subsection B?
It would be ministerial generally, and we're looking to get to a point total that we're able to create a rubric of some sort. That's kind of the important part here, because we don't want to have too many ratings that are off kilter, if you will.
So under that logic, then A, B, C, D, E, and F would all be checking a box. I mean, are we assigning this? To me, this is an area where we would want discretion.
At which point, the whole thing is ministerial.
Right.
so except that B, I don't think that what we're asking for in B meets the paragraph of what B says. Provides information on existing conditions and proposed improvements and how it meets or will meet the development standards outlined in chapter XX. That is something scorable. But then when you had just asked for photographs of the existing stuff, that doesn't address what you
Yeah,
asked for.
that's just the information you're asking
Yeah.
for.
Yeah,
Well,
that doesn't address how you meet the development standards.
Well, I think if you look right above number 1, we can change it to information. So that's just the information on the existing conditions. It's not limited to that. So 1 through 5 is just, here are the existing conditions, and you've got to do more.
Well, then maybe 6 is how you meet the development standard, right?
Yeah.
So, Mike, you said that these should not be ministerial, and if so, how would staff adjudge?
Well, this is what, this is, you know, this is the qualitative part of it. You're going to have different opinions, impressions based on their feelings and expertise to say, I think this is an 8, I think this is a 10, I think this is a 6. And we're trusting that process renders consensus
Okay.
opinion.
But then, let's say for a floor plan, there should be goals that we are trying to achieve with the floor plan, right? Whether it's from a security standpoint, a fire escape standpoint.
Well, that's
or-
later on.
That's business and operations.
And that's later on.
And security plan.
But I'm just, based on what we've heard from the city attorney, I feel like if staff can rate the floor plans without any objective criteria on how they're rating them, that could open us up.
Yeah, I was viewing them more as
Ministerial.
ministerial, and I was viewing later on making changes to the safety plan, not just to say what you have to submit. You say at a minimum, it needs to include that, but the overall goal, what is it that you want to see? What do you want your evaluators to see to say, oh, no, that's a 10 safety plan versus this, it's a 5?
Okay. So I think let's just leave this as ministerial for now and see where else.
And add 6 on B, B, to show how it meets the chapter XXX of city municipal code.
What's that? What do you
I mean, we're going to have to.
On B, they only ask for
No,
a fear.
we're going to eventually have to create some discretionary opportunity
Right,
here.
I mean, there's discretionary opportunity in this qualifications,
There's not.
potentially 150 points of qualifications of owners.
Right.
And then I have a whole list of
agree.
things that hopefully we can put in. Architecture and scale surrounding neighborhoods, storefront design, merchandising that doesn't target patrons and pedestrian traffic. Like, it'll be appealing, but not advertising of on-site product.
I think maybe what we ought to do is, if the broad direction here is, you've told us you want us to come up with basically the 1 and 2 candidates through a combination objective and subjective process that'll be run by staff. Unless there are specific
Scorable
categories
and
that you want us to
Using
focus
criteria,
on,
yeah.
why don't you let us take it back and figure out where we think we can be most successful in being discretionary versus truly objective on a pass-fail, and then come back to you, because I think we're going to get into the weeds tonight, and we're going to need to hear from experts in our various fields here.
And can you circulate, Councilmember Nierenheim and Obaji, you have the clerk receive and file that your comments that you've already done, so we can evaluate that and.
A motion to receive and file?
No, we'll do it later.
Yeah, we'll send it. Question, are we in agreement that the community benefit plan instead will be performance on past community benefit plans? Okay. Right. that's
Or
what's
demonstrated
being
track record
Yeah,
in
demonstrated track, and
communities.
that's
Right.
discretionary based on the
Right.
impressions that
That'll
you
be
get
the
from.
scorable up to 50 points.
Yeah, up to
And
scorable,
just,
right,
you're going to see who can show that they actually have kept their word.
right.
I still want to caution under 2B, what we're asking for in the paragraph is not met by, it doesn't have anything about the
Yeah,
proposed.
obviously, we got to
improvements.
make sure that everything that we're scoring them on is required in the documents that they've got to
Yep.
submit to us.
We hear you.
Yeah.
Cool, that's
Are there any other criterion that generally we should be considering that are not at least contemplated in this list?
I'll email them, but they've all been discussed in the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think that what I've heard is the scorable is the quality of the management team and the experience of the management team. We haven't discussed it, but I would think the safety and security plan would be something that's scorable.
Yep. And what I'd say is not just during the hours of operation, but also not inviting theft outside of the hours of operation.
Or precluding it.
Yes.
And what about labor and employment plan? Is that a scorable or?
It's in there.
I know, but do we want that
Is
to
it
be scorable or is that a
ministerial
pass fail?
I'll defer.
I mean, what does that mean, TR West? Because aren't they complying with, don't they have to comply with state law and federal law relative to labor and employment?
Yes, they do, but some offer more benefits than others. And so
Should be
you may
scorable.
higher
Like here-
starting wages, more health benefits, schooling.
The answer to it is how important it is to the council.
Important.
If it's important, then we can make it
Okay,
scorable.
so
And they have
let's
things
make
that
it
go-
scorable, yeah.
They have things that go beyond like the recruitment of employees from socially and economically disadvantaged backgrounds. That's a
Yeah.
scorable.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Or if we
Can
want local employment or.
Well, that's the other thing. You could put that in there.
Yeah.
Well, can I ask a question about that? Because I read this as well. I thought they were noble and noteworthy aspirations to put these things in here. Recruiting people from socially and economically disadvantaged backgrounds, living wage, et cetera, no doubt. The question I had was, do we require this of any other business operating in the city to come in and get a business license?
No, we do, under certain prevailing wage contracts and some other things, we do have requirements.
But we have a
and-
requirement
And
for
grant, and certain grant agreements requires things of this nature that have
Right.
compliance officers and the
Federal
like.
funding, certain grants.
Exactly.
And but we don't require this if someone that comes and does business with the city outside of that context, how they operate, what medical benefits they pay, things like that.
No, but we would ensure prevailing wage.
We have to do prevailing wage.
No, we
But
don't have to
aside
do-
from that,
We don't have to. They don't have to do prevailing wage.
Well,
We do.
We generally do still do it because the
pass
state
through
has some ability to threaten other resources if we don't. So effectively, we do.
So charter cities don't have to do it. And the state, in response to a Supreme Court decision, said, great, but you can't get any state grant money if you don't require prevailing wage in your public.
Bidding required,
Yeah.
But this isn't public. This is private business.
It was just a
question.
contextual
This is-
question. You
yes.
can put it in, you can not put it in, you can put economic,
that's my point.
or you
is-
could put local.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Well, that was my point for items D through G. I don't think it's fair to put it in to require this business to do things we don't require of any other business, and basically micromanaging what they do and telling them their pass, fail, or they get points or
Page is this?
not. So that's why I'm
But if we make it,
reluctant to put
if we
it
make
in
it
at all.
scorable, they don't have to.
Yeah, they don't have
Well,
to.
at
What
risk of
page
not
is this?
getting any points.
He's on 17.
He's on section 8, the labor and employment plan with 100 points.
Yeah.
And he's,
I mean, it's important to have a good business operation, well-managed, and all these other factors. I'm just reluctant to start digging in and requiring this particular business operator to provide a quote living wage and what kind of medical care do you provide? It's not our business, the bottom line, so.
So
what
they
I-
lose some points on it.
one
Well, but
thing
they
that's worth,
shouldn't even be on there. I mean, in my opinion, that's why I'm raising it. I'm just one person here, so.
now, are you still feeling that there's value in the initial portions of this section, right? Where we've got an organizational chart showing,
Sure.
and experience in positions, classification,
Yeah, professional standards.
Yeah.
But
So-
the add-on.
I think Chair West, correct me if I'm wrong, put it in because that's a typical provision in other cities. You don't have to have it.
Yeah.
Depends on what's important to all of you.
I just,
I-
I'm not in favor of it for those reasons.
I'd like to keep it because we don't have an eye on their profits. If they're providing a prevailing wage or a living wage and taking care of their employees, that's one way of determining that they're, successful operator and got resources to survive and
I would
thrive.
say it's another community benefit that we're not requiring them, but if they're hiring Redondo residents and providing those benefits.
We're not requiring,
Yeah,
I
I'm just-
agree with you in concept.
Yeah.
We're not requiring it though.
Right.
And I fully agree with you, but if they're gonna do it,
Just-
it's a community, what
Yeah.
Councilmember Calgerovich just said, it's a community benefit.
And I'm just wondering if we should make that a law in Redondo Beach that every business that does business with the city has to do this. You need to provide I'm just saying,
Some
it
do.
sounds like a good idea. It's noble and
They're designed
noteworthy.
different.
Can we do that? And just say, hey, you want to come in, you want to contract with us, you want to repave our roads, you want to do asphalt,
already
whatever you want to do, you want to come through Public Works. You need to provide a plan to recruit employees from socially and economically disadvantaged backgrounds. And the answer is probably no, because it's disruptive to that business. They have their other things happening, it's unfair, et cetera. So I put that out there. That's why I'm not in favor of it. It's a double standard and it's wrong, in my opinion. That doesn't mean being for it isn't right. I'm just telling you how I feel.
See your point.
Okay, so are we coming to conclusion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, I'll just say this. I know it sounds like, in the beginning, this was a mountain. We've got 98% of it done, I think. I mean,
Doing what I said in the end.
we're great, fantastic. The thing is, at the end of the night here, we've gotten all through this whole thing and we've moved tremendously
Selection
forward.
criteria, we haven't even touched the rest of the ordinance or
But
looked at it.
we've made important strides, and by getting rid of community plan and deciding who's appealing, and giving direction and sending the additional information, we can move it forward. Can we pick October 8th for the next meeting so we can keep the momentum going?
Continue this
Perfect.
to, we have to vote on that?
No, October 8th, I think works.
Motion to receive and file plus notes we'll send and make October 8th for our next meeting for this.
So, and I would also encourage the council to review what we've got in front of us here. And if you have specific recommendations, get them to Elizabeth so she can consolidate them, and at least we'll have something to start with at the next meeting for the stuff we didn't get to tonight.
Sorry, I just sent that list to everybody, but not Ms. House. So.
I'll forward it to her right now.
Forward it to her.
That's the one person you needed to.
I know, right?
One of the items we didn't get to are the definitions and the change in the definition of youth center, which we don't have to talk about tonight, but we can since it was included in a number of them. It's proposed that we change the definition of youth center from the definition that we previously had and that is provided under Malcursa, which is the cannabis law. And we've narrowed the definition, or proposed to, from youth center being a facility that's primarily used for children, essentially, to youth center being a facility whose sole purpose is services to minors. And that's on page 7 of the packet, page 500. So I was concerned about that. I'm not sure why that was proposed. If TWA has a reason for doing it or not, I'd want to hear about it, because I don't want to lower the threshold for youth centers where just because you may be a teen center that also offers classes or programs for some adults where, that's going to be taken off the list. But I don't know, John, if you had something in mind on that.
What we've experienced in other cities is that we try to broaden the scope, if you will, or in your words, maybe make it more conservative, because we had concerns, one recent city where the proposed applicant was within, I guess, 4 or 5 stores from a boxing center that was both adult and youth. And so the question is, do you want that type of activity going on close to where there's mixed uses? And that's something obviously that you can determine as the elected officials in how restrictive you want that to be.
So the last time this came before you, it was in the alternative, because actually the council vote was to keep it the same.
Keep it
Because you had the
same.
same concerns.
Yeah.
And yet, there was a sense that the council majority spoke in favor of this definition. We'll put both in for the next ordinance, and you can
Adjudicate it.
adjudicate it. Three council people spoke in favor of this definition, but the actual vote was to keep the ordinance, the definition from the ordinance. We'll put them
Vote
both.
was to keep how we had it before.
Yep. And
Let's
so
keep
we'll
how we
put,
had it before.
We'll put in
we'll
both
put that-
definitions.
We'll put that
We'll-
both in.
We'll adjudicate it next time.
Adjudicate it next time.
Okay, we're closing that item. Let's see, city manager items, anything?
Vote on the receive and file?
Just
we
real
have not.
quickly,
Hold it.
go ahead.
Can I get a motion to receive and file your
I did.
note?
You did.
I already did that.
Okay.
And with,
Did
come
we
back
vote?
with this on
I'll second.
October 8th.
So we have a second, all four?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. And you already did it, right? You already submitted it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, city manager items?
Yes, just month of October, no meeting next Tuesday, month of October. We got a meeting on the 1st, the 8th, the 15th, and the 29th. We have general plan hearings scheduled for the 1st, the 15th, and the 29th, including hearings on the environmental document and studies associated with the general plan. So those three meetings, very general plan centric. We'll obviously have this meeting, we'll have this discussion, the cannabis discussion that is scheduled for the meeting on the 8th. There will be some other items. Seaside Lagoon is also coming back to us as part of the October 15th calendar. Update on that.
Where does the nonprofit for Joe's Crab Shack come in?
That will start in closed session,
When?
likely the 8th
Of October?
of October. Yeah. So that's just little pre-scheduling there for you all to keep in mind. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, referrals to staff, Councilmember Narenheim.
No, when is strategic plan coming back? First. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councilmember Kalinjarovich.
None for me, thank you.
Councilmember Baji.
None, thank you.
Councilmember Barrett. I have no referrals, but I will be out of town starting Sunday to the day before our next council meeting. So Mayor Pro Tem Kalinjarovich, I'm giving her the reins. I will be available via email sporadically while I'm out of town. Thank you, everybody. With that, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second, all four.
Aye.
Aye.